"What is this thing?" Xianxia asked in bewilderment as he held the bizarre scarlet-red bead. He was definitely holding on to it, but he couldn't get a solid grasp of its weight nor temperature. Its rays were enticing and burned fiercely, emitting a familiar scarlet-red color, but also gave Xianxia a strange feeling of never seeing this color before. Although his heart no longer throbbed as furiously as before, his profound veins suddenly went into a violent turmoil, causing the blood vessels in his entire body to slightly boil. A strange feeling also assaulted Xianxia's heart at this moment. He was sure he had never seen this scarlet-red bead before, but when he held it in his hand, he felt calm and composed, as if it was originally his and had finally returned back to him. "This princess has no idea what that is, but I can assure you that you're a goner." Inside the sky-poisoned pearl, Jasmine's voice lowered as the expression on her tiny face became incomparably solemn. Despite dissuading Xianxia countless times, she was unable to stop him from taking a risk time and time again. After all was said and done, it still ended up like this. If not for the fact that her life was intertwined with Xianxia's, she really wanted to use her little hand and slap this reckless and fearless man that would forsaken his life for a so-called opportunity to death. Just after Jasmine had finished speaking, a world-shaking dragon roar suddenly came in from outside the cave. "Roar, despicable humans! So it turns out that you're actually lusting after this king's treasure. All of you are repulsive scoundrels, unforgivable, unforgivable." 10 at the 10th level of the Sky Profound Realm may not even necessarily win against the lowest level of the Emperor Profound Realm, let alone a 10th level Sky Profound, and 4 other practitioners that were below the 6th level of the Sky Profound Realm. In a blink of an eye, after the flame dragon had unleashed its true power, the 5 people of the Burning Heaven clan were forced into desperate straits. Those waves of dragon-shaped flames were not only incomparably hot, but also brought along a huge rippling strength that dragged the 5 people of the Burning Heaven clan slowly into a maelstrom of death. At this moment, as soon as the 5 experts of the Burning Heaven clan displayed an expression of a despair that revealed their lost hope, the flame dragon suddenly bursted out in fury. Its entire body emitted an aura that could cause a person to tremble in fear as it let out a deafening and angry roar yet again. Within the roar, a ball of fire that measured up to a few dozen meters smashed into the 5 people, causing all 5 to scream in agony. However, the flame dragon did not continue to attack, but instead turned to a different direction and angrily rushed towards its cave. The 5 experts from Burning Heaven clan escaped, battered and exhausted, from the flame dragon's fire, with each suffering different degrees of burn. The greater parts of their hair, beards, and even the clothes on their body were incinerated by quite a bit. As they watched the flame dragons suddenly withdraw, each and every one of them were still in a panicked state. "What happened? Why did it suddenly flee and go back?" one man coarsely asked while panting heavily. "From what it had just said, it seems like someone took advantage of our battle and tried to sneak into his old nest. What's the point of caring about that now? Quickly retreat. We are lucky to retrieve our lives and live after actually provoking an Emperor Profound beast. Anyways, let's scram." The 5 experts of Burning Heaven clan didn't dare to stay there any longer. After gathering their strength and were too afraid to look back, they quickly retreated. At this moment, the thoughts in their hearts were one and the same. Once they returned back to Burning Heaven clan, they were going to find the guy that said the flame dragon was only a high-level Sky Profound beast and ruthlessly beat him up. Inside the cave, Xianxia sensed the approach of great danger. He scrunched his eyebrow and, not daring to delay any longer, dashed toward the exit with the fastest speed possible. However, before he could even take half a step, an ear-splitting stomp came from his front, and a wave of boundless anger, followed by a wave of scorching air, rushed at his face. The walls and floor of the cave all trembled faintly, and not long after, the huge head of the flame dragon appeared in Xianxia's line of sight. Xianxia's aura was so weak that the flame dragon was stunned for a second. However, when it noticed the scarlet-red bead on his hand, its huge eyes radiated an indignant blaze. "Presumptuous human to actually lust after this king's treasure. Prepare to suffer this king's wrath." Shit. Xianxia's heart became apprehensive. He quickly calmed down and tried to think of a way to escape. Of course, it was obvious that he would obediently return the bead in his hand. However, it was absolutely impossible that the flame dragon would even give him a chance to speak. This formidable force kept him firmly in place, and in the next second he would be burnt into ashes. "If you don't want to die, then stop in the name of this princess." As the shadow of death descended, a charming ice-cold voice suddenly sounded from above. At the same time, a terrifying pressure enveloped the entire flame dragon cave. The flame dragon stopped its movement. Then its body started to uncontrollably tremble beneath this great pressure. Lifting its head up, it looked toward the red-haired girl that had somehow appeared unknowingly in the air. The rage in its huge eyes were all replaced with astonishment and fear. The aura that this goddess had given out far exceeded his imagination. In the presence of this pressuring strength, it felt as tiny as an ant that could be obliterated into ashes at any moment. It opened its dragon mouth and let out an unsuppressible trembling voice. Who are you? You have no right to know this princess's name." Jasmine replied with an ice-cold face. Her beautiful eyes released a razor-sharp glare. "This cave of yours, I want it. If you don't want to die, then get out of this princess's face right now." Xianxia raised his head and looked at Jasmine. His heart was shocked as well. The pressure of this little girl unexpectedly stopped this emperor-profound beast. What exactly was the level of her profound strength? However, at this moment, he suddenly found out that the trembling of the flame dragon had stopped. He, the flame dragon laughed. "This king understands now. You two cunning humans are simply just faking your bravado. Even though this king does not know what method you used to create this overwhelming pressure, but did you think this king would be as stupid as you humans?" Jasmine's eyebrows suddenly became limp. "You want to die? Of course this king doesn't want to die, but with just you two, that's not enough to kill this king." The flame dragon continued with sarcasm. "If you really had the ability to kill this king, you would have came out in the open to steal this king's possession. Otherwise, why would you choose to sneak in while this king was fighting the other foolish humans? If you really had the ability to kill this king, then the expression on this human's face wouldn't have been so unsightly when he saw me." Xianxia's heart immediately trembled in fear. A dragon's intellect was indeed incomparable to that of a normal profound beast's. "And you? Brat, your gaze is cold and ruthless. The murderous intent on your body also surprised this king. To have such eyes with killing intent, you must have killed a numerous amount of living things. If you really wanted to kill this king and had the ability to do so, you would have already went on with it, instead of condescendingly talk to this king. Your age is also quite young. But with a human's cultivation speed, it is fundamentally impossible to possess such a strong pressure at a young age. All this is merely an illusion. This king is not that stupid to fall for this deceit. Lusting after this king's treasure and also attempting to play tricks on this king, how can this king possibly forgive you? Turn into ashes." The flame dragon opened his mouth widely and suddenly shot a ball of blazing fire at Xianxia. Thump! As a great force knocked Xianxia in the shoulder and pushed him far away, he barely dodged the fatal flames of the flame dragon. Jasmine appeared at Xianxia's previous position. Her white and tender face was masked with a layer of terrifying killing intent. "Since you want to die, this princess shall grant your wish." Whoosh. A large wave of strong, profound energy was released from Jasmine's body. This profound aura was simply too terrifying. The aura that was originally shapeless began to stir up a violent storm, instantly extinguishing the flame dragon's burning flame. Xianxia, who was knocked away, hit his head on a rock and fainted for quite a while. When he regained conscious and saw Jasmine's appearance, his pupils suddenly shrank back as he cried out, "Jasmine, stop. Do you want to die? Isn't it all your fault? If you died, this princess will also die as well." Jasmine yelled in anger as she unwaveringly locked her endless killing intent on the flame dragon. Under the incomparably terrifying profound aura and killing intent, the flame dragon completely froze in place, and its pair of dragon eyes filled with deep fear and disbelief. It couldn't believe that a human girl could unleash such a powerful, profound aura. "Now die, Star God's brilliant annihilating slash." "Jasmine, stop." Jasmine's actions made Xianxia pale in fright. Before he could stand up, Jasmine's exquisite body had already flown towards the flame dragon, to then, like a shooting star, pass through the flame dragon's body. In that instant, every element within the heaven and earth seemed to have stopped revolving. The howling of the wind had stopped, the flame sprout had stopped burning, the sound beside the ears were gone, and even his own scream could not be heard. The flame dragon's enormous body was frozen in place, and a bloody cross that was created by the penetration was clearly imprinted on its body. Impose, Sybil. The flame dragon's pupil shrank back violently, as though he had seen the most terrifying and unbelievable scene in the whole wide world. Following that, both his eyes slowly lost their color and focus. The huge body split into 4 equal pieces and scattered on the scorching ground. The great and powerful flame dragon was instantly extinguished under Jasmine's hands. Even when the Burning Heaven clan's first elder Fen Moli used the Burning Heaven blade, he was only able to put a scratch on the flame dragon's tough body. Yet Jasmine, without any weapons, used only her smooth and white hands to split apart the flame dragon's body, as if it was made out of tofu. Seeing the flame dragon's body that was split in 4, Xianxia was stumped without words. Then his heart suddenly shuddered as his gaze fell further ahead. After loudly shouting, "Jasmine," he desperately ran forward. At this moment, Jasmine was already lying on the floor. Her face, neck, and limbs were all a pale white, without a trace of color. Although she had only released a large amount of profound strength for a few seconds, it had allowed the deadly poison that had infiltrated her soul to act up violently. The purification and suppression of the deadly poison for the past few months inside the sky poison pearl had all been destroyed in an instant. "Jasmine!" After reaching Jasmine's side, Xianxia immediately squatted down. He placed his left hand on her skinny shoulder and with all his power, used the sky poison pearl's purification on Jasmine's body. However, the deadly poison inside Jasmine's soul was simply too terrifying. Even with the sky poison pearl's purification speed, it was still impossible to suppress its violent rampage. Her body gradually became ice cold and slowly became more and more transparent, elusive. "This time, ought to really die," Jasmine softly moaned. Her voice was as light as a gentle breeze, and the normally cold and proud eyes at this moment were only filled with a heartbreaking dullness and distress. "Jasmine, Jasmine!" While calling Jasmine's name, Xianxia's heart tightly cramped. The degree of severeness of this time's deadly poison breakout was more than 10 times stronger than the breakout 4 months ago. After all, last time she only settled down 2 spirit-profound realms, and that already made her writhe in agony. This time, however, she had dispatched a true dragon of the Emperor Profound realm. In a flash, the intensity of the profound strength she had to utilize was simply as different as heaven and earth. Jasmine couldn't have not known the outcome of killing this flame dragon. But she had to strike, because if she didn't, Xianxia would have died, and if Xianxia died, she would also definitely die as well. Immense remorse made the inside of Xianxia's heart experience a wave of prickling pain. During the process of sneaking into the flame dragon's cave, Jasmine had continuously dissuaded him thrice, and had also warned him that the true dragon's treasure would undoubtedly have power imprints on them without exception, meaning that they weren't all that easy to obtain. Yet he still continued on without hesitation. He indeed had courage and boldness, but he may have had unknowingly forgotten one thing. He was no longer the Xianxia whose voice resounded throughout the continent before, but instead was only a trivial being that had only reached the 4th level of elementary profound realm. What he was facing, however, was an extremely horrifying Emperor Profound beast. With even the slightest hint of carelessness, he would lose his life and drag Jasmine into losing her life with him. Yet this kind of outcome still occurred in the end. "I'm sorry, Jasmine, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have not listened to you. I shouldn't have been that reckless." As his hands felt the changes within Jasmine's body, Xianxia's heart constricted more and more. He said sorry to Jasmine again and again. But no matter how much he apologized and regretted at this point, it simply couldn't restore the present situation. Jasmine's lips slightly moved, but the sound she gave off was too quiet to hear. Her body became colder and colder and had unwittingly already changed into a semi-transparent state. Although Jasmine's body was only a half-ethereal form that depended on Xianxia's life force, in the end, it was still the host of Jasmine's soul. If this body disappeared, then Jasmine's soul that had lost its host would disperse and completely disappear under the devourment of the deadly poison. "Jasmine! Jasmine!" Xianxia tightly clenched his teeth as his left hand desperately emitted the sky poison pearl's purification power. His right hand forcefully rocked her body, greedily hoping to rouse even the tiniest hint of her consciousness. Finally, he saw her ghastly white lips faintly open and close again. Xianxia froze for a moment, then hurriedly put his ears near her lips. "I don't want to die. Still haven't avenged mother and brother. Haven't killed them all. I don't want to die. TL, Jasmine uses Chinese letter for mother in English. I guess it would mean my mother, the Empress, but its true meaning is mother and is generally only used by an imperial child." Jasmine's voice was incredibly feeble, and it was almost impossible to hear clearly even from this close. This feeble voice, however, made the inside of Xianxia's heart violently surge. When Jasmine first officially appeared in front of his eyes 4 months ago, he had already felt a kind of inexplicable sense of familiarity from her, a kind of feeling that was very similar to himself during those days. She was undoubtedly young and outrageously beautiful, and even calls herself a princess. She should have grown up showered with love from tens of thousands of people. Yet, her beautiful eyes always brimmed with coldness and apathy. When killing people, her tender face didn't carry the slightest hint of fear and sympathy, but instead held cruelty and an unchanging indifference. This time, he finally understood what was so familiar about her that resembled him. During his previous days, it was hatred. In Azure Cloud Continent, when he was 17, he had lived under the shadow of his master being hounded to death. That time, only hatred, bottomless hatred, overflowed from inside his heart. During those days, the expression in his eyes, his apathy, his ruthlessness, perhaps were extremely similar to the Jasmine he was looking at right now. However, at that time, he was already 17 and could at least be considered to be an adult. But Jasmine was only 13 this year. He couldn't imagine what kind of hatred it was that drove a girl who originally should have been an angel into an apathetic and cruel devil. In her muttering just now, the way she referred to herself had turned into I, instead of this princess. This discovery also made the inside of Xianxia's heart complicated. It was because the Jasmine right now had almost lost her awareness. So the words she said in this state were words that originated from the soul. This meant that the two words, this princess, were actually not what she was accustomed to referring herself as, but was something that she had deliberately addressed herself as. It was as if using these words, she was continuously reminding herself about something. A familiar feeling, as if they had suffered the same fate, was born from the depths of Xianxia's heart, layered together with his immense feelings of guilt and remorse. He started to shake Jasmine's body with even more force and loudly shouted, "Jasmine, wake up, you must not lose consciousness. Didn't we make a deal? You gave me a new set of profound veins, but I haven't accomplished what I had to do for you. Are you willing to just leave like that? Also, you're my master, but you still haven't taught me anything. As my master, you can't just act incompetent like this. Wake up, please wake up." But no matter how desperately Xianxia urged the sky-poisoned pearl and shook her, Jasmine no longer responded. Her petite face lost its last hint of color, and her body became more and more transparent. Although it was still possible to touch the entity that was her body, Xianxia could almost clearly see the sand that was below on the ground through her chest. A wave of chilliness stemmed from inside Xianxia's heart, and even his teeth were about to be crushed from clenching too hard. He violently smashed his fist on his forehead, but the feeling of acute pain did not ease the inside of his heart by even a little bit. "It's your fault. Why didn't you listen to Jasmine? Your life was not only yours, but also Jasmine's life. In the end, you even needed Jasmine to save you with her life. You're the one who murdered her." Xianxia clenched his teeth and bitterly condemned himself. From the raw and bloody forehead that was hit by his fist, a drop of blood slowly dripped down and fell onto the sizzling ground. As he watched the drop of blood quickly dry up, Xianxia suddenly froze. "Blood, right. My blood." Jasmine sucked his blood to connect her life with his. The half-ethereal body was also born from his blood and his life force. At the same time, his body was fused with the sky-poisoned pearl. Because of this, his blood may have acquired the trait of having extremely high poison resistance. Promptly grabbing onto that glimmer of hope, Xianxia didn't dare to hesitate for even a second. He extended his left arm and ferociously slashed it with the fingertips of his right hand, and broke open a long and deep laceration that instantly caused blood to gush out. Right away, he used his fingers to carefully open Jasmine's lips without the slightest hint of color, and allowed his own blood to flow into her lips, drop by drop. At the same, he used his hand and forcefully squeezed his shoulder in order to make the blood flow out faster. "Jasmine, I won't let you die. I definitely won't, even if it was only for that promise I made in the past that year." Fresh blood quickly streamed down and fell into Jasmine's open lips. However, beads of blood slowly overflowed from the corner of her mouth right after. Jasmine was completely unconscious and was fundamentally incapable of swallowing by herself. Xianxia tightly knitted his brow. After a brief period of hesitation, he lifted his own left arm, bit into the wound, and strenuously sucked. After he had sucked up a little less than half a mouthful, he lowered his body and again gently opened Jasmine's lips with his hand. "If you can wake up, then no matter how you punish me after, I'll take it willingly." In the midst of his quiet mumble, Xianxia lowered his head, gently covered her lips with his, and carefully allowed the blood in his mouth to gradually cross over, drop by drop, into hers. Using a meticulous breath, he blew on his own blood, making it flow down from her mouth into her body. Although Jasmine's mouth was extremely pale, it was still impeccably tender and smooth, which made Xianxia have an uncontrollable urge to stay like that for a while longer. Once a mouthful of blood was transferred over, Xianxia's lips returned to the wound at once and forcefully sucked again. After sucking up another mouthful, he again carefully transferred it into Jasmine's mouth. After repeating this a few times, the wound on his arm began to heal, making his blood-sucking speed become much more slower. Xianxia immediately extended out his left hand and sliced open another deep laceration right beside the first wound, and fresh blood once more trickled down like a stream. Blood was continuously being transferred into Jasmine's mouth. When the fifth line of scar appeared on Xianxia's arm, approximately 1/5 of the blood in his body had flowed into Jasmine's body. A substantial feeling of dizziness emerged from Xianxia's brain. However, at this moment, he suddenly discovered that Jasmine's body was already no longer turning illusory and had started to become apparent little by little. The breakout of the deadly poison felt by the sky poison pearl had also started to die down, like flames that had been showered in rain. Success! Did I succeed? A wave of pleasant surprise overcame Xianxia's heart. Without the slightest hesitation, he extended his arm again and sliced open the sixth stroke of laceration. His entire arm was already numb, yet the inside of his heart was nevertheless filled with a happy joy. If his blood really was able to save her, then what was there to be stingy about? If the human body loses more than 1/5 of its blood volume in a short amount of time, it would lead to the failure of bodily functions. More than 1/3. It would lead to shock. More than 1/2 would lead to death. Xianxia, who had an exceedingly high medical expertise, clearly was aware of this. But his movements, from beginning to end, did not have the slightest bit of sluggishness nor hesitation as he continued to add more cuts onto his arm, stroke by stroke. When he finally was incapable of resisting the impossibly heavy dizziness in his brain, his vision became a field of white as he fainted while laying onto the rock wall behind him. In the midst of his hazy consciousness, the silhouette of a girl that he had always tried to forget slowly appeared. During the 7 years he had lived in hatred in order to obtain more power. He had desperately trained every day until his entire body became tattered and was always close to death a countless number of times. Every time, she would always gently treat his wounds, bring delicious food to him, fix his deteriorated clothing and make the bed for him, and on the next day she would silently watch him leave. During that period of time, she was the only warmth and the only harbor he could soundly sleep in. However, during that time, there was only hatred in his heart. Other than struggling back when covered all over with cuts and bruises, he had never given her any companionship, never bought her a single piece of hair ornament, and never made any promises with her. He even had never shown her a single smile. Until that day, she left him forever while laying in his arms. At that time, the expression in her eyes and her voice became a lifetime's worth of unforgettable pain that drilled at his heart. In my heart, there are as many wounds as there are on your body, but I don't regret becoming the girl that accompanied you when you were alone. Even though it was painful, it was also very blissful. Elder brother Xianxia, if later, when you're lonely and there's a girl who's willing to stay by your side, then she must be an angel sent to you by the heavens. Don't let her be hurt again. Okay. After Xianxia lost consciousness, Jasmine's body no longer appeared ethereal. She slowly opened her eyes and looked at the traces of blood on the corner of Xianxia's mouth, as well as the lines of horrid wounds on his left arm. All the coldness and indifference in her eyes dissolved away like that of melting ice, and was replaced by a deep kind of complexity and haziness. Xianxia didn't know how long he had fainted. After he finally recovered his consciousness and opened his eyes, the first thing he saw were Jasmine's opened eyes. "Jasmine, you regained consciousness!" Xianxia immediately yelled out with surprise and joy. However, his voice was a bit coarse, and when he tried to get up, he felt as if his body weighed millions of kilograms. After becoming extremely weak from excessive blood loss, he struggled many times but still couldn't manage to stand up. "Why did you save me?" Jasmine's voice still revealed her weakened health. She took one more glance at the scars on Xianxia's arm and immediately averted her eyes. "If I had died, wouldn't that have been better for you? At least you won't need to mind the demands that I made you accept. Not to mention that you wouldn't need to worry about me killing you after I've reconstructed my body." Because Jasmine used her life to save me. I was saving myself, Jasmine stated in a somewhat raised voice. Xianxia was slightly stumped. He was confused as to why this sentence of his incited such a huge reaction from her. While feeling a little helpless, he said, "Then, it's because you're my master. As a disciple, how could I just watch my master pass away in front of my very eyes?" "Master?" Jasmine smiled with a hint of sadness. "If I want to be reborn, then I'd have to assist you in acquiring a formidable amount of profound strength in the shortest time possible. Becoming your master was only because I wasn't willing to help you for free. In the end, it was all for myself. Did you really believe that I was doing it for your good?" "I knew all that." After having said those words, Jasmine failed to find a single hint of disappointment on Xianxia's face, but instead saw him with a little smile. Xianxia moved his body a little closer to Jasmine, looked in her eyes, and gently said, "But those are all not important. The reason why I was so desperate to save Jasmine is because Jasmine is a very, very beautiful girl, as beautiful as an angel." Jasmine became stupefied. Although Jasmine had always strived to make herself appear apathetic, even to the point of being scary, this had always been real and can't be covered up even if Jasmine wanted to. With such a beautiful girl by my side, no matter who it would be, no one would want her to eternally leave his side. Without a doubt, I too am the same. This should be an acceptable reason, right? "What kind of reason is this?" Jasmine's lips that had recovered some color faintly trembled. "I had killed so many people. Last year, on the day of my 12th birthday, in one day. One day, I killed over 1,300,000 people. My entire body was dyed red, even my name, blood-soaked Jasmine, was given to me by them." Xianxia's heart fiercely jumped. In one day, killed over 1,300,000 people. Capturing the deep shock that flashed across Xianxia's face, Jasmine closed her eyes and spoke mournfully. "A person like me, how could I be called a beautiful girl? I am Jasmine. Blood-soaked Jasmine. I'm a dreadful demon who had killed countless people." Xianxia fixated his gaze on Jasmine for a long time. However, the expression in his eyes was not one of shock nor fear. It carried a very complex feeling, a feeling so complicated that no one else could understand. For a long time, he looked at Jasmine and slowly shook his head. "Jasmine, although there is no way for me to experience the feeling of killing that many people at the mere age of 12, but I believe that it must have been terribly painful, a kind of indescribable pain that no one would ever want to recall. After, it'd probably also be accompanied by endless nightmares and feelings of guilt, which will even compel you to hate and loathe yourself. And furthermore, numb your own soul by making you stick the labels of demon, heartless, and merciless onto yourself." Jasmine's eyes suddenly widened and stared at him in a daze. "But I believe that Jasmine had always been a kind-hearted girl. The reason for turning yourself into a demon that you hate the most was entirely for the important people in your heart. Perhaps they were your closest friends, or even the closest of family members. For this kind of person, it doesn't matter if she had killed even more people and soaked in even more blood. It would be impossible for her to be a demon. Besides, for cute and beautiful girls, no matter how big of a mistake was made, they can still be forgiven. If you believe that there are an innumerable amount of despicable sins placed on your body, then let me bear these sins together with Jasmine. After all, you're my master, and as your disciple, this kind of responsibility should, of course, naturally be carried together." Jasmine became completely stupefied and stared at Xianxia in a daze, as if she had lost her soul. Her vision became more and more blurry. She couldn't understand why, after the clear declaration of her own cruel sins, not only did he not show fear and rejection, but instead he had such a gentle gaze and spoke such gentle words. "It shouldn't be like this. I killed so many people. I'm a frightening demon. It's obvious that everyone is scared of me. It's obvious that there shouldn't be anyone that would like me. Why did he desperately save me? Why does he reveal such a gentle gaze? After mother and brother died, it's absolutely impossible that anyone would treat me this way." Jasmine's eyes became more and more hazy, and through the blurry vision, Xianxia's face slowly turned into her brother's gently smiling face. In an instant, globes and globes of tears flowed out of her eye sockets from the corner of her eyes. At this time, she, who had sworn to never shed tears ever again, actually streamed uncontrollable, frantic tears. A tiny gap silently opened from her heart that had been sealed with hatred and sin. "Jasmine, so you're able to cry too? That's more like a girl, right?" Xianxia, on the other hand, smiled. He extended his finger to stroke her face and gently wiped her tear stains. However, Jasmine didn't resist him, but instead cried even harder. While streaming tears and sobbing spasmodically, she said, I'm your master. When you were trying to save me earlier, you sneakily kissed me so many times, and now. You even made me cry in front of you. You can't bully masters like that. Ooh. Master's scolding is right, Xianxia said while smiling. Then after little master Jasmine recovers her health, punish me to your heart's content. Even if you want to return the kiss, I'll absolutely not retaliate. What he had thought was completely correct. Jasmine's true nature was definitely not what she normally expressed, since he had underwent experiences that were very similar to hers, and had also possessed the same kind of aura and gaze before. He knew what was inside her heart, and was even more aware of where her weakest and softest parts were. After crying, Jasmine's mood had also gradually calmed down. Although her body and soul were still extremely feeble, the life-threatening danger was essentially under control. She extended her petite hands and forcefully wiped away all the teardrops from her face. She then tried very hard to put on the usual cold and indifferent face. However, her eyes peered off to the side and didn't make eye contact with Xianxia. Then she spoke with a stern voice. Although there are no dangers for now, but for 3 months I won't be able to channel even the slightest hint of profound energy. Otherwise, even using up all the blood in your body won't save me. I understand. Later on, I'll definitely try my best to be careful and won't let something like that happen again, Xianxia said with an extremely guilty conscience. The red-colored bead that you obtained, swallow it down. That thing may actually be what I've told you about before, a seed of the evil god. In his astonishment, Xianxia picked up the bizarre bead that he'd almost traded Jasmine's life for. You're saying this is? I'm only speculating. This was probably the reason why the flame dragon had always remained here. When you took it earlier, I had sensed an extremely bizarre fire element hidden within. And even I had never seen this kind of fire element. You also said earlier that you felt something beckon you, and you actually didn't get burned while holding it in your hands either. Therefore, it may truly be one out of the 5 seeds of the evil god mentioned in the memory imprint, Jasmine said with a somewhat unsure tone. Also, Jasmine slightly bit her lips at an angle that Xianxia couldn't see. Later on, you're not allowed to just casually touch my face without my permission. After she said that, Jasmine turned into a beam of red light and returned into the sky poison pearl. Xianxia was left speechless for a while. Earlier was a face of icy coldness, then a weeping like the rustling sound of a storm, and now, a stern little face that came along with words laced in killing intent. The speed at which a girl could suddenly turn hostile was indeed legitimate. Xianxia's current body was also very weak. Losing a large amount of blood had made his vitality decline greatly, and even just walking would supposedly be a somewhat difficult challenge. Not even mentioning the flame dragon, even if a normal profound beast came along, both he and Jasmine would be done for. If you killing 1,300,000 people in one day was already an unforgivable sin, was already a demon, and was called blood-soaked Jasmine, then, what about me, who in a day had killed 7,700,000 people with poison, who also turned an entire city into a hell of deadly poison? Xianxia silently muttered in his heart. To say demon, I am the real demon, which was also why I never dared to sully the angel by my side, all the way till the day I lost her forever. Xianxia closed his eyes and silently paused for a long time. Then he opened his eyes and opened his palm. As he looked at the round bead shine with a bizarre red light in his hand, he thought about what Jasmine had said. After a brief period of hesitation, Xianxia braced his heart and slammed it directly in his mouth. Holding it didn't cause any discomfort, but instead had an inexplicable sense of close familiarity. Furthermore, there was no worry about it being poisonous. One way or another, there shouldn't be any bad outcome from eating it, right? The crimson bead was forcefully swallowed into his stomach. At that instant, he detected an abrupt turbulence in his profound veins. He didn't even have time to survey the abnormal motions of the profound veins, because the surface of his body unexpectedly released a ball of crimson luminescence. Right after, these crimson rays of light actually turned into a flaming blaze that combusted on the surface of his body and bathed his entire body inside its crimson raging inferno. This is, the unforeseen ignition of flames greatly startled him. What surprised him even more was the fact that his body unexpectedly did not feel a single degree of its burning luminescence, but instead felt an indescribable kind of coziness. Even his clothes were perfectly intact inside the flames. as if these horrifying flames were merely imaginary rays of bright light. "Jasmine, what's going on?" Xianxia asked as he lifted both his hands and looked at the flames on his body with a face full of astonishment. However, Jasmine did not answer him. Inside the sky-poisoned pearl, she silently watched the flames that encompassed his entire body until she finally opened her mouth to speak in a low mumble. "The color of his profound veins have changed. Looks like that was indeed one of the 5 seeds that the evil god had left behind. In other words, this place was actually one of the evil god's 5 secret grounds. It was actually discovered by him just like that. His luck ought to be said to be extremely good. Or was it? The evil god's profound veins' guidance?" The flames on Xianxia's body continued to burn even more vigorously and had already reached the height of a few dozen meters in a blink of an eye. The surrounding walls, and even the stone under his feet slowly melted away to sink down inside the raging flames. One could imagine how terrifyingly high the flames' temperature was. However, from beginning to the end, Xianxia never received the slightest bit of damage. What's more was the fact that he never felt any sort of discomfort at all. Inside the flames that encompassed his body, he felt that his own profound veins had continued to turmoil intensely. After he had finally managed to calm his heart down, he hurriedly used inner vision to check up on his profound veins. After taking a glance, he almost cried out in surprise, because his profound veins had completely changed into a crimson-red color. Even all the opened 54 profound entrances had become a deep red color. What's going on? His profound energy started to rapidly convulse in his profound veins. Waves and waves of profound energy that came from an unknown source swiftly flooded in, making the profound energy in his profound veins swell up again and again, until it had expanded to the limit that his profound veins could accommodate. Bang, a soft sound. Xianxia faintly heard the sound of something being broken through. The profound energy within the profound veins continued to rapidly contract. The amount did not diminish, but instead became even thicker than before. This was clearly the outstanding behavior of a profound strength breakthrough. In the blink of an eye, his profound strength at the 4th level of the elementary profound realm broke through to the 5th level of the elementary profound realm. But it wasn't completely over just yet. The profound energy in the profound veins were still rapidly swelling. The profound energy from the unknown source flooded in like crazy and filled the profound veins that had just made a breakthrough to the brim again, followed by bang. The quality of the profound energy inside the profound veins made another jump in level. From the strength of the 5th level of the elementary realm, it crossed into the 6th level of elementary profound realm. Xianxia's jaw dropped wide open from shock. Even with a mental state that was built from 2 lifetimes, he still could almost not accept this advancement in profound energy that could even shock the world. Not even half a minute had passed, and his profound strength actually crossed from the 4th level of elementary profound realm into the 6th level of elementary profound realm. Not only had this sort of thing never been encountered before, but even just hearing it was also improbable. It was so much to take in that he had a feeling that it was all just a dream. The jumping of 2 ranks was still not the end. The crimson flames on Xianxia's body was still slowly rising and neared a few dozen meters in height. The surrounding ground also substantially sank, and streams of lava gathered under Xianxia's feet. However, it still didn't damage Xianxia in the slightest. The unknown source of profound energy was still madly pounding into his now crimson-colored profound veins, filling it, and making the strength of his profound energy explosively grow in a frightening manner. Elementary Profound Realm Level 7, Elementary Profound Realm Level 8, Elementary Profound Realm Level 9, Elementary Profound Realm Level 10. Jasmine, what exactly is going on here? Xianxia forcibly bit the tip of his tongue. This was already the 3rd time he had to confirm whether or not he was dreaming. To him, these few short minutes were exactly like that of a dream. He didn't even have time to react to the mind-blowing shock he received when his profound strength had risen by 2 levels, because afterwards, his profound strength had frantically increased sharply, directly into the 10th level of the elementary profound realm. Even for a genius that grew up in a major sect that had access to substantial amounts of resources and outstanding teachers, it would still take at least 3 years to reach the 10th level of elementary profound realm from the 4th level of elementary profound realm. Even Xia Qingyu had used a total of 3.5 years of time to reach the 10th level of elementary profound realm from the 4th level of elementary profound realm. And that sort of time was already considered to be a once-in-a-century's worth of opportunity in the small floating cloud city, and was regarded as the #1 talent of floating cloud city. Yet he spent not even 5 minutes. Not only did this smash through Xianxia's knowledge, it had thoroughly overthrown the basic rules and regulations of profound growth in the profound sky continent. As a result, even though Xianxia's heart brimmed with immense pleasant surprise, it also induced a greater amount of immense terror. Even more frightening was the fact that inflation of profound energy had not yet stopped, and did not even slow down. The profound strength that had already achieved the 10th level of the elementary profound realm still continued to increase at a rapid pace. As expected, it really was correct. What you had just eaten was one of the 5 seeds left behind by the evil god. I had searched around this blue wind empire for such a long time and was not able to find it. But you, who only possessed such an insignificant amount of strength, was unexpectedly able to bump into it and find it, just by being reckless. Your luck is so good that lightning should strike you from the heavens. Jasmine's tone was somewhat filled with displeasure and irritation. This something seed of the evil god can even dramatically increase profound strength, Xianxia said with a face full of bewilderment. Perhaps the seed of the evil god had also carried a small portion of the evil god's power with it. Since it had now found the successor of the evil god's profound veins, not only did it change your profound veins into one of the fire attribute, but it also granted you its power within at the same time. Don't fret, there are no negative side effects for this somewhat exaggerated growth of profound energy, Jasmine leisurely spoke. Change profound veins into the fire attribute. Bang. The sound of an immediate breakthrough of a barrier was felt through the depths of Xianxia's profound veins. At this time, the scarlet flames that had been igniting for quite a while now had finally died out. In that instant, Xianxia clearly felt that the entirety of his profound veins had undergone a subliminal change. It became more resilient, wider, and much more hotter. The profound energy inside was even more so, concentrated and dense, to an unbelievable degree. Even his thoughts about this world had significantly changed as his eyes cleared and his hearing sharpened. This in-and-out pleasurable sensation that was like the shedding of an old body almost made him shout out in joy. Xianxia threw his head back and slowly exhaled. Then, a profound strength that was stronger than his old one, by who knows how many times, suddenly passed through his body and emitted outwards. First level of the nascent profound realm. Congratulations! Now that you've stepped into the nascent profound realm, you can finally be considered to be a true profound practitioner. In this land, entering the nascent profound realm at the age of 16 ought to be pretty average, right? Jasmine flatly stated. In this moment, the previous overwhelming shock, horror, and apprehension he had when stepping into the first level of the nascent profound realm faded away without a trace. He lifted both his hands and then erected a finger. As he moved his thoughts, a very small flame ignited above the fingertip. The temperature of this flame was blazing hot, yet it didn't even burn or injure his skin in the slightest. As he looked at the cluster of fire that stayed ablaze because of his profound energy, he silently laughed. Was this considered to be the remedy that the heavens had given me, to let me spend a full 16 years as a cripple, only to then give back everything that ought to belong to me, multiplicatively, within this short time period of one day? As Xianxia silently inspected his center, he saw that his own profound veins had become a prominent crystal-clear crimson color, and was comparable to that of the purest of sculpted rubies. Not only his profound veins, but even in his channels, plasma, and every single cell, did he discover an additional speck of a crimson-colored element. Speaking of which, does that mean that I wouldn't need to worry about my body being burned ever again? Xianxia was aware of how universally shocking his words were, but this was nevertheless what his body and profound veins truly made him feel at this very moment. There's no mistake, Jasmine said in a peculiar voice. In the distant past, it is said that the evil god possessed the most formidable of elemental power within the spatial chaos. With only his profound strength, he had the ability to manipulate the elements in the natural world at will, and even so much that it was possible to change his profound energy into any kind of element at any time. In the memory imprint of that immortal drop of blood, it was clearly recorded that the 5 seeds the evil god had left behind contained the power source of his formidable power over the elements. In the event that these sources of power were to be obtained, not only would one be able to manipulate the corresponding element, but would furthermore have the ability to be unconditionally immune to said element. It is also because of this record that this princess did not use the evil god's immortal blood on herself, but instead braved the great danger of arriving on this continent in order to attempt to find the evil god's secret grounds mentioned in the memory imprint. This is due to the possibility of manipulating the elements, and even the lure of perfect elemental immunity was something that this princess is incapable of resisting. And because in this present that's long after the complete fall of the true God, this kind of ability is truly, in a sense, a strength that opposes the heavens. Jasmine's voice suddenly became colder. At the same time, this is also a taboo in Pandora's box. Now that you've already opened this box, no one will know for sure what sort of chain reaction this immortal power of the gods would arouse when it reappears in this world. Perhaps you will suffer the wrath of heaven, or perhaps it will bring about an infinite amount of disaster and calamity. Because once the secret on your body is exposed, there would be an innumerable number of people in this world who would want to kill you in order to seize the strength that could oppose the heavens. If it weren't for the intertwinement of our lives, even this princess would also want to kill you and take your power. Hey, don't go that far to scare me, okay? Although I had suddenly entered the nascent profound realm at last, it is still merely the nascent profound realm. Not even mentioning that opposing the heavens thing, if a random profound beast hopped out here right now, it could casually exterminate me. Xianxia slightly shrank his neck to assume a scared expression, although this was said directly out of his mouth. From Jasmine's confirmation about his control over fire, and the capability of being completely immune to fire, his inner heart became incapable of quieting down and shook for a very long time. To never be afraid of fire. This was indeed the ability that the gods of the legends were rumored to possess. Not even mentioning humans, even the powerful flame dragon that had been wiped out by Jasmine wouldn't be completely fearless against fire. For although it was of the fire attribute, if it encountered a more powerful flame higher than its own, it would still burn into complete nothingness. This princess is definitely not trying to scare you, so by all means, do not become complacent just because your profound strength has sharply increased. You must quickly improve your strength to at least have enough power to protect yourself. Now that your profound strength has reached the nascent profound realm, after that, you must further consolidate your present profound strength. So this princess can also begin to teach you a few profound skills that you may possibly be able to learn. Before then, go take care of this flame dragon's body. To the present you, its carcass is a pile of enormous precious treasure. Jasmine's tone of voice still contained the same ice-cold indifference as before and completely lacked any emotion. But when it entered Xianxia's ears, it made him feel as if it was not the same as before. Because he didn't feel any trace of disdain, contempt, or the occasional bored yet stiff tone in Jasmine's words, but instead sensed a faint bit of concern. The current Xianxia seemed to have been reborn anew, for even the sense of extreme weakness caused by the fatigue from blood loss seemed to have disappeared without a trace. He walked next to the corpse of the flame dragon, which had been split into 4 lumps, and hesitated, not knowing where to begin. Jasmine was right. The dead body of the flame dragon, to him, no, to anyone in the Blue Wind Empire, including all 4 major sects of the empire, was a huge pile of treasure. This was an emperor profound beast. Not only that, but a true dragon. Dragons were considered to be kings among beasts, for even between creatures of the same level, dragons would eclipse any other beasts in all aspects. Its hide, meat, blood, bones, horns, eyes, wings, and viscera were all considered to be treasures amongst treasures. The most powerful beings within the Blue Wind continent were of the Emperor Profound realm. In other words, it was possible that this flame dragon was very likely the first Emperor Profound beast that had been slain since an innumerable amount of years. This meant that the true value of the flame dragon's corpse had shot up to an even more immeasurable height, especially its profound core. For a profound core of a sky-profound dragon, the Burning Heaven sect had not hesitated to mobilize 5 great experts at the sky-profound realm to hurriedly rush to this region from afar. As for the profound core of an Emperor Profound dragon, not even they would dare have such an extravagant expectation. The flame dragon's body weighed at least hundreds of tons. Such an enormous body, even if it was divided into 4 pieces, were still each comparable to 4 small mountains. From the sky poison pearl, Yun Chen took out a dull, small dagger he'd taken from the Xiao clan and cautiously probed the flame dragon's body. With a muffled sound, the blade bent backwards and left behind nothing more than a superficial line. How could it be possible for Xianxia to cut this flame dragon's body? that couldn't be cut by the burning Heaven Clan's sky, profound experts burning Heaven blade with a common little dagger. However, this body that was tough to this terrifying degree was previously supplemented with the flame dragon's tyrannical strength, in a blink of sundered into 4 pieces by Jasmine. In the blink of an eye, sundered into fourths by Jasmine. As Xianxia recalled the previous scene before him, he could not help but shudder. Even if Jasmine's cultivation began from the womb, she was still 13 or 14 years old. How exactly was it possible that she had already reached such a frightening level? In front of Jasmine, Blue Wind Empire's various, peerless geniuses wouldn't even be considered to be specks of dust. Its skin and flesh is not something that you can cut open. However, the location of its profound core ought to have already been sliced open by this princess. You should search the tip of the cerebral vertebrae. Jasmine's voice sounded in Xianxia's mind. Xianxia put away the dagger and headed toward the location Jasmine had pointed out. On the cross-section of the flame dragon's bloody corpse, he caught a glimpse of an incomparably dazzling scarlet light. Xianxia promptly leapt forward, and his hand precisely grabbed onto that speck of scarlet light. Upon landing, his hand had an additional round bead that was around 1/3 the size of his palm. The flame dragon's profound core. This was an item that would set the entire Blue Wind continent into a frenzy. However, it was completely useless to the current Xianxia, because if Xianxia dared to refine and absorb its power right now, there could only be one outcome: death by bodily explosion. After obtaining the profound core, he could do nothing else about the remaining parts of the flame dragon, and could only move everything into the sky poison pearl. Not only were spatial rings extremely expensive in the profound sky continent, they usually had the storage space of a few cubic meters, which made it fundamentally impossible to store the flame dragon's corpse. However, inside the sky poison pearl was an unlimited amount of space. Even if the flame dragon's corpse was 10 times larger, he would still be able to effortlessly store it inside. Seeing that Xianxia had finished cleaning up the flame dragon's corpse, Jasmine said with a serious tone, "Within the next month, you are not to leave the Scarlet Dragon Mountain Range. In this Scarlet Mountain range, you are required to kill at least 5 common beasts of the 9th rank, or a nascent profound beast of the 1st rank every single day. Furthermore, do not try to attempt another breakthrough during this time period, but instead maximally stabilize your current profound power." "Yes," Xianxia nodded. To suddenly jump from the 4th rank of the elementary profound realm to the 1st rank of the nascent profound realm, he indeed required some time to adjust and stabilize the spike in profound power. "Speaking of which, did you say that you'll teach me profound skills? With your current profound power, there is only one profound skill this princess can teach you. What is it?" "Star God's Broken Shadow?" Jasmine slowly said out the name. "This is a profound movement skill, and its primary stage can be activated with the least amount of profound energy." "Profound movement skill?" Xianxia was somewhat disappointed. "Are there no profound skills for attacking? Out of all the profound attacking skills in this princess' possession, there is not one the current you is capable of learning. Even though Star God's Broken Shadow is only a profound movement skill, you definitely shouldn't look down on it. If Star God's Broken Shadow is put to use, your speed will instantaneously explode and become so fast that even your afterimage wouldn't have enough time to fade away. If you are able to master the primary stage of Star God Broken Shadow, then you wouldn't lose when facing against 2 opponents of the same rank. If you can achieve the pinnacle of this skill, even if the opponents are over 3 or 5 levels higher than you, they still wouldn't be able to easily defeat you." Jasmine's last sentence instantly made Xianxia's blood boil. Also, it is this princess' one and only profound movement skill. What was Jasmine's current level? The strength of her one and only profound movement skill was obvious. Xianxia immediately nodded. "Yes, I'll learn. Let's start right away." Jasmine did not refuse and faintly stated, "If your perception is high enough, you can learn Star God's Broken Shadow in 3 months, but if your perception is insufficient, you will not be able to learn it in your entire lifetime. Whether or not you are able to master it, and to what extent, shall be up to your own power of understanding now. This princess' spiritual health is poor and must quickly return to the Sky Poison Pearl to recover. This princess will first tell you how to activate Star God's Broken Shadow and explain its main aspects. After that, it will be up to you." "Yes," Xianxia earnestly nodded. He in place and began to earnestly listen to Jasmine's every word. The nearby residents and the profound beasts of this area did not dare approach the Flame Dragon Cave, and those people from the Burning Heaven clan had already been scared out of their wits, and it was even more impossible for them to return. Therefore, Xianxia did not have to worry about being disturbed in this place. Star God's Broken Shadow. This was the very first profound skill Xianxia would learn in this world. Only, the current him was completely unaware of what the two words, Star God, truly implied. Scarlet Dragon Mountain Range 1 month later. It had just recently rained, the atmosphere was fresh and moist. Droplets of water still hung on the leaves and branches. At this moment, the stirring of the underbrush scared away the birds on the ground. As the bushes parted, an ash-gray wolf as tall as a man appeared with ferocious eyes and slowly moved about. It was a nascent, profound beast of the first rank. In the Scarlet Dragon Mountain Range, it was considered a menace, and elementary profound beasts did not dare to enter its territory. Suddenly, a prey appeared in its line of sight. It was a youth dressed in black. He continued to walk towards this direction with a smile on his face, as if he was completely unaware of the gaze of those dreadful eyes. Step by step, he drew closer and closer. Whoosh! The gray wolf's silhouette shot out from the bush like lightning. Its explosive speed was truly frightening. Even if it were a profound practitioner in the true profound realm, it was nearly impossible to evade the gray wolf's surprise attack. As its target came closer and closer to the gray wolf's line of sight, its teeth were already aimed at its target's throat and prepared to ferociously bite down. Bang! However, what caught the gray wolf off guard was the fact that, although it definitely reached the human's body and was about to pin him down on the floor to bite at the throat, instead, its own body passed through the youth's body and slammed into the ground. Only then did the image of the youth disappear. Then, a fist filled with profound energy struck from the right side of the gray wolf and ruthlessly smashed the top of its head. It died with a blood-curdling screech as blood oozing out of its orifices. With not even a single glance at the reckless gray wolf, Xianxia dusted his hands and continued to walk forward. Jasmine could not help but state, to unexpectedly complete the first stage of the Star God's Broken Shadow within this span of just 1 month. Your previous 16 years of being a cripple was truly a waste of your comprehension. She had originally thought that it would take Xianxia at least 3 months to somewhat master the first stage, but never would have thought that he would completely perfect the first stage within just 1 month, and was even able to freely utilize it. New Moon City, located in the central eastern area of the Blue Wind Empire with a scale more than 10 times larger than Floating Cloud City. Small sects and clans were established throughout the city like trees in a forest. The Blue Wind Imperial family had also set up an imperial profound government here, and even Zio's sect and Burning Heaven clan had branch sects in this location. Thus, countless young profound practitioners rushed in from every direction in hopes of the fortunate possibility that they may join the major sects, while pursuing the way of the profound. On this day, from the eastern side of the New Moon City gate, a youth dressed in black attire slowly walked up. He appeared to only be 16 or 17, and there was still some immaturity left on his features. However, his gaze was weighty and profound, and his complexion carried a resolute determination and indifference that was incompatible with his age. His progressive strides were very slow, and every step left a shallow print onto the solid ground along with a stream of startling sweat drops. The distance between Xian Forest Town and New Moon City was a total of 350 kilometers, and Xianxia had been walking for over a month. It wasn't because he did not want to arrive sooner, but because he simply could not walk any faster. On the day that he set off from Xian Forest Town, Jasmine had asked him to find a heavy object that was more than 200 kilograms. But Xianxia was even more brutal on himself. He spent all of his remaining yellow profound coins and directly bought a chunk of pig iron that weighed 330 kilograms from the smithery in Xian Forest Town. Afterwards, Xianxia prepared rations and departed Xian Forest Town. He didn't buy a profound horse, but rather traveled by foot, with this chunk of pig iron weighing 330 kilos strapped onto his back. If it was for a profound practitioner at the true profound realm, this weight wasn't considered to be much. However, for a profound practitioner at the nascent profound realm, this was definitely not a weight that could be easily ignored. The first day that Xianxia had carried the pig iron, every single step he took would consume a large amount of profound energy. At the same time, his shoulders would be in unbearable pain, and his spine seemed like it would break any time. After walking for 400 steps, all of his profound energy would be completely expended. His entire body would be pressed onto the ground by the pig iron, and he would also be unable to stand back up for a long time. But after a slight recovery, he continued to march onwards and carried that chunk of pig iron without the slightest intention of stopping. Just like that, Xianxia walked the entire 350 kilometers. For food, he had his unchanging dried rations and the low-level profound recovering pellets he made, while his drink was the water he prepared at the waterfall from the Scarlet Dragon mountain range. The sweat drops he left behind during this entire journey, if merged, was enough to form into a decently sized stream. Xianxia's frightening willpower astonished Jasmine yet again. It was because throughout the entire journey, Xianxia had not put down the pig iron on his back even once. Even if he was completely exhausted and his back bled, his expression did not reveal the slightest hint of resignation, nor did he let out any sounds of painful suffering. Instead, he remained incomparably composed. 350 kilometers. From the difficult initial step to the gradual adaptation later on, after the process of exhausting and recovering again and again. For thousands of times, Xianxia's profound energy in his profound veins became even more thicker and richer, so much that there was an indication of another possible breakthrough half a month ago. However, Xianxia forcefully suppressed his profound powers breakthrough. Since the earlier increase of his profound strength was too fierce, it was necessary for him to adequately stabilize the profound energy while also allowing his body to completely adapt and control his profound power. On this day, New Moon City's city gate finally appeared in his line of sight. Finally arrived! As Xianxia strolled onward, the corner of his mouth formed a smile. The current you can undoubtedly achieve a perfect victory against any profound beasts of the same level. But in the end, profound beasts only have low intelligence and have very singular and boring attack patterns. If you want to become a legitimately strong practitioner, you'll need to battle more with people. Then, let us start with this New Moon City. Jasmine said, as if she was an experienced elderly person. Yes, as Xianxia nodded his head. His gaze contained no fear at all, but instead possessed an indistinct excitement and expectation. Now, put down the pig iron on your body. Your current body should be completely used to the huge growth spike of profound power. No, even if it had spiked up a few more levels, your body should still be able to endure it. Xianxia released the pig iron and dropped it down, causing it to smash a deep dent into the surface of the ground. At that instant, Xianxia felt that his body was so light that it seemed as if it didn't exist. He slightly channeled some energy and kicked under his foot. From this jump, he actually leapt over 16 straight meters. After firmly landing onto the ground, he swung his right hand. A crimson-colored flame fiercely ignited from his right hand, then quickly extinguished, reignited, and extinguished again. He controlled it freely to his heart's content without any resistance. I'll tell you some good news. With your current body, you can barely endure the first stage of the evil god's 7 gates, which means you can now attempt to open the first gate when you meet an opponent that you can't defeat. I can open the first gate already? Xianxia's face was full of astonishment. Only barely. As a last resort, you can try to open it. With your current profound power and physique, it shouldn't cause any major danger to your life. However, I am unsure about whether or not it would cause any permanent damage. Before reaching the 7th level of nascent profound realm, it's best to not use it recklessly. Jasmine spoke with warning words. Xianxia originally wanted to try to feel the sensation of opening the first gate, and at the same time wanted to see how powerful the profound skills would be with the gate open. But after listening to Jasmine's words, he could only obediently put down that thought. If by chance his body couldn't endure and was injured permanently, that would certainly be a huge loss. As he walked closer to New Moon City, the thick and majestic city wall appeared in front of Xianxia with a wave of extremely oppressing force. Endless people flowed in and out under the towering city gate, displaying a bustle that would almost never occur in floating Cloud City. If one entered the streets of New Moon City and looked around, different styles of buildings and storefronts sprawled on without end. As crowds moved together, the waves of clamor were like the tide. It was exceedingly lively and bustling. In addition, regardless of gender or age, nearly everyone carried varied levels of profound energy. This is a large city after all. In comparison, floating Cloud City only resembled a slightly large town. Xianxia sighed. Hello, the uncle over there. If I may ask, where is the location of the Black Moon Merchant Guild? Xianxia stopped a middle-aged man who looked to be relatively good-natured and politely asked him, "Black Moon Merchant Guild?" The man assessed Xianxia from head to toe. Although his ordinary attire and his overly young age made him a bit skeptical, he still extended his hand and pointed. "Head west straight from here after crossing about 7 streets, turn right and keep walking, then you'll arrive. However, young man, for a place like Black Moon Merchant Guild, no matter buying or selling, it is necessary to have a considerable capital." Xianxia nodded, said his thanks, and walked toward the direction he pointed to. After passing 7 extremely long streets, he took a right turn. After continuously walking for another half a quarter of an hour, the flow of people suddenly decreased. Even the atmosphere had become quite different. A huge plaque embedded with a black waning moon appeared in Xianxia's line of sight. The 4 words, "Black Moon Merchant Guild," were lined horizontally below the black moon. Although they were only 4 words, they carried an inexplicable deterrent force. It was different from the bustling and liveliness on other streets. Not only were the amount of people that passes through very few, most of them also walked with hurried footsteps and with their mouths tightly closed. Let alone being bustling, there weren't even anyone that spoke loudly, as if they were afraid to disturb something. This Black Moon Merchant Guild is really just as grandfather had described. Xianxia quietly muttered to himself. Black Moon Merchant Guild's headquarters was located in the greatest country in the profound sky continent, the Divine Phoenix Empire. Its branch guilds had reached every country and major city, and was reputed to be the biggest merchant guild chain in the profound sky continent. Of course, the Black Moon Merchant Guild wasn't as simple as just a merchant guild. To make the Black Moon Merchant Guild dominate all of profound sky continent, one could imagine the degree of influence behind its back. When Xiao Lai had talked about the Black Moon Merchant Guild earlier, he had very seriously mentioned that even the 4 major sects would never dare to be rash in the Black Moon Merchant Guild. The Black Moon Merchant Guild system was extremely stringent. In transactions, they could almost achieve absolute fairness and would never be biased against any one side. However, the Black Moon Merchant Guild usually only deal in merchandise with a high enough grade and would never take even a glance at goods of a lower quality. After confirming the position of the Black Moon Merchant Guild, Xianxia went into a corner with no one around. He then took out a small bottle of medicinal powder he had refined earlier and quickly smeared it on his face. "What are you doing?" Jasmine curiously asked. Xianxia did not answer. After he lifted up his face again, the immature features had already disappeared, and what replaced it was the resolute and stern face of a middle-aged person. Even his gaze was filled with the vicissitude of life. He also rubbed small amounts of the medicinal powder onto his hands, which made them appear somewhat shriveled. Then he took out a cloak that appeared to be slightly worn out, switched out the black clothing he was wearing before, and took out a bamboo hat that covered a half of his face after being worn. "You even know how to disguise?" Jasmine yelled out in astonishment. "For a doctor of miracles, being able to disguise is nothing." Xianxia had on a proud smile. Soon after, his entire face became stiff and ice-cold, and even his voice turned hoarse. "No matter where Black Moon Merchant Guild appears, it would always be the magnate of the merchant guilds in the area, unmatched by anyone. If it is a high enough grade, Black Moon Merchant Guild would buy and sell anything. There may even be pretty clothing for girls. Let's go in and take a look." As he mentioned the words, "pretty clothing for girls," Xianxia clearly heard Jasmine let out the faint chirp sound of bird. For commoners, they would all hold a sense of deep reverence toward the Black Moon Merchant Guild. When they passed by this place, they would all quickly walk past, and did not dare to make any movements that could possibly offend the Black Moon Merchant Guild. Xianxia's bizarre appearance had attracted many people's attention, but when they saw him calmly and readily walk into the Black Moon Merchant Guild, their gazes that looked at Xianxia also filled with a little bit of reverence. To have the capital to trade inside Black Moon Merchant Guild, one would undoubtedly be a person of great importance. The interior of the Black Moon Merchant Guild was very spacious, and its silence carried a kind of looming pressure. If normal people walked inside, they would all be constrained by the atmosphere, to the point of not being able to breathe. Atop the enormous cargo shelves, there was a dazzling assortment of merchandise. Medicinal ingredients, pellets, weapons, armors, gems, low-rank profound beast cores, and even low-rank profound skills. It had everything. But unquestionably, none of the things being sold here were inexpensive. Some may be impossible for a regular family to purchase even with a lifetime's worth of savings. There was a 30-something-year-old man standing behind the counter inside the Black Moon Merchant Guild. Even though Xianxia had entered with this strange disguise, he only glanced at him and asked, "Buying or selling?" Xianxia went straight to the point. Raising his right hand to place 3 scarlet-colored pills on top of the counter, he coldly said, "3 fire spirit pills make an offer." These 3 fire spirit pills were made by refining the fire spirit grass Xianxia had collected from the flame dragon's cave. "Fire spirit pill?" The clerk's rigid face finally made a small expression as he picked up one of the pills and lightly stroked it. Suddenly, his complexion changed and was barely able to let out his voice. 10th rank fire spirit pill?" In order to synthesize a medicine pill, it had to pass through the required harvesting of ingredients, looking through the storage, selecting the correct refining tools, proper heat control, and a crucial refining skill. So it was normal for the potency of the medicinal power to be reduced during this whole process. During the refining process, even for a high-level pharmacist, it was practically impossible to avoid losing some of the medicinal power. Therefore, a pill of the 6th rank was already considered a top-grade item. A pill of the 7th or 8th rank was rare and was already considered to be the highest quality. A top-notch pharmacist belonging to one of the major sects might be able to produce a pill of the 9th rank, but it would be considered a peerless item. As for a 10th-ranked pill, even for a first-rate pharmacist, to come across one would be 1 in a 10,000. The higher the potency of the medicine pill, the higher the price, and the faster the body would be able to naturally refine it. The price of an 8th-ranked pill would be double of the price of a 7th-ranked pill, but for a 9th-ranked pill, it would almost be impossible to be found on the market. These were usually kept by the major sects for use for their core disciples or used to offer tribute. As for a 10th-ranked pill, it was also rarely seen even in the profound Sky Continent's Black Moon Merchant Guild. If only one of the pills was 10th-ranked, it would be nothing much. But the clerk stared with wide eyes when he realized that all 3 of the fire spirit pills were of the 10th rank. Fire spirit grass was already hard to find, but it was also very difficult to refine it into a fire spirit pill. As for it being of the 10th rank, he had never even heard of one before. He could only imagine what would happen if a profound practitioner practicing in the fire arts were to set their eyes on these 3 fire spirit pills. They would most likely covet it with eyes popping out. "Make an offer," Xianxia coldly said again. The clerk finally snapped out of it and quickly brought out a black wooden box and placed the 3 fire spirit pills into it to prevent the medicinal energy from dispersing. His expression was now a bit more respectful as he faced Xianxia. These were 3 fire spirit pills of the 10th rank and were actually brought out to be sold for money. Black Moon Merchant Guild usually had an air of arrogance, but anyone would be able to tell that this person was definitely of great importance. The clerk courteously said, "These 3 fire spirit pills of the 10th rank are the best of the best. As for the price, I will give you 100 purple profound coins each. Therefore, how about 300 purple profound coins total?" Xianxia was silent for a while. Since Xianxia was silent for quite some time, the clerk began to panic in fear. He carefully took note of the situation. If the price was not satisfactory, he would not hesitate to increase it. These 3 fire spirit pills of the 10th rank, each one would without a doubt obtain a sky-high price if sold to any one of those major sects of the profound Sky Continent that practiced in the fire attribute. How was he supposed to know Xianxia was silent not because of the lowball offer, but was immediately taken aback by the offered price 300 purple profound coins? Holy crap! That was a whole 3 million yellow profound coins. It was equivalent to a century's worth of income from an average family. On the Azure Cloud continent, during the times he followed his master around, his master refined medicine to save lives, and never once did he charge a single coin. After the death of his master, he had only used the Sky Poison Pearl to refine medicine pills for himself to use in order to increase his strength. Therefore, he had no concept of the actual market price or value of each medicinal pill. He had originally thought selling a fire spirit pill for 1 purple profound coin would have already been pretty good. After selling 3, he would have enough to live extravagantly for a short while. But he never expected he would be offered 300 purple profound coins. He was stupefied. These medicine pills were unexpectedly quite valuable. On the profound Sky Continent, good medicinal pills were ridiculously expensive, because high-grade medicine pills were used for profound cultivation. It was a shortcut to increase one's profound energy. Many painstakingly years of cultivation could not compare with just being able to intake a medicinal pill. His continued silence made the clerk nervously state, "If you are still unsatisfied with the price, then—" Before even letting him finish, Xianxia exclaimed, "Deal!" For his offer to be immediately accepted, the clerk could not hide his delight. Because even if one was priced to be sold for 1,000 purple profound coins, any of those major sects would easily fight over it. He quickly gathered the fire spirit pills and turned around. After a while, he brought out a shiny violet card, presented to Xianxia and stated, "This is your profound currency card. Please accept it. If you require anything else, you are always welcomed at our Black Moon Merchant Guild." This violet profound currency card held the coins inside it. Xianxia decided to inspect its content and found not a single coin less. It was exactly 300 purple profound coins. Xianxia has never had this much money in his entire life. His entire savings for the past 16 years could only amount to a little more than 1,000 yellow profound coins. 300 purple profound coins. How long would it take to spend all of it? If Little Aunt saw this, she would definitely be shocked. After putting the profound currency card away, Xianxia did not immediately leave. He used his right hand to again put something on the counter and coldly said, "A profound core, your offer." After placing the scarlet-colored profound core on the counter, Xianxia heard Jasmine's questioning voice in his head. "What are you doing? You want to sell it? Are you crazy?" Xianxia promptly replied, No, of course I'm not selling it. You don't have to worry. I just want to scare them a little so that in the future it would be more convenient for me to do business here." Jasmine did not respond. "Profound core?" The clerk suspiciously picked it up. Members of the Black Moon Merchant Guild, even of the lowest rank, still had the ability to be an astonishing person. However, he was still unable to determine which beast this profound beast core came from. He picked up the profound core and gently caressed it. Soon after, his complexion suddenly changed. His eyes opened wide as he raised both trembling hands. This, dragon core. Not only that, it's an Emperor Profound Dragon Core. Humph, fussing over nothing, quickly make an offer, Xianxia said impatiently. The clerk placed the Profound Core back onto the counter, afraid to pick it up again. His view of Xianxia had completely changed from before. It was a difference of heaven and earth. He politely said, "Esteemed customer, please wait a moment. For such an important matter, this little one here does not have the authority to make the decision." At this point, he turned around and shouted towards the floor above, "Elder Pooh, come quickly. It's an important business matter. Quick!" Not long after, a petite elderly man appeared atop the staircase and slowly walked down. Even though the staircase was made of wood, his steps did not make the typical creaking noise one would make. His pair of eyes were gentle yet full of vitality. His name was Pooh He, known to everyone in New Moon City as the manager of this Black Moon Merchant Guild branch. "Important business matter?" Pooh He calmly yet proudly walked over and subtly glanced at Xianxia. "Elder Pooh, come look." The clerk picked up the profound core with trembling hands and presented it to Pooh He. Pooh He glared at him and displeasingly said, "Humph, get a hold of yourself. How can you let such a small profound core put you in this state? Could it be that this is a sky profound core? Look at you, people will start to think that our Black Moon Merchant Guild is lacking." Pooh He lectured with an icy glare as he took the profound core. In that instant, he suddenly stopped talking as his hands slightly trembled. He quickly brought it closer to his eyes and carefully used a bit of his profound energy to examine it. His body trembled as his beard perked up and cried out with a voice an octave higher than the clerk's, Emperor Profound, Dragon Core." The clerk secretly gave him a look. "Just a moment ago, you lectured me, but you yelled out louder than I did. Humph, a mere Emperor Profound Core has already gotten you guys to cause such a fuss. Black Moon Merchant Guild is truly promising." Pooh He was extremely shocked when he heard this statement said by a cold, husky voice. He promptly hid his expression, looked at Xianxia, and earnestly sized him up. He carefully placed the flame dragon's core back onto the counter and respectfully asked, "Esteemed customer, would it be possible to tell us your honorable name?" When he first came down, he had only glanced at Xianxia. Upon seeing the zombie-like face, he had only snorted in disdain because who in New Moon City would dare to be cocky in his Black Moon Merchant Guild? But now, Pooh He thought the way Xianxia looked was perfectly normal. A person who was capable of obtaining an Emperor Profound Dragon Core, what kind of existence was he? What use would he have for a small town's Black Moon Merchant Guild? When he studied this middle-aged man earlier, he had been shocked because this person possessed extremely sharp and keen eyes. With such eyes, it would be impossible to hide anything in front of this man. Xianxia squinted his eyes with a cold demeanor, asked, "Your Black Moon Merchant Guild just conducts business transactions. When did it add on a new rule of asking for someone's name?" In that split second, he felt a hint of killing intent. Although it was only for a brief moment, it still made all the hair on his body stand up. He himself had killed many people in this lifetime and had been through many near-death experiences as well. So he was very easily able to understand and sense killing intent. But in his entire life, he had never felt such a terrifying killing intent from a moment ago. He could not even imagine how many people one would have to kill to obtain such a terrifying killing aura. 10,000, 100,000, or possibly a number that would scare even ghosts, 1,000,000. Perhaps the killing intent of a Hell Usura in Legends would not possibly compare to this. Puhi's heart rate jumped up as he broke out in a cold sweat. Of all the years he had been in New Moon City, this was the very first time he'd ever broken out in cold sweat. A deathly pale face with a terrifying murderous aura. He was even able to take out an Emperor Profound core as if it was nothing. Exactly what realm was this person in? This murderous aura, perhaps killing people was something he casually did. Then if someone were to annoy him, at this point, Puhi's back was soaked with cold sweat. He lowered his head and respectfully answered, "No, no, please don't mind Puhi." In the presence of one who is able to kill an Emperor Profound beast, nevertheless an Emperor Profound true dragon, one can only be admired and be unrivaled. Puhi couldn't hold back his admiration and let his tongue slip. He really wanted to know the rank of this terrifying person. But even if he was given even more courage, he would still not dare to test Xianxia's level of profound power. "Humph," Xianxia coldly snorted. After the murderous aura had dispersed, Puhi was finally able to let out a sigh of relief and politely asked, "An Emperor Profound core is an immeasurable treasure. Not to mention New Moon City, even in all of Blue Wind Empire, one would only appear once in a century. Why would our esteemed customer would want such a treasure to be sold?" "It's useless to me," Xianxia nonchalantly stated. Useless to him? Puhi's heart skipped a beat. Even an Emperor Profound core was easily dismissible. Exactly what realm was this person in? Puhi bitterly smiled and said, "Esteemed customer, although this Pu greatly desires this Emperor Profound Dragon Core, I do not want to hide the fact that this is an extremely valuable item, so its value is simply incalculable. Even if this Pu offered you the value of this Black Moon Merchant Guild's branch, it may still only be worth 1/5 of this Emperor Profound Dragon's Core. However, if esteemed customer is set on selling it, it would be better to go to our Black Moon Merchant Guild branch located in Blue Wind Imperial City. They will definitely be able to offer you a price that is to your satisfaction," stated Puhi as he carefully picked up the Emperor Profound Dragon Core and placed it in front of Xianxia. Xianxia silently took back the Profound Core without the slightest change in facial expression. He did not leave immediately, but suddenly asked, "What kind of person is Xianxia?" This question startled Puhi, but he politely replied, "In New Moon City, this Pu only knows of one called Xianxia. He is the great elder of the New Moon Profound Palace appointed here by the imperial family. He is an upright individual with a very high standing in New Moon City. Is there some kind of relationship between esteemed customer and Xianxia?" "Humph!" Xianxia just snorted without even a reply, turned and started to leave. At this moment, Jasmine suddenly voiced out mentally, "Don't leave. This princess wants that red one. Buy it, buy it, buy it." Xianxia stopped in his tracks, turned back around and looked in the direction of what Jasmine was talking about. Towards the top left of the enormous shelf full of goods, he saw a dark red dress. It was a small yet exquisite dress that was clearly made for a young lady. He pointed at the dress and asked with oblique eyes, "How much?" Xianxia stopping and suddenly coming back startled Puhi. He promptly looked at the dress and politely answered, "Esteemed customer, you may not know this, but this smoky red fairy dress is made for girls under 14 years of age. It is rather small and may not be suitable for your wife." Xianxia rolled his eyes and coldly replied, "Daughter, Jasmine, number %," Puhi promptly explained. This smoky red fairy dress was made with heavenly silk chiffon and embroidered with 81 blood-red crystal tassels. Not only is its luster breathtaking, it can ward off evil spirits and is quite delicate to the touch. In the entire New Moon City, this is the one and only available. Therefore, it is somewhat expensively priced at 500 purple profound coins. Xianxia's outer appearance remained quite calm, but his heart felt like it had just been trampled by a few thousand galloping mudgrass horses. Of course, Xianxia knew what blood-red crystals were. Not only were their color radiant, when worn on the body, it could help regulate blood flow and ward off evil spirits. Therefore, it was quite expensive. But this fairy dress had rows of glistening tassels, and all of them were blood-red crystals, all 81 of them. And its value was unexpectedly priced as high as 500 purple profound coins. At first, getting a hold of 300 purple profound coins was like getting rich overnight for Xianxia, and he hadn't even thought about how he would spend it. Who would have thought that he could not even afford to buy a single girl's dress? This shrewd Black Moon merchant guild, when it came to selling, they were definitely not playing around. Before coming to New Moon City, he had already promised Jasmine multiple times that he would buy her the finest of clothes. But the very first piece that caught her attention was this. Seeing Xianxia's predicament, He did not even hesitate as he reached for the smoky red fairy dress, placed it in front of Xianxia, and said while smiling, "When esteemed customer brought the Emperor Profound Dragon Core here, you had already been quite considerate of us. But this Pooh's little store's financials were truly lacking and has inconvenienced you. This smoky red fairy dress, please accept this gift as an apology," and he swallowed and cautiously said, "Take this chance to become friends." Even for this small branch of the Black Moon Merchant Guild, 500 purple profound coins was by no means a small amount. But if they were able to make a good impression on this great individual and create even a small favorable relationship, it would absolutely be worth it. Xianxia was silent for a moment, then picked up the smoky red fairy dress and slowly turned to leave as he made a short statement. "I will remember this favor." As Xianxia disappeared from his line of sight, he finally let out a sigh of relief as he subconsciously wiped the sweat off his forehead. The clerk, who did not dare to make a single sound, finally walked over and whispered, "Elder Pooh, when did New Moon City have such a person of this magnitude? He even had an Emperor Profound Core. Earlier, when I realized it was an Emperor Profound Core, my heart almost stopped from the shock. If news of the Emperor Profound Dragon Core was to spread, the entirety of New Moon City, no. Experts from all over would flock here to New Moon City, and, after speaking to this point, the clerk just shuddered. "You fool!" He glared at him. "How can that person be from New Moon City? If there was such a person here in New Moon City, wouldn't we know? Furthermore, he has an Emperor Profound Dragon Core and wanted to sell it. It's obvious it means nothing to him. This person's profound realm should be beyond the scope of our understanding. Do you really think he would be afraid of those who would come after his Emperor Profound Dragon Core? But when he first came in and I probed his profound strength, how come I only sensed that he was only at the first rank of the nascent profound realm? You're still too young." He patted him on the shoulder and earnestly said, "A person who is able to kill an Emperor Profound beast, there's no way you would be able to sense what profound realm he was in. Once you're at his level, one can easily hide their profound aura, not to mention lowering it to the nascent profound realm. It wouldn't be odd if they lowered it to the elementary profound realm. So the next time you come across someone who seems to be of a lower profound realm, especially if they're not young, you absolutely cannot be haughty because they might actually be a top-notch expert." "Ooh." The clerk nodded and brought out the black wooden box used to hold the fire spirit pills and said, "Elder Pooh, I almost forgot, but before he brought out the profound core, there were these 3 fire spirit pills. Also, these 3 fire spirit pills are all of the 10th rank." "What?" The startled he immediately picked up the 3 fire spirit pills and spoke with a trembling voice. "To be able to create 10th-ranked medicine pills, only those first-rate pharmacists from the top major sects are able to accomplish it. This person must be from a place at the same level of the sanctuary or the ocean palace. No wonder he had such a terrifying killing aura." When recalling the killing intent that made all of his hair stand up, he shuddered. He was quite relieved that the previous situation was handled properly. On top of that, they had actually gained a bit of favor. After Xianxia left the Black Moon Merchant Guild, he walked a considerable distance before finding an uninhabited area. He quickly changed his clothes, removed the disguise on his face, and leisurely walked out in a different direction in which he came from. Then came the angry voice of Jasmine in his head. "You dare say that this princess is your daughter? I had no other choice. Was I supposed to say I was buying it for my master? Yeah, that wouldn't do. Humph, I'll let it pass this time because this piece of clothing is really not bad, but if you ever dare to speak nonsense about this princess again, I'll definitely not show you any mercy. 500 purple profound coins. If I added up the value of all the clothes I had worn in 2 lifetimes, it still wouldn't add up to the value of a piece of this dress. Xianxia barked back. This princess granted you new profound veins and even became your master. To this day, I've only wanted this 500 purple profound coins worth of an item, and you're already complaining. Xianxia was speechless. You really were too bold earlier and went as far as letting them get a hold of the profound core. Aren't you afraid that they would kill you for it? This princess can't even use a bit of her profound energy right now. If they decided to act, not only would we lose the profound core, we'd lose our lives as well. Jasmine coldly exclaimed. No, it's the opposite. Xianxia laughed. The more arbitrarily I leave the profound core in their hands, the more afraid they'll be to try anything devious. Even if they did sense my profound strength, it would only cause them to become more cautious. As for whether they'd spread this information, that's their own business and I could care less. But if I had to guess, there's a 90% chance that they won't. Today, this princess has finally seen what false bravado was. However, by doing this, what are you really up to? In the entire profound sky continent, the one with the most resources and connections is the Black Moon Merchant Guild. As for the truly good items, they will inflate the price and only sell them to the major sects. For a person like me, even if I was wealthy, they still wouldn't sell to me. Therefore, I had to make a strong impression and establish myself in their eyes. In any case, having this Emperor Profound Dragon Core, along with my disguise, I could easily accomplish this. Like this, it'll be more convenient to deal with the Black Moon Merchant Guild in the future. Oh, not even speaking of the future, didn't it already work just earlier? Everyone in the Black Moon Merchant Guild is quite arrogant. If I hadn't scared them just now, would they have eagerly taken the initiative to gift this smoky red fairy dress to me? Oh right, the Udambara flower and even the purple-veined god crystals that you need. The Black Moon Merchant Guild also has the highest probability of having it. Jasmine was silent for a while, before suddenly asking, Earlier in the Black Moon Merchant Guild, what's with the murderous aura that came from you? That split second of killing intent had even shocked Jasmine. It was a kind of murderous aura that could almost solidify, and was not a bit inferior to her own murderous aura. This kind of murderous aura could not be cultivated, nor could it be faked. Only through taking innumerable number of lives would one slowly accumulate it. But a murderous aura to be at this bone-chilling level, at least hundreds of thousands or even millions of lives had to be taken. That split second of killing intent had even caused enough fear for Puhi, who was at the Earth Profound realm, to suffocate. Otherwise, for people of Puhi's level, with their years of experience and keen eyes, it wouldn't be guaranteed that they wouldn't doubt Xianxia. Xianxia paused for a while and spoke with melancholy. If I told you, you definitely wouldn't believe me, but we are truly alike. Aside from the imperial capital in Blue Wind Imperial City, there was a total of 72 other cities with profound palaces appointed by the imperial family. New Moon City was one of those cities, and its New Moon Profound Palace was ranked among the best. In addition, the requirement to get accepted into the palace wasn't considered high, or at least, was much lower than those slightly famous middle-leveled sects. Therefore, countless profound practitioners tried to seek admittance every year. The New Moon Profound Palace in New Moon City had established the Profound Department, Medicine Department, Literature Department, Music Department, Art Department, etc. for a total of 13 departments, so it was only natural the area that the palace occupied would be huge. Sikong Han, whom Xianxia was searching for, was also the head elder of the New Moon Profound Palace, and his position was second only to the 3 palace chiefs. However, even Xiao Lai was not aware of Sikong Han's identity in New Moon City. After asking around, Xianxia quickly arrived at New Moon Profound Palace's location. As he was hesitating on whether or not he should enter, an exaggerated voice suddenly came from his left. "BBB, brother-in-law." This voice stunned Xianxia for a moment. He turned around and bewilderedly looked at the imposing man in front of him. Ah no, it was a youth. When seeing his figure, no one would believe that he was only a youth of 15. With a height of over 2 meters and 20 or 30 centimeters, his entire body was even more shockingly burly. Blocks of muscles were stacked up high, and just by standing there, he looked like a small mountain. "Yuanba, why are you here?" Xianxia said with a completely astonished face. This astonishingly burly youth was actually Xia Qingyu's little brother, and his only best friend from a young age, Xia Yuanba. "Brother-in-law, it really is you." Seeing Xianxia's face, Xia Yuanba's voice grew somewhat louder as he rushed over with a face that brimmed with surprise and joy. As he ran over, even the ground slightly quivered. If one saw Xia Yuanba's posture, it looked as if he may be coming in for a bear hug. Xianxia could not help but feel his scalp go numb and unconsciously took 2 steps back. If he was hugged like this, suffering a bone fracture would be considered as getting off light. Stop, 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 stop! Xianxia quickly waved his hands, stopping the excited Xia Yuanba who'd almost hugged him. He then looked at him from head to toe and asked again, Yuanba, why are you here in this place? I should be the one asking brother-in-law this question. Xia Yuanba's face flushed with excitement. Half a year ago, I heard you were driven out of your clan. I searched for you for many days, but I still failed to find you. Phew, it's really good that you're all right. I thought that something had happened to you and couldn't sleep peacefully at all during these past 6 months. Xia Yuanba's surprise and concern came entirely from the bottom of his heart. In this world, apart from Xiao Lai and Xiao Lingxi, the only person who cared about him was his childhood friend, Xia Yuanba. With his heart greatly moved, Xianxia stepped forward and patted his robust arm. Rest assured, my life is awfully tough. How could anything happen to me? Being driven out of the Xiao clan was actually a good thing. The outside world is much more wonderful than the floating cloud city that we spent 10 or so years of our lives in. These past 6 months I've been continuously walking west from floating cloud city, and it was only today that I arrived at New Moon City. For you to be here, don't tell me. Xianxia looked to the side and glanced at New Moon Profound Palace's large and eye-catching signboard. He, brother-in-law really is smart. I've currently entered the New Moon Profound Palace. As he spoke about the New Moon Profound Palace, Yuanba's face expressed a hint of pride. I had already came here 6 months ago, and I've also entered the Profound Department's Class 1. Class 1? Is it hard to enter this class? Listening to Xia Yuanba's tone, this Class 1 seemed to be very amazing. Of course, Xia Yuanba nodded and boastfully said, Class 1 is taught by Profound Department's Great Elder himself. The requirements to enter the Class 1 is the highest. You must either have enough talent or, have sufficient connections. Xianxia remembered that 6 months ago, Xia Yuanba was at the 4th level of elementary profound realm. At this age, that level could only be regarded as mediocre and not even a dime of good enough talent, which meant that it could only be the latter. Xianxia asked with a face full of suspicion, Your family has a relationship with the New Moon Profound Palace. Xia Yuanba answered with an embarrassed laugh. Oh. As a matter of fact, when my grandfather was young, he would often visit New Moon City and made a really good friend here. That friend later became one of the vice chiefs of New Moon Profound Palace. Therefore, not only did I not take the test to get into New Moon Profound Palace, but I also got into Class 1. Let's not talk about these things. Brother-in-law, were you always by yourself? Did you find a place to stay in New Moon City yet? What are you going to do from now on? Xia Yuanba asked in a somewhat anxious tone. His deep feelings of concern was exhibited through this question. He understood Xianxia all too well. Physique was only so-so, had never stepped outside of floating cloud city before reaching 16. And the most crucial point was that, with his profound vein disability, it was fundamentally impossible for him to have the ability to defend himself. It was hard to not worry about him. Xianxia did not answer Xia Yuanba's question, but instead asked as he raised his head. The great elder you talked about that supervises Class 1, is he called Sikong Han? His figure was not considered short, but standing in front of Xia Yuanba, he almost felt like that he had just walked out of a Lilliputian nation. That's right, that's exactly Elder Sikong. Brother-in-law, didn't you just arrive at New Moon City? How do you know about Elder Sikong? Xia Yuanba asked whilst rubbing his head. He and my grandfather had a relationship. Before I left Floating Cloud City, grandfather told me to come and find him. Xianxia said. When he heard what Xianxia had said, Xia Yuanba's eyes immediately brightened as he excitedly replied. That's great. Elder Sikong's prestige is very high in New Moon City, and he also treats others very nicely. If he and grandfather Xiao knows each other, perhaps he can arrange a place for you to stay, amen? It would be even better if he could arrange a place inside New Moon Profound Palace. Xianxia started to smile. Then take me to find him. Actually, Xianxia did not intend to stay in New Moon City for long, because beneath the heavens, everywhere was his training ground. Only he was unwilling to abandon his grandfather's painstaking wish, and also wanted to see if he could get some sort of opportunity from Sikong Han. Oh, okay. Xia Yuanba immediately nodded. Then his expression suddenly paused a bit as he reached out his hand to scratch his ears. But it's not definite that you'll be able to see him today, because today just happens to be the new palace chief's appointment day, and there's still a congratulatory feast in the evening. I heard that all of New Moon City's well-known sects and clans with influence will all be there. Elder Sikong should be busy preparing for it. Xianxia thought for a bit and said, "So it's like this, let's still go and visit him. It's best if we can get to see him, and if we couldn't manage see him, then we'll put it off for tomorrow." "Oh, okay." Immediately, Xia Yuanba brought Xianxia and walked toward the New Moon Profound Palace's main entrance. At the main entrance, the two were stopped. The young gatekeeper held out his arm in front of Xianxia and blocked him. "Non-disciples of the palace are not allowed to enter," Xia Yuanba quickly said. "Senior Brother Zhan, he is my brother-in-law and has business with Elder Sikong." The person that Yuanba called Senior Brother Zhan had a solemn complexion and respectfully said, "Usually a palace disciple can bring one person inside, but not today. This evening is the congratulatory feast for the new palace chief's appointment. The elders are currently busy with many affairs, and it's inconvenient to meet guests. If you have any business, come back tomorrow." "This." Xia Yuanba could only helplessly look at Xianxia. Xianxia deliberately took out the wooden tablet that grandfather had given him and said, "I wonder if this wooden tablet could possibly let me enter and see Elder Sikong right now." Senior Brother Zhan casually glanced at the wooden tablet. As he was about to speak, his gaze suddenly snapped back onto the wooden tablet again and answered while knitting his brow. "This is Elder Sikong's 7 Profound Tablet. Oh, should have taken that out earlier, please enter." When he finished speaking, he withdrew his extended arm, took a step back, and signaled Xianxia and Xia Yuanba to come in. Xianxia only wanted to try it, but he didn't expect that it would actually succeed. After entering New Moon Profound Palace, Xia Yuanba said with an astonished face, "Brother-in-law, how do you have Elder Sikong's 7 Profound Tablet? Only the 7 people closest to the Elder have this, and with this tablet, you could be considered a person of the New Moon Profound Palace, and can freely enter the New Moon Profound Palace as well. Sikong gave it to grandfather back then when they were young. Perhaps it's to help grandfather to find him with ease in the New Moon Profound Palace." Xianxia interpreted. He then thought, Sikong actually gave such a tablet to grandfather. It seems that back in those days, grandfather didn't grant him just any small kindness. Now, Xia Yuanba brought Xianxia and directly walked toward the Elder's Hall in New Moon Profound Palace. Along the way, he introduced New Moon Profound Palace and what he had experienced in the past 6 months to Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly heard Jasmine's somewhat peculiar voice in his mind. "This person is your friend? Yes, are there any problems?" For Jasmine to actually ask about Xia Yuanba, Xianxia's heart bursted with surprise. "How old?" 15 and a half. 15 and a half years old, Jasmine pondered for a second, then said with a low voice, "This person actually possesses the tyrannical emperor's divine veins." "Tyrannical emperors, divine veins." Xianxia's footsteps paused, frowning. "What do you mean?" "His profound veins are very special. His vein width is more than twice that of ordinary people, and even the structure is quite different. These profound veins are known as the tyrannical emperor's divine veins. Even in the divine, well, in short, it is an extremely rare profound vein. If it were in the place where I was born, people who have this profound vein would inevitably dominate a region and be appointed as an emperor. But for it to have appeared in this kind of place, what a wasted vein. The reason why his veins are excessively large is also because of his tyrannical emperor's divine veins. With these veins, while it's not obvious at the elementary profound realm, once he steps into the nascent profound realm and his profound power matures, he would have to put in at least 10 times the effort of ordinary people for every level after. Also, throughout his entire lifetime, he can only progress up to nascent profound realm and will never break through into true profound realm. "Xianxia, brother-in-law, we're here." Even though Xianxia wanted to continue to question, Xia Yuanba had already pulled him in front of the Elder's Hall. "I'll go see if Elder Sikong is here." As Xia Yuanba was just about to knock, the door suddenly opened by itself, and a man that looked to be 40-something years old, who wore a dark-colored robe, walked out. When seeing him, Xia Yuanba quickly greeted him. "Elder Sikong, you're actually here. That's wonderful." This person was exactly the Sikong Xianxia was looking for, even though he looked a bit younger than what Xianxia had imagined. After seeing Xia Yuanba, he smiled gently. "Oh, Yuanba, do you need anything from me? It's my brother-in-law. He has some business with you." Xia Yuanba shifted his body, revealing Yun Qi, who was completely blocked by his huge body earlier, to Sikong Han. Yun Qi walked up and politely spoke. Elder Sikong, Junior Yun Qi came from Floating Cloud City in the east. I wonder if Elder Sikong is still able to recall an old friend from Floating Cloud City named Zio Lai. Zio Lai. You said Zio Lai? Hearing this name, a reaction that exceeded Yun Qi's expectations came from Sikong Han. In one fast step, he walked over and grabbed Yun Qi's shoulder with both of his hands. Where is he? Could it be that he has come to New Moon City? Yun Qi shook his head. No, right now, Grandfather is still in Floating Cloud City. I'm here to find you in accordance to Grandfather's wish. After finished speaking, Yun Qi took out the 7 profound tablet and brought it in front of Sikong Han's eyes. Sikong Han picked up the tablet and let out a soft, sad sigh. It's already been 7 years. These past years, I had always wanted to visit him in Floating Cloud City, but I could never do so. I hope that this time, I could at least slightly pay back his past kindness. After leading Yun Qi and Xia Yuanba into Elder's Hall, Sikong Han sat down and carefully examined Yun Qi. Without the air of arrogance that a profound palace's great elder appointed by the imperial family should have, he instead asked with a look of concern, "You say your elder brother Zio's grandson, yet how come your family name is Yun?" That's right. Brother-in-law, how come you referred to yourself as Yun Qi? Is it possible that after you were able to locate your biological parents after being expelled from Zio clan? Xia Yuanba hurriedly asked. Yun Qi replied, Junior is actually not Grandfather's biological grandson. However, Grandfather has raised me like one of his own for the past 16 years. Half a year ago, I was expelled from the Zio clan, and upon my departure, Grandfather informed me that my family name was actually Yun. So that's why. Sikong Han slowly nodded and said, Actually, I had already heard about this. Yun Qi lifted his head with a face full of surprise. Sikong Han audibly sighed and continued. Half a year ago, the son of the Zio sect's master, I remember his name was Zio Quanjian, was en route from Floating Cloud City. They would, after all, have to come through New Moon City. Therefore, our New Moon Profound Palace had to have paid a little bit of attention to this. Afterwards, we found out a bit of information. Now this small bit of information would be irrelevant to most, but as it was related to elder brother Zio, I had to further investigate it. At once, I found out he had been punished by his own clan to spend 15 years in the rear mountains, and his grandson had also been expelled as well. There were numerous times I wanted to go and help elder brother Zio. It's just that, as the great elder of New Moon Profound Palace, I couldn't just leave for a long period of time. Therefore, alas, there's no need for Elder Sikong to blame himself. If Grandfather knew you had this sort of intention, I believe he would have certainly appreciated it. Yun Qi courteously replied. Even though Sikong Han had not been able to take any sort of action, one could see he was sincerely worried about Zio Lai's situation. That said, how did Elder Sikong meet Grandfather in the past? Yun Qi asked. It was 7 years ago. I was on a trip to Floating Cloud City for a work-related matter and brought my 12-year-old son along. But an enemy of mine had found out and waited in ambush there. I was ambushed just when I was able to enter the city. I used all of my strength just to defend myself and had no time to attend to my son. Just when my son was about to be killed, elder brother Zio had appeared and saved my son's life. This Sikong Han only has one son, and if it wasn't for elder brother Zio, my family line would have ended right there with me. After all these years, I have never forgotten this kindness, nor have I found a way to repay it. Remembering this past event, Sikong Han sighed endlessly. He looked at Yun Qi and praised. Speaking of which, you are truly worthy of being elder brother Zio's grandson. To actually have broken through the elementary profound realm into the nascent profound realm at such a young age. This kind of innate ability, even in New Moon City, would be considered first class. Your grandfather is Floating Cloud City's #1 expert, and your future accomplishments would surely not lose to your grandfather's. What? The Xia Yuanba to the side asked with wide eyes. Elder Sikong, did you just say that my brother-in-law is already in the nascent profound realm? This, Elder Sikong, are you sure you're not mistaken? My brother-in-law had his profound veins crippled since childhood and had never been able to pass the first level of the elementary profound realm. How could he possibly be in the nascent profound realm? Oh, Sikong Han's face revealed his puzzlement, because he had sensed that Yun Qi's profound aura was clearly at first level of the nascent profound realm. Yun Qi gently replied, This is actually a long story, But I am indeed at first level of the nascent profound realm. I wonder if my current profound strength would make me eligible to enter the profound department." As he spoke, Xianxia inconspicuously poked Xia Yuanba. The Xia Yuanba, who was about to speak out, immediately shut his mouth, but nevertheless stared with a pair of enormous eyes as his heart cried out in alarm, "Good heavens! Brother-in-law is actually already in the nascent profound realm. How could that be? How is this possible?" Seeing Xianxia and Xia Yuanba act in this way, Han knew there was more to this. But Xianxia did not want to elaborate and had deliberately avoided the subject. Han did not pry any further but asked while chuckling, "Xianxia, how old are you?" 16 years old, Xianxia answered truthfully. At the same time, his heart took a small sigh of relief. 16 years old. A look of surprise appeared on Han's face as he stood up from his chair. "I originally thought you were already 17 or 18, but you're actually only 16 years old. To actually be in the nascent profound realm at the age of 16, even in the entire New Moon Profound Palace, there should not be more than 10 individuals. If you had been born in a higher level sect, you would, without a doubt, greatly exceed the current you." Xia Yuanba continued to listen blankly as he held back the multiple times he had wanted to speak out. "You flatter me, Elder Kong," Xianxia modestly replied. If Han knew that it had only taken him half a year to break through into first level of the nascent profound realm, he would have immediately fallen out of his chair from the shock. "Come, let me check your innate ability." Han waved him over. Xianxia took 2 steps forward and stood in front of Han. Just as Han was about to use his hands to check his veins, he quickly held his breath and forcibly used his profound energy to block 38 of his 54 profound entrances that were all opened, leaving only 16 of his profound entrances open. However, this degree of concealment would only work against the simplest of exams. If the examiner was to probe just a little bit more, it would easily be seen through. However, for those who wanted to join New Moon Profound Palace, everyone would try to display the best of their ability. Han never would have guessed that there would be someone who would intentionally conceal their ability. So therefore, he did not spend a great deal of energy during this examination. Han gently placed his hand on Xianxia's wrist for a brief moment, and then admirably nodded. No wonder. To actually have an innate amount of 16 open profound entrances, this is without a doubt the level of a genius. This is also a talent that our profound department greatly desires. At this point, Han was already somewhat excited. Originally, he had wanted to repay Xiao Lai's kindness by accepting Xianxia into New Moon Profound Palace, to let him have a place to stay. However, now that he was aware of Xianxia's innate talent, don't even mention the relationship with Xiao Lai. Even if he had to disregard his face, he would definitely try to keep Xianxia here. Inborn with 16 profound entrances opened. With this kind of innate talent, one could easily ascend to the top of New Moon City and receive preferential treatment. Not only that, those high-tier sects and clans' resources and influence far outweighed that of New Moon Profound Palace. Xianxia's arrival was simply a treasure sent for New Moon Profound Palace. As of now, there were only 7 individuals in New Moon Profound Palace who had an inborn amount of 16 open profound entrances, and there would only be at most an additional 1 or 2 every year. Generally, those who had this sort of innate talent would go and join those great sects or clans. "Xianxia, do you really want to join our New Moon Profound Palace?" Han asked with luminous eyes. "If you really want to join, all entrance exams will be foregone, and I will directly admit you." Xia Yuanba's mouth opened wide as his brain short-circuited. "Is it possible to join Class 1? Xianxia asked. "Of course there's no problem." Han slapped the table. "Given your current profound strength and your innate talent, you're completely qualified to be part of Class 1. Xianxia pondered for a moment, and then humbly nodded. "Okay." Han's hands frantically scrambled about on the table. This rapid action conveyed his fear that Xianxia would run away. After a little while, he slapped a silver badge on Xianxia's shoulder and said, "So from now on, you're a disciple of my New Moon Profound Palace's Profound Department. This will identify you as so, and here's the key to your quarters. Today just happens to be the appointment day of the new palace chief. The matters of this evening's celebration for the newly appointed currently has my hands tied, so I won't keep you guys any longer. Yuanba, take Xianxia to settle down in his quarters or perhaps even introduce him to his future senior apprentices. Oh, by the way, Xianxia, are you interested in attending the banquet this evening?" Han suddenly asked. I'm allowed to participate, Xianxia asked in astonishment. The appointment of a new palace chief is considered a sensational major event in New Moon City. We've sent invitations to all sects who have sufficient enough prestige and influence in New Moon City. They'll definitely gather to give the newly appointed palace chief face. When that time comes, there will be an assembly of talented individuals present. Generally speaking, for these kind of events, only the core disciples of our profound department would be allowed to attend. Even though you've only joined our profound department today, given your innate ability, you barely qualify to attend. It'll give you the chance to become knowledgeable of the top sects of New Moon City. As you'll be staying in New Moon City, this knowledge will be quite beneficial for you. Xianxia immediately understood. It was mainly due to the kindness owed to his grandfather that thereby gave him, a newly joined disciple, the allowance to attend this major banquet. And this special attention was also to let him quickly understand the distribution of power in New Moon City. He immediately replied with gratitude. "Thank you, Elder Sikong, I'll certainly attend, but may I bring Yuanba along?" Sikong Han slightly hesitated for a bit, but then smiled and nodded. "That's fine, Yuanba, you come along as well. Xianxia has just joined New Moon Profound Palace and is unfamiliar with many things. You can be his guide. I'll arrange for an extra seat for you." After leaving the Elders' Hall, Xia Yuanba was still confused about this situation. Only when they had walked for a distance did he take a deep breath and said with his eyes wide open, "Brother-in-law, what's going on? Are you really at the nascent profound realm? But aren't your profound veins crippled? Even if your profound veins have been healed, there's no way to become this formidable so suddenly. You're even more formidable than my older sister." This, Xianxia pondered for a long time, but still did not know how he should explain it to him. Since he was unwilling to deceive him, the only option was to be vague about it. "Yuanba, this is a secret, so when the time is right in the future, I'll tell you about it. But the fact that my profound veins had been crippled before, it's best not to tell anyone about it. Otherwise, it might invite negative inclination." Xia Yuanba scratched his head in puzzlement. Then his eyes suddenly lit up and said, "Brother-in-law, I suddenly understand it now. You've been pretending this whole time, right? Otherwise, how could it be possible to all of a sudden enter the nascent profound realm? This has to be it. Brother-in-law, you're so crafty, to have fooled all of us, ha ha ha." Xianxia shrugged his shoulder and let Xia Yuanba dwell on his own theory. He changed his line of sight to gaze upon New Moon Profound Palace, and his heart stirred. "How long are you planning to stay here?" Jasmine suddenly asked mentally. "We'll see. If this place is beneficial to me, I'll stay longer, but if not, I'll leave immediately. The main reason why I'm staying here is so that I can learn some profound skills. After all the profound skills that you know are too high-leveled and I can't learn them yet. Therefore, this is the only method I can think of." Jasmine spoke no further. New Moon Profound Palace occupied a vast expanse, with a magnificent main hall at its center, and innumerable architecture that stretched as far as the eye could see. Xianxia followed Xia Yuanba towards his living accommodations. Along the way, he met many New Moon Profound Palace disciples, all of whom were under the age of 20. There was the occasional 15- and 16-year-old, and of those in this age group, most were of the elementary profound realm. Along the way, there were many people that greeted them. After all, between his age and size, even if they wanted to ignore him, it would be hard. "How many disciples are there in New Moon Profound Palace right now?" Xianxia asked. "The last time I checked, there were more than 3,000 disciples." Xia Yuanba thoughtfully said, "New Moon Profound Palace recruits disciples within the age of 15 to 18. Most of them generally stay until they reach 20 years old before departing. An awful lot of them will join Blue Wind's official force in the future. However, brother-in-law, do you really plan on participating in tonight's banquet?" Xia Yuanba asked somewhat worriedly. "To have the opportunity of possibly being able to catch a glimpse of almost all of New Moon City's top powers all in one go, of course I have to go." Xianxia took a sideways glance at him. "Yuanba, it seems as if you don't want to go to this banquet. Is there a problem? Even though it's not exactly a problem, but... Xia Yuanba hesitated for a moment and then said with a bit of indignance, "Some time ago, I heard that when last generation's palace chief was newly appointed, they also sent out many invitations for a banquet. During that banquet, however, the invited disciples from the other sects used the excuse of exchanging pointers to challenge our disciples of the same age. There were 10 matches, and we of New Moon Profound Palace lost all 10 times. thus humiliating the old palace chief and turning the new one into a laughingstock for a long time. Heh, that was obviously the machinations of those sects to cause the newly appointed palace chief to lose prestige and let him know who was the real boss of New Moon City. Xianxia said while laughing. That's right. Xianxia nodded and helplessly said, I heard the same thing happen to the palace chief from 2 generations ago as well. He could not avoid inviting them to the celebration, otherwise he would have been laughed at and ridiculed and lose every bit of face left. If we attend the banquet, chances are that we'll be challenged by them. Losing to them doesn't matter, but those people very often have malicious intent and use a heavy hand. The last time, there were 2 senior brothers that were beaten until they couldn't fully recover from their injuries, and the palace chief had no other choice but to swallow his words and endure the humiliation. New Moon Profound Palace attracts a numerous amount of disciples every year. Is their strength really that bad? Xianxia asked as he knitted his brow. Of course, it's not that our New Moon Profound Palace's strength that's lacking. It's just that those schools are just too strong. Even though New Moon Profound Palace has the backing of the imperial family, those sects possess long history, many sect secrets, resources, and techniques that have been passed down for many generations. All of these are not something that New Moon Profound Palace can compare to. Even if they're recruiting for outer sect disciples, the cutoff threshold is much more higher than ours. Furthermore, people that enter into sects with the imperial family's backing generally plan on giving their lives up to the imperial family. After all, the establishment of the imperial family's sect was originally intended to attract talented people to join the imperial forces. However, those people with great talents are usually proud and arrogant. Their desire to join the large sects greatly outweigh that of joining the imperial forces, so the average power of the New Moon Profound Palace's disciples, when compared to the small and middle-sized sects, can be considered to be better, but if compared to those large sects, cannot even begin to match up to them. The situation explained by Xianxia was in fact quite normal. Even Xianxia himself, although added into the New Moon Profound Palace for other reasons, was merely looking for opportunities and had never once thought about serving the imperial family. He thought for a moment and then asked, in New Moon City, what are the sects that have more power than New Moon Profound Palace? Oh, let me think. Xianxia seriously thought for a moment and then slowly answered. In total, there are 7. They are the Profound Heart Sect, Cloudy Sun Sect, Iron Spear Clan, 7 Deadly Sword Pavilion, and Stormy Profound Palace. After pausing for a moment, Xianxia's voice became somewhat guarded. These 5 sects have a history of over 500 or even 1,000 years. In New Moon City, their influence is deeply ingrained in the city, and their overall strength is greater than that of New Moon Profound Palace. If not for the backing of the imperial family, then perhaps we may have already been suppressed and forced out. In addition to these 5, there are 2 more giants that not even the imperial family would dare provoke, and they're the branches of Xiao Sect and Burning Heaven Clan that are here in New Moon City. Although they're merely branches, they still have the backing of the Xiao Sect and Burning Heaven Clan, making them the 2 immovable overlords of New Moon City. Branches of the Xiao Sect and Burning Heaven Clan. Xianxia tapped his chin. He clearly knew in his heart that this was in name only. In reality, these disciples of the outer sect were those of the lowest talent that were not suitable to remain in the main sect, and nothing more. However, when all's said and done, they were still the official outer sect, and were unlike the Xiao clan who had been completely abandoned. However, our New Moon Profound Palace is, of course, not so easily bullied. Xianxia patted his chest with a face full of unwillingness and said, although New Moon Profound Palace lost dignity during that banquet 5 years ago, however, that was 5 years ago. Our New Moon Profound Palace now also have quite a lot of talents, and definitely would not be below those of the other sects. Ah, brother-in-law, look, that person over there is our senior brother, Li Weihao. He's 17 this year, and has already reached the 3rd level of the nascent Profound Realm. I heard he'd also inherited his family's profound arts, and is very powerful. That person over there in white clothing is even more powerful. I believe he was called Su Yoren. He's only 18 years old, and is already at the 5th rank of the nascent Profound Realm. Those 2 are in our Class 1. However, the most formidable in our New Moon Profound Palace are not them, but senior brother Murong and senior sister Zuruo, who are publicly known as New Moon Profound Palace's 2 biggest geniuses. The elders will definitely bring them to tonight's banquet. With them, it definitely won't be a repeat of 5 years ago. As he spoke up to this point, Xia Yuanba's voice abruptly stopped, because in front of them, a young man in a white robe and a girl dressed in snow-white attire walked side by side in their direction. The man, who appeared to be 18 or 19, had a tall build, elegant features, and a fascinating charm like that of jade. He was beautiful enough to make any sexually awakened girl who yearned for love become completely infatuated. And that girl beside him was even more so, beautiful enough to make one's heart tremble. She seemed to also be 18 or 19, with a pair of beautiful sparkling eyes and cherry-colored lips with the luster of a smooth seashell. Her elegant eyebrows were crescent-shaped as well. But the most touching was the light smile that graced her lips that was as heartwarming as the smell of incense in a gentle breeze. The two were like a perfect couple that had just stepped out of a painting. The moment they appeared, all the brilliance between heaven and earth was taken away. The youth continuously talked about something beside the girl and constantly watched her reaction from the side of his eyes. But the girl's reaction did not change. While maintaining a constant warm smile the whole time, she did not say anything in reply. Although she was only gently striding onward, it would make one believe that they had seen a fairy dancing in a white dress. Above all, her beautiful and slender snow-white neck let her exude a noble and graceful aura that added to her charm, making one feel as if they were looking at an exalted princess that belonged in the imperial family. "What a beautiful girl!" Xianxia admiringly exclaimed in his heart. Although her appearance was incomparable to Xia Qingyu's, it definitely was one in 10,000, a devastating beauty that could tip over cities and nations. Yet the noble air that wrapped around her like an indistinct haze was not something that Xia Qingyu could match. What amazed Xianxia the most was the touch of gentleness in her eyes and expression. Generally speaking, a girl that was beautiful to this extent would more or less carry a somewhat arrogant air. His wife Xia Qingyu, a prime example. Yet this girl had a gentle complexion. Her gaze was as soft as water, and there wasn't even the slightest hint of arrogance between her brows. The faint smile on the corner of her lips was sufficient enough to almost completely melt one's heart with just a single glance. Senior brother Murong, senior sister Zuruo. At the same time that Xianxia was silently admiring this girl, Xia Yuanba had actually pulled him up to greet them. Murong, Zuruo. Don't tell me that these two were the ones that Yuanba had just mentioned, Xianxia thought in his heart. Junior brother Xia, are you going back to rest? Upon seeing Xia Yuanba, the girl smiled and greeted him. When her voice sounded, Xianxia immediately felt a sort of warm current slowly flow from his ears to the center of his heart. Because this sound was extremely gentle and that beautiful. Just simply listening to this sound brought about a feeling of inexplicable pleasure. When coming into close proximity with her gaze, it was even more understandable how her soft gaze and smile could intoxicate one's heart. At this point, the girl's gaze fell upon Xianxia and she curiously asked, "This is?" This is my brother-in-law. He just entered our profound department today. He's also in our class 1, Xia Yuanba cheerfully said. Brother-in-law, they're the senior brother Murong Ye and senior sister Lan Zuruo that I had just mentioned earlier. They're this generation's strongest disciples within our new moon profound palace. Xianxia walked forward a step, his face wearing a polite smile. Greetings, senior brother and senior sister. This little brother is Xianxia, who has just entered the profound department. I request the two seniors to look after me in the future. Murong slightly nodded his head, which was barely considered to be a reply. His gaze stopped on Xianxia for a moment, and then moved away as arrogance hung between his brows. There were also hidden traces of resentment, as he was obviously unhappy that they had disturbed he and Zuruo's two-person world. Oh, you also joined our class 1. Lan Zuruo took a good look at Xianxia and laughed gleefully. You seem so young, yet you're already at the first level of the nascent profound realm. No wonder Elder Sikong snatched you into class 1. If the beauties in the class find out that such a handsome little junior had just entered, they'll definitely be overjoyed. You need to be careful, little junior brother. That's not right. Junior brother Xia seemed to have referred to you as brother-in-law. Don't tell me, you're already married. Before Xianxia had the chance to reply, Xia Yuanba already answered before him. That's right. My brother-in-law is only 16 this year, but he has already married my sister half a year ago. Oh, so little junior brother Yun is only 16 years old. To marry this early, it seems the bride must have been really beautiful. Lan Zuruo said, smiling. Ah ha ha, anyway, I'll be in senior brother and senior sister's care in the future. Xianxia awkwardly smiled. Then his gaze suddenly changed as he spoke while smiling at Lan Zuruo. I'm guessing that senior sister Zuruo is definitely not a native from around here, is that right? Oh, how did you know? Lan Zuruo asked as she blinked her beautiful eyes. Because the atmosphere in New Moon City is a bit restless and its spiritual aura is opaque. There should be no way that a graceful beauty like senior sister Zuruo was born here. Lan Zuruo was slightly stunned. Then her pink lips curved up, and while raising her eyebrows, she said, not only is junior brother Yun good-looking and talented, but is also a smooth talker too. It's a pity that you're already married. Otherwise, senior sister here may hehe. Lan Zuruo was clearly joking, but Murong Ye, who was standing by her side, fiercely glared at Xianxia. However, Xianxia appeared as if he didn't see that at all, and instead smiled at Lan Zuruo and said, it doesn't matter, my wife had guaranteed this to me before. She definitely wouldn't object to me getting another wife. As soon as Xianxia let out those words, Xianxuanba's mouth promptly opened wide, and even his eyes had almost bulged out from shock. Murong Ye's eyes narrowed. The gaze that looked at Xianxia suddenly became ice-cold and mocking, and even faintly let out a sneer. However, Lan Zuruo didn't get angry in the slightest and sweetly smiled. What an interesting little junior. It seems like the following days won't be that boring anymore. Then, senior sister here will stop chatting with you for now. I need to attend a banquet tonight, and there may be a difficult battle awaiting. We need to head to the medicine department and prepare some medicine pills that may come in handy. Let's meet later, okay? Goodbye, senior sister. Lan Zuruo playfully winked her left eye and left with a faint smile while carrying away a receding gust of a faint, fragrant wind. Although Xianxia's words had some frivolousness mixed in, it apparently didn't make Lan Zuruo feel repulsed. Instead, her impression of Xianxia had deepened, such that he won't be forgotten just by turning around. Xianxia turned to cast a sidelong glance and gazed steadily at her willowy figure seen from behind, without concealing his thoughts of admiration at all. With a complexion that could tip over the world and a noble and elegant disposition, not only was she not arrogant, but instead was so warm and gentle to the heart. She truly was a girl that men could hardly resist. However, her identity and status must also not be that simple. A hand smacked onto Xianxia's shoulder in an extremely unfriendly manner. Xianxia turned back around and saw Murong Ye looking at him coldly and promptly said with a faint smile, Senior brother Murong, what do you need from me? Speaking of which, weren't you together with senior sister Zuruo? Lan Zuru had already walked pretty far away, but still did not turn around to call for Murong Ye. It was as if she completely didn't realize that he wasn't with her. It seems the relationship between those two were very different from what Xianxia had first thought. It was probably more or less Murong Ye's one-sided crush. Murong Ye's eyes narrowed, exposing a sneer full of contempt and disdain. His gaze was as if looking down on an insignificant, inferior human being. Your name is Xianxia, right? Little Junior Yun, although I don't know what method you used to sneak into our class 1, but as your senior, there are a few things I need to remind you. Since you've entered class 1, then obediently learn what you should do, and what you shouldn't do, lest you blame me later for not reminding you after you've suffered the consequences. Also, remember it clearly, stay further away from Lan Zuruo hereafter. The further, the better. If I see you speak with her like that again, don't forget that I have numerous ways to kick you out of New Moon Profound Palace. HMPH. After finished speaking, his gaze bitterly swept over Xianxia and Xianxuanba and quickly walked toward the direction that Lan Zuruo had left in. He knew about Xianxuanba's background, that he was only a merchant's child in a small, remote city, which meant this brother-in-law of his would definitely be someone with a small role without much background. So of course he naturally did not hesitate in ridiculing him. Xianxia tilted his gaze and nonchalantly glanced behind him and coldly sneered. This person, his eyes has almost grown to the top of his head. TL. Eyes on top of head is a way of saying someone is so arrogant that the eyes grew even higher to look down on people. He's always like this. I had already gotten used to it long ago. Xianxuanba had a face of anger and helplessness at the same time. Normally when Murong Ye gave him different types of looks, he had never really minded. However, this time he was clearly threatening Xianxia, which made fury rise from the inside of his heart. But as he thought about the opponent's strength and family background, there was fundamentally nothing he could do. It might have been okay if it was only him, since there was still the vice palace chief supporting him behind his back. But for Xianxia, it may really be impossible for him to continue to stay in New Moon Profound Palace. It seems this Murong Ye is not just any random kind of fodder, Xianxia murmured. Seeing that Xianxia didn't appear to be angry, Xia Yuanba was slightly reassured and said in a low voice, "His father is actually the governor of the New Moon City. Not only that, his talent in the profound is also astounding. While only 19 this year, he had already reached the 8th level of nascent profound realm. And rumors say that recently, he'd almost broke into the 9th level of nascent profound realm. In the entirety of New Moon Profound Palace, no one would ever dared to provoke him. The governor's son? Heh, I see." Xianxia faintly expelled a laugh, then suddenly said, "He's trying to court Lan Zuruo, right?" MHM. Senior sister Lan Zuruo is both beautiful and gentle, so there are a lot of senior brothers that likes her. However, she and senior brother Murong is the generally acknowledged pair since essentially, no one dares to compete with senior brother Murong. And so, the senior brothers that liked senior sister Zuruo never dare to get too close to her. Xia Yuanba then added on with a bizarre tone, "Brother-in-law is the first I've ever seen to dare speak to senior sister Zuruo like that. Definitely be careful of this Murong Ye in the future. Although he's pretty formidable, he's also an extremely petty person." "That's easy to see." Yue Qi shrugged his shoulders, but appeared to have not taken the advice into his heart at all, and instead asked, "Yuanba, this Lan Zuruo, where did she come from? I can tell that her family background is definitely not common, so why would she come to New Moon Profound Palace?" Xia Yuanba shook his head. "This, I don't know either. I only know that she seemed to be Elder Sikong's distant relative. And she entered into the Profound Department during the orientation period half a year ago, at the same time as me. About the location of her hometown, she had never mentioned it before. However, senior sister Zuruo is really amazing. She's only 18 this year, yet she's already at the 8th level of nascent profound realm. She's the most talented person in this New Moon Profound Palace, and is even more amazing than senior brother Murong." Both were at the 8th level of nascent profound realm. Murong Ye was 19, and Lan Zuruo was 18. It was obvious that Lan Zuruo surpassed Murong Ye in terms of talent. Xiao Yulong, who had reached the 3rd level of nascent profound realm at the age of 20, was already the strongest of Xiao clan's young generation. Xia Qingyu, who had reached the 10th level of elementary profound realm at the age of 16, was already a once-in-a-century genius in Floating Cloud City. But no matter Murong Ye or Lan Zuruo, either one of them had clearly far surpassed Xia Qingyu, let alone Xiao Yulong. Also, youths of this level should not be a rarity in those big sects of New Moon City. In comparison, Floating Cloud City was worthy to be called a forgotten small city. The level of profound strength was honestly too different. Grandfather Xiao Lai was already considered the strongest in the Floating Cloud City at the 10th level of the Spirit Profound Realm. But if he were to come to this New Moon City, he would only probably be ranked in the upper levels when compared to those of the same age, but it was impossible to be at the top. "Yuanba." Xianxia's expressions became solemn. "There is a very serious matter that I have to discuss with you." What is it?" Looking at Xianxia's expression, Xia Yuanba suddenly became nervous. "From now on, you aren't allowed to call me brother-in-law," Xianxia said as a matter of fact. "Why?" Xia Yuanba's eyes widened. Xianxia patted Xia Yuanba's shoulder as his gaze swept into the distance and answered, "Hearing what senior sister Zuruo had said, there are a lot of beauties in our class 1 know about that. It seems to be true, but senior sister Zuruo is still the prettiest of them all." Xianxia's eyebrows slightly shook and said with a tone full of righteousness, "Since there are a lot of beauties in class 1, if you keep on calling me brother-in-law, wouldn't that reveal the fact that I'm already married? How would I be able to flirt with those beautiful senior and junior sisters?" Xia Yuanba opened his mouth as his brain froze for over 3 seconds. Then he finally spoke weakly. "But brother-in-law, you have my sister already. If you are with another girl, wouldn't that be a little?" "No, no." Xianxia swung his hand and said in deadly earnest, "When I told senior sister Zuruo about how your sister wouldn't object me in finding another wife, that was really what your elder sister had promised me. Also, in this life, it's unknown whether or not I can ever meet your elder sister again." Xianxia looked to the far distance, then his gaze became deep and profound. "There are only 2 ultimate goals that a man pursues. One is to conquer the world, the other is to conquer women. To conquer the world is to reach a new height in life, but to conquer women is to embellish the scenery of life. If one isn't able to conquer the women that he wants, Even if he conquered the entire world, he would still be at a lonely summit and experience loneliness everywhere. Yuanba, don't you think that what your brother-in-law just said is right? Yuanba didn't really understand what he had just said, but he still thought it sounded kind of amazing. Then if I don't call you brother-in-law, what should I call you? Because Xianxia and Qingyu's marriage was already decided when they were still infants. Yuanba had always called him brother-in-law since childhood. Other than brother-in-law, his brain that couldn't really make sharp turns simply could not think of anything else to call him in such a short notice. About this. You can call me Big Brother, Boss, Big Brother Yun, Big Brother Chi, Big Brother Yun Chi, or just simply call me Yun Chi, Senior Brother Yun. In short, just don't call me brother-in-law anymore. Oh. Then I'll call you Boss from now on, is that good? That's fine. Boss. It still feels kind of weird. Ah, right, earlier senior sister Zuruo said she was heading to the medicine department for medicinal pills in order to deal with tonight's banquet. Should we go there too? Since brother-in-law had just entered the profound department, it's possible to immediately receive a set of medicinal pills from the medicine department. You can get 1 set per month. Don't call me brother-in-law. Ah, I forgot, I'll definitely pay attention. Then brother-in-law, should we head to the living quarters or the medicine department first? Number percent? Yun Chi followed Yuanba and received a set of medicinal pills, and these pellets were sure enough as Yun Chi had expected. They were all the lowest levels of profound recovering pellets and profound opening pellets, and their potency were all around 40 or 50%. With supportive medicinal pellets of this degree, they were way worse in comparison the big sects. It was not surprising as to why the New Moon Profound Palace's average strength had always remained stagnant. The living space that Sikong Han had arranged for Yun Chi was adjacent to Yuanba's. Although small, it was very elegant and had all the necessities, which was far better than what Yun Chi had expected. Until now, Yun Chi, who had wandered outside for half a year, finally had a place to settle down and sleep in. Emotions tumbled inside his heart. Laying on the small bed, Yun Chi quickly fell asleep. This past half a year, he had always slept in the wilderness, never stayed in any inns, and had not enjoyed the privilege of sleeping in a bed either. This time, he slept especially comfortably and steady from noon all the way till evening, until he was woken up by Yuanba, who knocked on his door. Brother-in-law, are you awake yet? The banquet is almost about to start. Are we still going? Yuanba knew in his heart what may happen at this banquet, so he didn't really want Yun Chi to attend it. This was in order for him to avoid being challenged, and the definite possibility that he would be deliberately injured by the opponent. Yun Chi opened his eyes and quickly got up from the bed. Of course I'm going. Give me a minute, we'll go at once. The heart of New Moon Profound Palace was a wide area of a sparse emerald-green bamboo forest, and in it stood a huge palace that emitted a dignified atmosphere. This was the biggest and most extravagant building in the entirety of New Moon Profound Palace. Its name was very direct and was known as the Main Palace. All the important matters inside the palace are conducted in the Main Palace, and the banquet for the new palace chief's appointment would also be conducted here when Yun Chi and Yuanba walked into the Main Palace. There wasn't even half a quarter of an hour left until the start of the banquet. However, not even 1/5 of the seats were filled. Not only that, most of them were actually people of the Profound Department itself. It was obvious that it wasn't because those invited sects couldn't arrive any earlier, but instead, they purposefully did not want to arrive early as a boast about their stature. At the same time, it was also a type of contempt against New Moon Profound Palace. As Yun Chi and Yuanba walked into the main hall and just happened to run into Murong Ye, he glanced at them and said in an unfriendly manner, "What are the two of you doing here? Do you know what kind of banquet this is? Leave at once. It was Elder Sikong who allowed us to come," Yuanba said whilst restraining his rage. "Elder Sikong allowed you too," Murong Ye said with a disdainful laugh. "He let you two come to disgrace us. This is no ordinary banquet. In a little while, disciples of various schools will do battle. You two pieces of trash aren't even considered to be any good. What can you two do now that you've come here?" "HMPH, fine. Since the elder has allowed you two to come, go inside. I'll be frank, if you cause our New Moon Profound Palace to lose face, don't blame this senior for being too rough with your punishment." He had followed behind Lan Zuruo for an entire afternoon. Even though Lan Zuruo had always smiled and spoke in a gentle voice, she had not looked directly at him even once. This made him store up an entire stomach full of unpleasantness. When he encountered Xianxia and Xianxia, it just so happened that he found an outlet for his anger. Even if Xianxia had a better temperament, suddenly being verbally abused for no apparent reason would still stir up his anger. Xianxia tugged on his arm and spoke with an indifferent tone. "Let's enter." As they entered the main palace, they saw Xianxia waving at them and made them seat themselves on the prearranged seating. Both of their seats were set at the very back and very out of sight. However, although the place where they sat wasn't very noticeable, with Xianxia's figure placed there, it was impossible to not draw attention. Xianxia, should any duels occur later, I want the two of you to pay close attention. It would be best if the two of you managed to learn something from the fight. It has only been a short while since you two had joined the profound department, so it's unlikely that anyone would challenge you two. Just stay in the back and watch safely. Xianxia cautioned. Understood, Elder Xianxia. Xianxia nodded and then sat down obediently. Xianxia also slowly nodded. He looked around and noticed that around 30 disciples of the profound department were present. Unsurprisingly, every one of the 30 should be the elite disciples of New Moon Profound Palace. Out of the profound department's 3,000 disciples, only 30 came. Each of them, without a doubt, were the best of the best. Soon after, Xianxia had spotted Lan Zuru. She astonishingly sat in the center of the first row of disciples. Her seating did not surprise Xianxia in the slightest. An 18-year-old at the 8th level of the nascent profound realm, and was even a girl. That was considered to be a top talent even in the mid-upper level sex. As for Xianxia, he also caught the attention of quite a few of the profound department's disciples. All of those who were able to participate in this gathering were the elites of their sex, and the competition amongst them would be fierce. Those familiar with this sort of gathering were very surprised at Xianxia's participation. Since Xianxia's strength was only at the 6th level of the elementary profound realm, he was considered to be one of the weaker members within the profound department, and thus did not have the qualifications to be here. And Xianxia that came together with him was a downright unfamiliar face. Are you a new disciple here? Don't think I've ever seen you around before." A girl in a fiery red attire who sat in front of Xianxia turned around and asked as her eyes blinked with curiosity. "Greetings, senior sister. My name is Xianxia. I just joined the Profound Palace today." Xianxia slightly nodded as his face gave off an extremely alluring and lethal smile. For a split second, the girl felt as if she was shocked by an electric current. Her cheeks reddened somewhat, and she lightly cried out, "Wow! To have already broken into the nascent profound realm at such a young age, no wonder you've been allowed to attend this banquet on the very first day you've been admitted." "He's my brother-in-law, of course he'd be awesome," Xianxia proudly announced. He seemed to be more happy when others praised Xianxia instead of himself. "Ah, brother-in-law, you're already married?" asked the girl with pink lips as her eyes displayed obvious disappointment. With great difficulty, Xianxia managed to restrain himself from strangling Xianxia and replied with a tranquil expression. "That's right. Senior sister being so beautiful definitely should also be married already, right?" "HMPH, I definitely won't be getting married so early." "Ah, that's right. My name is Yihongling, Profound Departments Class 1, 17 years old. If you have any problems in the future, just come find me," the girl said with an air of honor. "The pleasure is mine, senior sister." Knowing that he made a mistake, Xianxia lowered his head, shrank, and did not dare to speak to Xianxia for a long time. At this time, the lead actor of the event, the newly appointed Palace Chief of New Moon Profound Palace, Xianxia, had finally arrived. Xianxia looked to be about 60 in age. His face held an expression of a gentle and unflustered calm, and a deep wisdom could be seen in his clear eyes. He emanated an extraordinary aura. Xianxia was originally one of the elders of the imperial capital's Profound Palace. He was specially assigned to New Moon Profound Palace as the palace chief, and his true strength was deep and unfathomable. Xianxia had already arrived in New Moon Profound Palace a month ago, and today was merely the official day of the newly appointed's banquet. In this short month, he had already bowled over each elder and disciple, and received their deepest respects. After taking the palace chief's seat, all the representatives of the large sects followed at his heels, as if they had planned it beforehand. "Ha ha ha ha! Tai Zhangkang of Iron Spear Clan brings his son, Hengjun, to respectfully congratulate Palace Chief Qin on his appointment." Following the voice of the hearty, clear laughter, one could see a middle-aged man and 7 disciples striding in. "That's the current clan master of the Iron Spear Clan," Xianxia whispered into Xianxia's ear. The one following directly behind him is his youngest son, Tai Hengjun. Although he is young, he's also shockingly talented. According to the rumors, he's the top candidate who would become Iron Spear Clan's future clan master. Palace Chief Qin, I trust that you've been well since we last met. When I chanced upon you half a month ago, Palace Chief Qin's bearing had truly made a deep impression on me. Today I especially brought my son to come before you. This is a meager gift to show my respect to you. Qin Huayu personally rose from his seat and accepted the gift. Iron Spear Clan's clan master is really too polite. You personally came to give this old man face, so there should be no need to bring any gift. Your esteemed son is extraordinarily talented, and the way he conducts himself is out of the ordinary. In the future, he will definitely be a dragon amongst men, and perhaps he may even far surpass you, his father. Ha 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 ha. Come, please take a seat. Yuanba, this situation seems to be overly harmonious. I can't sense any sort of fierce rivalry going on at all. Xianxia said as he rubbed his chin. This Iron Spear Clan's reputation has always been good. Even though their overall strength and influence surpasses our profound palace, their relationship with us can be considered as not bad. The other clans, however, before finishing his sentence, the members of the Cloudy Sun sect had arrived. Cloudy Sun sect's head Elder Yan Zizai congratulates Palace Chief Qin on his appointment. Profound Heart sect, Seven Deadly Sword Pavilion, and Stormy Profound Palace all came one after the other after Cloudy Sun sect. Each clan brought along 7 or 8 disciples, and Qin Huayu personally welcomed them. Only until the banquet was about to officially begin did Burning Heaven clan slowly arrived. Burning Heaven clan's 6th elder Fen Hanyan congratulates Palace Chief Qin on his appointment. Burning Heaven clan, or to be precise, Burning Heaven clan's outer sect located in New Moon City. The one in the lead was an old man clad entirely in red. His robe was completely embroidered in a crimson-red flame patterns. As he stepped into the main palace, everyone could clearly feel a blast of heat rush against their faces. After Burning Heaven clan's outer sect, came Xiao sect's branch sect, and they were the last to arrive. The one in front who led the way was a youth who looked no older than 17. Behind him was only a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s, and 6 disciples no older than 20. Junior Xiao Luocheng of Xiao sect meets Palace Chief Qin. As he entered the main palace, the youth calmly headed towards Qin Huayu and followed the proper etiquette of a junior in a serene and refined manner. It was neither servile nor overbearing. However, as a junior who has come to pay respects to the opposite party, who was a palace chief of the imperial family's profound palace, not humbling himself was already a type of arrogance. It's Xiao Luocheng. Xia Yuanba drew in a sharp breath and immediately whispered in Xianxia's ear. Never thought he would come here. The first day I came to New Moon City, I'd already heard his name several times. He's also 16, the same age as brother-in-law, but he's already the young master of Xiao sect's branch sect. Not only that, he's also publicly recognized as the #1 of New Moon City's younger generation. #1, Xianxia quickly glanced a few more times at Xiao Luocheng. Indeed, he looked pretty young, but there was a prominent maturity in his demeanor, and the place between his eyebrows was full of undisguised honor and pride. Those who saw him were filled with peculiar feelings, of either astonishment, admiration, jealous envy, or perhaps even a shameful sense of inferiority. Right. In regards to innate talent, he is without a doubt #1. He's only 16, but has already reached the 10th level of the nascent profound realm. I've heard that he's not far from breaking through into the true profound realm as well. Brother-in-law, do you believe that? 16 years old. 10th level of nascent profound realm? Xianxia's face was a fluster of emotions. He unconsciously looked at Lan Zuruo and discovered that a deep layer of seriousness had covered her face. Heh, Xiao Luocheng. This old man has heard of this well-known name. I didn't expect that there would be a chance to meet the #1 of New Moon City's young generation. Your esteemed father did not come today? Qin Huayu asked as he laughed without worry. Palace Chief Qin's praise is too much. Even though father had very much wanted to come in person to congratulate Palace Chief Qin on his appointment, he is unwell and cannot attend today. Because of this junior is acting as his substitute. Please do not take offense to this. Xiao Luocheng's face was all smiles as he conversed with warm words. Qin Huayu was one of the leaders of New Moon Profound Palace. So at his appointment banquet, each of the major sect's leaders ought to have appeared in person to show the appropriate amount of respect. If not, then they should at least send a head elder. Of the 7 major sects present, Iron Spear Clan, 7 Deadly Sword Pavilion, and Stormy Profound Palace's sect masters had all personally arrived. As for Profound Heart Sect and Cloudy Sun Sect, they came with a head elder. Although Burning Heaven Clan's outer sect was arrogant, they had still sent a 6th elder. However, this Xiao sect's branch sect had actually sent a group of juniors. Although Xiao Luocheng was extremely courteous, as long as one was not a fool or blind, they could see that this was obviously a kind of naked contempt. Ha 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 ha! Qin Huaiyu let out a hearty laugh, as if he did not mind at all. Young master of Xiao sect, what are you saying? I've heard many things about young master's elegant manners every day. To finally be able to meet you today has already granted a wish of mine, so I am happy beyond words. Esteemed guests of the Xiao sect, please be seated. At this point, all the guests who were invited had already arrived. Xiao sect's branch sect and Burning Heaven Clan's outer sect were naturally seated near the top. They were followed by the other 5 major sects, and was once again followed by New Moon City's Governor Murong Ye's seat. However, he was not even a little bit dissatisfied about the arrangement. The Murong family may stir up any amount of trouble they wanted in New Moon City, but that was only in the face of the little common sects. Even if he was New Moon City's governor, in the presence of these 7 major sects, he had to obediently tuck his tail between his legs and did not dare to even slightly offend them. As for those medium-sized clans who were invited, they even more so trembled in fear and trepidation. Very rarely did they see a gathering of the 7 major sects, let alone dare to offend any one of them. All the guests had finally arrived, and it was time for the banquet to begin. Qin Huaiyu returned to his seat, held a cup of wine in his hands, and announced in a clear voice, "Just for the sake of this Qin's appointment matter, our esteemed guests have taken time out of their busy schedule in order to grace this Qin with their presence. This Qin is truly fortunate. Since it is this Qin's first time in New Moon City, this Qin's knowledge regarding the affairs of New Moon City is quite poor. From now on, this Qin hopes that all who are present will not be too stingy in bestowing this Qin with their assistance. This wine cup is this Qin's first toast to you all." As he finished his speech, Qin Huaiyu raised his wine cup and downed it in one gulp. One after another, the guests had also raised their cups to toast as well. Every kind of spoken blessing had also continuously came, one after the other. "Ha ha! Palace Chief Qin is too polite. If you ever need our Azure Dragon Group's assistance for anything in the future, please do not hesitate to call upon us." Hearing that Palace Chief Qin was formerly from the Imperial City's Blue Wind Profound Palace really incites feelings of aspiration in our hearts. With the appointment of Palace Chief Qin, I believe New Moon Profound Palace is definitely on the road to remarkable success. Palace Chief Qin's profound strength is deep and unmeasurable. I'm afraid he may already be over the 5th level of the Earth Profound Realm or even higher. It really makes us feel great respect for him and ashamed of ourselves. The atmosphere had become lively all of a sudden, and those who were sucking up to curry favor with the new palace chief were naturally from the medium and small sects. Members of the 7 major sects had remained aloof, and only occasionally said some words out of courtesy. As they continuously toasted, the gazes of the disciples of the 7 major sects had been aimed in the direction of the disciples of New Moon Profound Palace. They were clearly selecting their opponents for the upcoming challenge battle. The disciples of New Moon Profound Palace each wore a heavy expression, yet upheld an imposing manner that did not betray the slightest trace of weakness. A few great elders had repeatedly evaluated the average strength of the disciples of the 7 major sects, and could only sigh in succession in their hearts. Although each major sect had only a small number of disciples, it was clear that they had gone through a meticulous selection process. Each of them had astonishing innate talent, and greatly surpassed the palace's elites of the same age. They originally thought that these years of growth in New Moon Profound Palace had already closed the gap in between, but when faced with the current situation, that sort of thinking had really just been an overindulgence of a fantasy. Even if New Moon Profound Palace had Lan Zuruo, she alone, was not enough to turn this situation around. It seems that this time they had no choice but to follow the disastrous conclusion they faced 5 years ago. That's also something that couldn't be helped. The background and resources of the Profound Palace simply was incapable of being on par with the several hundred years of heritage that the great sects possessed. This atmosphere is indeed quite subtle. It seems like this princess will soon have a good show to watch, Jasmine said. What do you think the outcome would be when New Moon Profound Palace's elite disciples spars with the 7 major sects? Xianxia probingly asked. In regards to those in the same age group, disciples of the 7 major sects on average are higher by 2 to 3 levels than disciples of the New Moon Profound Palace. Does this princess still need to tell you what the outcome will be? Jasmine replied in an indifferent tone. That drastic of a difference? Xianxia's eyebrows slightly sank. It was still possible to compete against those whose cultivation was higher by half a level, but it was fundamentally hopeless when against someone who was a level higher on average. As for those higher by 2 to 3 levels, if it were really like this, New Moon Profound Palace's desire to not repeat a past disastrous event was completely just a dream. It seemed that the newly appointed palace chief could only watch this show of power and see how much he could endure. HMPH, if only considering that burning Heaven clan and Xiao sect, the average difference is closer to 4 or 5 levels, added Jasmine. I want to know how many levels higher are you in comparison to them? Xianxia asked pensively. Compared to them, are you insulting this princess? Jasmine's voice held a faint sound of anger. Cough, cough, there was completely no intention of that. I was merely asking on a whim. A 13-year-old supermonster of a lowly who could rapidly dispatch a dragon of the Emperor Profound. What sect geniuses, what new moons #1 of the young generation. In her presence, they couldn't even be regarded as poop. Even Xianxia himself felt that comparing Jasmine to them was indeed the same as insulting her honor. Qin Huaiyu clearly had the ability to control large occasions. The wine had gone through 3 rounds, and the entire banquet's bustling atmosphere was extraordinary as all kinds of cheers, laughter, and talk unceasingly continued. Even Xianxia, who did not drink, was heartily enjoying himself on the feast that accompanied the wine. There was a long-lasting exchange of glances that passed between the disciples of the Profound Palace and disciples of the other sects. Following this exchange of glances, the atmosphere became increasingly hostile. Even a random spark could happen any moment and trigger an explosive reaction. At that moment, Profound Heart Sect's head elder Xuan Duano stood up, with his wine cup in hand, and loudly announced, "This cup is this old man's toast to Palace Chief Qin, on behalf of Profound Heart Sect's wish that he may soon lead New Moon Profound Palace to send tremors throughout the 4 oceans." After finishing, Xuan Ao drained his cup in one gulp, put the cup down, and continued. However, the banquet up till now, even though there are many esteemed guests present, still feels as if it's lacking something. It just isn't lively enough. Since Palace Chief Qin has only been newly appointed, he ought to have not yet become familiar with New Moon Profound Palace, and in all likelihood would want to know the current strength of the palace's disciples. Actually, this old man has a suggestion. Why don't we let a few of our younger disciples of the same age range exchange pointers? It may even liven things up, deepen the relationship amongst them, and Palace Chief Qin would get to gauge the current strength of the palace's disciples. Wouldn't it be like getting 3 birds with 1 stone? Right, Elder Xuan's suggestion is wonderful. What a great 3 birds with 1 stone. What a great idea. Then what are we waiting for? Let's begin right away. I believe Palace Chief Qin would certainly not be opposed to this. As Xuan Ao's voice was about to drop, loud applause and cheers unceasingly came, one after another from the 7 sects side. As for the great elders of New Moon Profound Palace, they sighed in their hearts. What is to come, nevertheless, must come. A new palace chief was appointed in New Moon Profound Palace every 5 years, and every time this took place, the 7 sects would come to display their strength. It has already gotten to the point that this became the typical norm. The 7 great sects all responded alike as their disciples all stood up while rubbing their hands, eager for battle. Even if Qin Huaiyu wanted to oppose, there was no way he could. However, he was clearly calm and collected. He stood up to smile and nodded. Elder Xuan's suggestion is not bad. Then how should we go about in exchanging pointers? That's simple. Xuan Ao laughed out loud and said, Our little juniors are different from us as they are in the initial stages where a person's age determines their step towards heaven. Therefore, it's only fair to use age as the factor in these exchanging of pointers. Of course, a younger person may challenge an older person. Winning this way will only be even more brilliant, ha ha ha. Xuan Ao's last statement, coupled with his laughter, clearly meant one thing. Even if our side is younger, we will still be able to beat those who are older on your side. Since this idea was proposed by this old man, then we'll start with my Profound Heart Sect. Xuan Yu, you're up. Don't forget to state your age. Yes, Elder. The youngster who was called out from the Profound Heart sect appeared to be 16 or 17 years old, and he was actually the youngest of the lot of Profound Heart sect disciples that came. He had a thin but well-toned body. With a rush of energy, he leapt high from his seat onto the center of the hall. With both hands cupped behind his back, he then swept his defiant eyes towards the seated New Moon Profound Palace disciples. This one is Profound Heart sect's useless disciple Xianxia, 16 years old, who will come up and advise me. Once Xianxia stepped onto the stage, all the elders from New Moon Profound Palace became silent. This Xianxia was only 16 years old, but he was already at second level of the nascent Profound realm. Being elders, of course they knew of their own internal strength. In New Moon Profound Palace, the most powerful of the 16-year-olds were only at the first level of the nascent Profound realm. Moreover, these disciples from the 7 sects had their own sect's profound arts. Even if they were of the same rank, New Moon Profound Palace's disciples basically had no chance of winning at all. Therefore, don't even bother to mention going against one with a lower rank. What was even harder to accept was that this Xianxia, amongst all the 7 sects disciples here today, would only be considered mid-tier and absolutely not their top tier. Xianxia stood there for quite a while, but there was no response from New Moon Profound Palace's side at all. The smile on Xianxia's face had already changed into a sneer. The people from the 7 sects also looked on with contempt. If the situation was to go on like this, there would not be even exchanging of pointers. But instead, New Moon Profound Palace would lose face to the utmost degree. Sikonghen waved his hand. "Li Hao, you're up." "Yes." Li Hao, who was called out to action, leaped from the disciple seating area to stand in front of Xianxia, resolutely said, "New Moon Profound Palace Class 1's Li Hao, please advise me." Needless to say, I'll properly give you some advice." Xianxia laughed as he replied with obvious sarcasm. Since New Moon Profound Palace was oppressed by them, the disciples of the 7 sects always felt superior than the disciples of New Moon Profound Palace. In turn, disciples of New Moon Profound Palace were able to be cocky in front of mid-tier sects, but in front of the 7 sects, they could not even lift their heads. Humph! The contempt in Xianxia's eyes angered Li Hao as he roared. He concentrated profound energy into his right arm and smashed towards Xianxia's face with an ear-piercing sound. Only at this level. Xianxia smirked as he brought up his right hand, which suddenly flashed with a layer of purple light. "It's Profound Heart sect's profound art, Purple Sun art." One of the elders of New Moon Profound Palace growled. New Moon Profound Palace and the 7 sects did not just have a disparity in profound strength, but also in profound arts. The major sects spent centuries refining their profound arts, which have also been passed down through the generations. These profound arts were all secrets of their respective sects, and they would never be taught to an outsider. If the New Moon Profound Palace wanted to teach their disciples profound arts, they would have to create it first. In addition, New Moon Profound Palace's profound skills were for the most part low tier, definitely inferior to those of the 7 sects. The purple energy in Xianxia's palm boiled like hot water as he clasped his hand into a fist and struck straight towards Li Hao's fist. 2 simple fists, with no one using a profound skill. As the 2 fists collided, a purple light burst forth, and there was only a sound of ka-cha as Li Hao's fist became dislocated. He revealed a painful expression as his upper body was pushed back from the force. Xianxia let out an insidious laugh as his left fist suddenly stuck out. It had the same purple layer of light and ruthlessly smashed towards Li Hao's abdomen. But this time it was not just a simple fist, but rather Profound Heart sect's most powerful profound skill, Purple Cloud Palm. Bang! The purple-colored fist severely smashed deep into Li Hao's abdomen. Li Hao's complexion immediately became incomparably pale, barely letting out a groan as he was sent flying. He flipped several times in the air and violently crashed onto the floor. The blood in his chest rolled about, and with a poo sound, he finally vomited out an arrow of blood. He laid face down on the floor with both hands clutching his stomach, and was already unable to stand back up. "Li Hao, junior brother Li." 2 disciples from the New Moon Profound Palace quickly rushed out to help support the defeated Li Hao back. All the disciples from the New Moon Profound Palace felt perturbed in their hearts. Li Hao and Xianxia were of similar ages. Their profound strengths only differed by 1 rank. Even if he could not win, he should have at least been able to hold out for a while. However, just after the 2 faced off, Li Hao had been utterly crushed. When they heard what happened 5 years ago, When the disciples of the seven sects had beaten their senior brothers and sisters 10 times in a row, they were discontent and refused to accept it in their hearts. But after the end of this first exchange of pointers, they all felt a chill in their hearts. "You let me win," Xianxia smiled. In that earlier fight, from start to finish, he had not wasted a single bit of energy. Moreover, he still had not left the stage, but rather just stood where he originally was. As he looked towards the disciples of the New Moon Profound Palace and said, "I wonder who would be the next friend from New Moon Profound Palace that's coming to exchange some pointers. This kid seems like he's addicted to being in the limelight." A disciple of the Seven Deadly Sword Pavilion scoffed. "Alas, there's no meaning in oppressing these rookies. This is just playing around." Another person sneered. To be defeated this fiercely with only 2 maneuvers, it made all the 16-years-old disciples of New Moon Profound Palace nervous in their hearts. None of them dared to take the stage. This was because Li Hao was considered the most powerful out of the 16-year-olds in New Moon Profound Palace. If any other 16-year-old were to go up, they would only be inviting humiliation. "Huh, what's going on? Don't tell me friends from the New Moon Profound Palace are all a bunch of turtles." Xianxia jeered, but had a sudden change in his facial expression and lightly slapped his own face. "Look at this mouth of mine, it really doesn't know what it's saying. This is the profound palace appointed by the magnificent imperial family. The disciples are supposed to be the best. How can they be turtles? It must be that it's beneath them to advise this little brother. Now how should we handle this? Little brother here is going to be bold and pick someone to challenge. If I win, it's naturally due to luck, but if I lose, I will immediately leave this stage, and everyone present won't have to hear my jokes anymore." The people from the seven sects side immediately all bursted into laughter. Without even waiting for a response from New Moon Profound Palace's side, Xianxia extended his hand to point at a single person. "That big-framed senior brother over there, from the looks of it, you must be quite powerful. Please advise this little brother here for a bit." The person he had pointed to was none other than Xianxia. As Li Hao, the strongest 16-year-old in the Profound Department, got so easily beaten by an opponent of the same age, Xianxia vigorously gritted his teeth in secret. He hated how his profound strength was meager. Let alone recover face for Li Hao and New Moon Profound Palace, he didn't even have the qualifications to challenge Xianxia. But he had never thought that Xianxia would actually direct the spearhead at him. Looking at Xianxia's fingertips, Xianxia's eyes widened and instantly became stupefied. Also, this Xianxia actually called him big-framed senior brother. All the gazes concentrated onto Yuanba's body at once. All the elders in New Moon Profound Palace suddenly knitted their brows greatly, and the disciples were also struck dumb. None of them had expected that Xianxia would challenge Xianxia, who was actually only 15 years old and only came to spectate. Although with that astonishing figure of Xianxia, it really was impossible for people who wasn't familiar with him to know that he was only 15. Even mistaking him as being 18 or 19 would be normal. Xianxia spoke up. "This is my palace disciple Xianxia. However, you shouldn't call him senior brother. Although his build is excessively burly, he's still only 15 this year and is the youngest in my palace." 15 years old. Many people from the 7 profound sects almost sprayed out the tea in their mouth. Xianxia had also immediately became flabbergasted. "Yuanba, since this profound heart sect disciple wants to spar with you, you should calmly accept the challenge." Xianxia turned around and said, "You are younger in age, so there is no need to be ashamed even if you lose, just do your best." "Yes, elder." Xianxia nodded and stood up. As the huge body that neared 2 meters and 30 centimeters stood up, many people in the palace were immediately taken aback. Xianxia tapped him once and said in a low voice, "Be careful, don't get injured." He, don't worry. Even though my profound strength is no good, my body is still really tough." Xianxia tapped his chest with confidence and walked to the center of the main palace. He stood in front of Xianxia and spoke. "My name is Xianxia from Profound Department Class 1, 15 this year. Please give me your guidance." Xianxia clearly had wanted to challenge someone older to show off, but didn't expect the giant he chose that looked 18 was actually only 15 years old. A 16-year-old fighting against a 15-year-old, there wouldn't be any glory to talk about even if he had won. As he arbitrarily measured the opponent's profound power, the corner of his mouth instantly twitched a bit. Only the 6th level of the elementary profound realm. Choosing an opponent like this, it was virtually degrading his social status. "That fool, I knew something would happen if he attended this banquet. If we let others know about that, even someone at the 6th level of elementary profound realm could enter as an elite disciple. Wouldn't we become a huge laughingstock? HMPH, what a disgrace. A low, disdainful sneer filled with contempt slowly traveled into Xianxia's ears. Xianxia's gaze peered off to the side, apathetically glanced at Murong Ye, then he retracted his gaze and concentrated onto Xia Yuanba's figure. Murong Ye, who had just shut his trap, suddenly felt a chill, and his entire body violently shook a bit. He panically turned around and checked the surroundings while his heart palpitated like crazy. Just a moment ago, he felt as if he suddenly dropped into an extremely cold ice hole, and also felt as if a terrifying viper had locked him down with its eyes. But no matter where he looked, he couldn't find any abnormalities in his surroundings. The flash of that frightening feeling had also started to die down. Murong Ye touched the cold sweat on his forehead that had been formed who knows when, and genuinely thought that he was just being paranoid. Cutting mountains, splitting boulders. Xia Yuanba struck first. With both of his hands clenched into fists, his enormous body leaped up and violently crashed down. Adding his body together with that intangible sense of pressure, it really had some kind of resemblance to cutting mountains, splitting boulders. He actually had the face to show off such a trashy, profound skill. If Xianxia lets him use more than 3 moves before defeating him, he'll never have the face to meet anyone outside again, sneered a senior disciple of Profound Heart Sect. When faced with the enormous force of Xia Yuanba's attack, Xianxia didn't attempt to dodge at all, and didn't even assume a profound skills pose. He simply raised his right arm horizontally while standing in place, and plainly blocked toward Xia Yuanba's heavy strike that appeared to be extremely ferocious. The corner of his lips revealed a faint smile of disdain. With a dull sound, both of Xia Yuanba's fists violently smashed onto Xianxia's arm. Xianxia's forearm sank a little, then suddenly flipped upwards like a snake that just had awoken, and immediately locked both of Xia Yuanba's robust arms between his forearm and upper arm. Then his profound energy abruptly flared up. Ka-cha, UWA? Yuanba. Xianxia immediately stood up. In the wake of Xia Yuanba's scream of agony, both of his arms were dislocated in an instant. Xianxia swung out his arm and actually managed to throw Xia Yuanba's body that weighed over 175 kilos upwards for over a meter. Normally, a spar should have ended here. Xia Yuanba's defeat after a single move was a result that wasn't out of anyone's expectations. A powerful foundation, profound arts and profound skills, allowed Xianxia to defeat someone who was only 1 level lower with just 2 maneuvers. Not to mention Xia Yuanba, who was only at the 6th level of elementary profound realm. However, when Xia Yuanba's body was still in the air and about to heavily fall to the ground, the corner of Xianxia's mouth suddenly formed into a shady grin, as his right fist flashed with a purple light. Xianxia immediately detected Xianxia's intent and promptly shouted, "Stop!" But how would Xianxia listen to him? An unrestrained purple cloud palm violently smashed onto Xia Yuanba's body that was just about to hit the ground. The sound of at least 3 ribs breaking clearly resounded. "Yuanba!" Not caring about anything else, Xianxia jumped over next to Yuanba's body with a single leap and supported his falling body. As Xia Yuanba touched the ground, his complexion had already become ghastly white. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, and his face was twisted because of the intense pain. Although Xia Yuanba's body appeared to be robust, his protective profound energy was still too weak. It was impossible for him to endure Xianxia's heavy strike. Xianxia looked at Xianxia, his eyes filled with rage as he spoke with a livid face. "This competition is only a sparring session. The match is finished when the victor is obvious. The victor was clear just now. Why would you still strike him that heavily?" "Heh!" Xianxia made a sneer of disdain. "It's true that it was a spar, but swords are without eyes, and fists are hard to restrain. This is a principle that anyone would know. There are even occasions where lives are lost because of the difficulty of holding back during spars. It's normal to receive a little bit of injury. How could I have known that your New Moon Profound Palace's elite disciples were this fragile, bones broke and spewing blood just from 1 or 2 moves? You guys aren't blaming yourselves for your uselessness, but instead criticize me. Haha, what junior brother Xianxia said is too right. During spars between our fellow apprentices, breaking a few bones is only a common occurrence. That's what you call a real spar. New Moon Profound Palace can't even handle a little injury. No wonder it had always been incompetent. Tests. If I were to say little brother Xianxia was already merciful enough, if little brother Xianxia had used all of his strength, with just that sixth level of elementary profound realms protective profound energy, would that brat even be alive right now? Ear-piercing voices of mockery came from the seven sects' side. New Moon Profound Palace's elders could only shake their head and sigh helplessly. Yun Qi's deep rage made him reveal a smile instead. He carried Xia Yuanba next to Lan Zuruo, who was the closest to him. "Senior Sister Zuruo, may I trouble you to look after Yuanba?" "Okay." Lan Zuruo hastily walked down, took out a pearl-white medicinal pellet, and fed it into Xia Yuanba's mouth. As she raised her head, she discovered that Yun Qi had already stood up and walked toward Xianxia. "What a great swords are without eyes, and fists are hard to restrain." Yun Qi stood in front of Xianxia, and his face had already become impeccably calm. He stared at this person who dared to maliciously injure Xia Yuanba in front of him, and spoke with an indifferent tone. "You better remember this sentence you had just said. Next, I'll be your opponent." Yun Qi, Profound Department Class 1, 16 years old. Who is this youth? While only 16, he's already at first level of the nascent Profound realm, and the thickness of his profound energy is even a little higher than Li Hao. Why haven't I seen him before? There's no need to think too much. He's definitely a disciple in our Profound department. He is my old friend's grandson and had just joined us today at noon. Sikong Han explained to the other elders. However, his expression was full of concern. Although Yun Qi's profound energy was slightly stronger than Li Hao, it was only by a little bit and wouldn't make much of a difference. Li Hao was heavily wounded facing Xianxia, which meant that there shouldn't be a different result with Yun Qi. At most, he would be able to endure a few more rounds. If he let Yun Qi be injured right as he joined the Profound department, he wouldn't be able to face Xiao Olai. However, in this kind of situation, the person being challenged must accept the challenge, and it's even harder to stop the challenger that stood out. He could only watch with open eyes and pray that Yun Qi doesn't get too severe of an injury. "Brother-in-law, be careful. He's too strong," Xia Yuanba said in a painful voice as he held onto his chest. Xianxia froze for a bit when he heard Yun Qi's statement, and then started laughing as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. "Ahahaha, don't tell me that you're trying to warn me. Threaten me. An eye for an eye. Ha-ha-ha-ha-ha, with just you? Ha-ha-ha-ha." Although Xianxia's laugh was unbridled and harsh to the ear, there were no one that felt his laugh was presumptuous and baseless. Only after laughing for a long while did he finally say with contempt, Tusk, I didn't expect that in New Moon Profound Palace's 16-year-olds, there is actually someone that can be matched with Li Hao. This kind of level in New Moon City is actually quite good, but it's too bad that you've met me today. Since you had the guts to challenge me, how about I give you an advantage?" Xianxia slowly extended 5 fingers and shook them in front of Yun Qi. "5 moves. If you can cross 5 moves with me, you'll be considered as the winner of this spar. How about it?" "Ha-ha-ha-ha, junior brother Xianxia, you're thinking too highly of him." A wave of laughter erupted from the side of Profound Heart Sect. The main seat of this banquet, Qin Waiu, who didn't speak at all since the beginning of the exchange of pointers, finally had some shifts in expression. He silently looked at Yun Qi's gaze that didn't waver in the slightest under Xianxia's laughter and mocking, and exclaimed in his heart, "This little fellow is not simple by any means. Are you finished with your nonsense?" Yun Qi coldly spoke. "Oh, your name was, Yun Qi, right? Don't just stand there. If you want to start, then come attack me any time. At least you'll get to attack once that way. If I strike first, you may not even have a chance to strike anymore." Xianxia said with a grin as he crossed his arms in front of his chest. "Heh," Yun Qi also laughed. He didn't say a word more. All of a sudden, his body lunged forward as his left hand extended forward and grabbed straight for Xianxia's neck. "What? You don't even have any profound skills?" Xianxia's laugh became even more mocking. His eyes half narrowed, and only until Yun Qi's arm was just 2 feet away from his face did he start to move. His right hand shot out like a lightning, grabbed toward Yun Qi's left wrist, and precisely caught his left hand in the palm of his hand. A trace of a shady grin flashed in the corner of Xianxia's mouth. Just as he was about to channel his profound energy to snap Yun Qi's wrist, the palm of his hand that had clearly caught Yun Qi's wrist instead felt empty. His 5 fingers passed through Yun Qi's wrist and fiercely grabbed the empty space. As for Yun Qi's body, it had also disappeared as if turned into mist. At the same time, a strong gust of wind came from his right side. With his mind still boggled, how could he even react? "PAA?" An incomparably loud sound of a slap to the face resounded throughout every corner of the main palace. Everyone had clearly heard it. The sound was so distinctive, it was as if their own face had been slapped. The entirety of Xianxia was sent flying, and finally heavily crashed onto the ground after spinning a full 1,440 degrees in midair. For this slap, Xianxia didn't holding back a single ounce of his strength. He rubbed the back of his hand that became a little red on his clothes with disgust and spoke indifferently. First move. This merciless slap to the face straight up dumbfounded Xianxia as well as everyone present. At first, they had expected that Xianxia would suffer a disastrous defeat or even get severely injured in just a few moves. None of them had thought that, in their first round of exchange, Xianxia actually gave Xianxia a merciless slap to the face. And the sound of the slap couldn't be any louder either. All of the people from the 7 major sects were completely stupefied. New Moon Profound Palace's disciples and elders were also collectively flabbergasted. For a moment, their brain promptly froze and couldn't make any turns for a long time. Only until the words "first move" exited indifferently from Xianxia's mouth did they finally wake up as if they had been in a deep dream. After finally confirming what had happened was actually real, every one of them opened their eyes wide. Both Li Hao and Xia Yuanba suffered a crushing defeat. This, together with Xianxia's endless provocation and mockery, made New Moon Profound Palace disciples hold a bellyful of anger and humiliation. But they couldn't do anything at all to regain their face. Seeing this ruthless slap to the face by Xianxia soothed their entire body all the way down to their bone marrows. The delightfulness they experienced from head to toe couldn't even be described in words. If not out of concern of this banquet, they would have straight up shouted out to cheer. One after the other, the 7 sects, especially the Profound Heart Clan, looked at each other's faces in dismay. Xianxia, who was impressively at the 2nd level of nascent Profound Realm, who also carried the sect's profound arts and skills, actually had gotten fiercely slapped in the face by a first ranker of the nascent Profound Realm, who had absolutely no traces of any profound art on his body. Was this a joke? Earlier that was a profound movement skill. Elder Sikong, did you see his movements clearly? An elder of New Moon Profound Palace asked in a low voice. Completely did not. Moreover, I've never seen that movement skill before either. Sikong Han spoke with a quiet voice. His gaze that looked at Xianxia was now far different from before. Xianxia crawled back up from the ground while floundering. The entire right side of his face had already swelled up high and became as red as a monkey's buttocks. Just earlier, he was talking big, but in a blink of an eye, he was slapped in the face by someone during this kind of occasion. This could be said as a humiliation Xianxia had never received in his entire lifetime. He furiously stared at Xianxia, his gaze impeccably pernicious. However, he managed to suppress it and didn't lose the basics of his demeanor. While forcing himself to smile, he said, "Good, very good. I had deliberately left you an opening at first so you could at least exchange a few moves and not lose too much face. But since you couldn't tell what's good for you at all, get ready to face the consequences of angering me." Xianxia shook his right hand, apathetically glanced at him, and said with disdain, "Moron, you're courting death." Xianxia was completely enraged. With a low roar, he raised both of his hands and took the initiative to charge at Xianxia. At the same time, purple light flashed above both his left and right palm. Then both fists simultaneously extended and smashed toward Xianxia. Under the purple sun profound art, Xianxia's 2 hands contained a force of at least 500 kilos. "Junior brother Yun, be careful," Lan Zuruo subconsciously cried out in shock. Since she sat in the frontmost row, it was enough for her to clearly feel how enormous of a power had been concentrated onto Xianxia's hands at this moment. At the same time, the hearts of New Moon Profound Palace's elders and disciple had also suspended. Xianxia's true strength was obvious. About that round just a moment ago, it was extremely possible that Xianxia had only been underestimating enemy and got careless. Against the Xianxia who was now enraged, was it even possible for Xianxia to still handle him? "Die!" Xianxia's eyes glinted with maliciousness. The earlier humiliation made the intention to kill Xianxia rise from his heart. Although he didn't really dare to kill someone within New Moon Profound Palace, he still had the confidence that this strike was enough to cripple Xianxia for life. Under the enormous pressure, it was as if Xianxia couldn't move at all from the suppression, and there weren't any signs of a defensive posture. Xianxia's 2 fists directly smashed onto Xianxia's chest without difficulty, and then, passed right through his body. WHAT? Yu's eyes suddenly bulged wide open as his body also tilted forward from the inertia. At this time, a sharp sound of wind came breaking through the air from his left side. PAA? Another deafening slap to the face that couldn't be any louder, clearly resounded throughout the entire main palace yet again. Yu's body once more flew. After magnificently spinning 4 rotations in the air, he face-planted onto the ground jaw first, like a poop-eating dog. The left side of his face had also increasingly swelled and became as red as blood. Second move, Xianxia leisurely said as he gently blew on the back of his left hand. All of New Moon Profound Palace's disciples opened their eyes wide, and 2 words collectively sounded in their heart. Holy shit! If the first time was said to be because of carelessness, luck, or coincidence, then the second time definitely could not be explained using words like careless, luck, or coincidence. The Li Hao who was defeated by Yu had not left, and was only carried to the back for treatment. As he watched Yu get slapped flying once more with open eyes, his entire face became thoroughly red from excitement, to the point that he couldn't even feel the intense pain on his body anymore. He yelled out uncontrollably, "What a great hit! That hit was F-seeking refreshing, how stress-relieving." He. The person currently treating Li Hao's injuries was Li Hao's cousin Li Haoran. As he heard Li Hao's speech, he laughed gleefully and leisurely spoke. "Little Hao, I can tell with just one glance that you're still lacking. Junior brother Yun's hit was not only great, refreshing, stress-relieving, but also extremely clever. Look at that Yu's face. First slap, his right cheek became a monkey's butt. Second hit, his left cheek became another monkey's butt. That color, that swollen shape, that position, and that height. It's exactly identical to the right side, and that's what you call symmetry. Look at Yu's face again. It all of a sudden feels much more balanced than before. These are not a mere 2 slaps to the face, but a perfected art of face slapping. The strength, position, and angle all requires extreme precision. It's definitely not something that just anyone could slap out. It really is too marvelous to express with words. PFFT? Li Haoran's voice was not quiet at all, and more than half the people present within the palace heard it clearly. Many had lost it on the spot, and some profound department disciples held their stomach, trying hard not to laugh out loud as they raised their thumbs at Li Haoran. Ha! Ha ha! Although his innards pained whenever he laughed, Li Hao was laughing with extraordinary glee. Heh, as expected, cousin's level really is much higher. In any case, it doesn't matter whether junior brother Yun wins or loses. I'll definitely become friends with him. Yu awkwardly stumbled back up again and forcibly swallowed down 3 of his teeth along with his blood. He fixed his bulging eyes at Xianxia, wishing that he could rip him apart just by his gaze alone. At the same time, he was also astonished inside his heart. Just now, how did he appear on my left? His body was obviously still at that original spot. Twice I had clearly struck him, yet how did I hit empty space instead? Did something go wrong with my eyes? Or was it a profound movement skill? But how could such a profound movement skill exist? Jasmine had told Xianxia before, if Star God's broken shadow was only cultivated to the 1st realm, he could already hold his ground against 2 opponents of the same level simultaneously. When cultivated to the 3rd realm, even if he was facing against an opponent that's 5 levels higher, he would still be able to retreat uninjured. Star God's broken shadows had 8 realms in total. Jasmine has currently cultivated it to the 6th realm, and could break into 6 phantoms that were difficult to distinguish real from fake. The current Xianxia had mastered the 1st realm, and could only break into 1 afterimage. However, although it was only the 1st realm, it's still a profound skill that came from Jasmine. How could it be compared to normal movement profound skills? Let alone Yu, who was at the nascent profound realm, even the palace chiefs at the spirit profound realm and earth profound realm, was basically unable to clearly see Xianxia's movement. The bewilderment in their heart far surpassed those of the young disciples. How do your teeth taste? Xianxia narrowed his eyes and mercilessly ridiculed him. He. Yu wiped the corner of his mouth and instead laughed. Xianxia, to force me into such an embarrassed state, you can be considered the first, and so you will die miserably, very miserably. Before Yu had even finished speaking his malicious words, Xianxia's silhouette suddenly swayed in his vision and already dashed in his direction. Yu's expression sank as both of his arms abruptly drew a half-circle toward his front. This time he had learned his lesson and directly used the purple sun arts to envelop the 3 directions of the front, left and right side. No matter which position Xianxia suddenly moved to, if he touched the purple sun profound energy, he would instantly receive his powerful counterattack. He was confident in that one move. With just a single move, he would be able to pound Xianxia onto the ground, to the point of not even being able to crawl back up. Xia's silhouette disappeared just like before as he came in contact with the purple sun profound energy in front of him. Yu's complexion darkened and instantly focused his concentration to his left and right side. However, this time, the strong gust of wind actually whistled from above. Bang! Xianxia, who broken shadowed into the air, ruthlessly kicked at Yu's right eye. His body backflipped in place, and he once more landed jaw first onto the ground, as a bloody tooth flew out right away. When Xianxia landed on his feet, he nearly stepped on his head. As his vision swept downwards, he spoke languidly. "Third move! You bastard! Ah!" Bang! Just as Yu was about to crawl back up, Xia's feet abruptly flew out and kicked Yu's left eye. His body that was half raised splendidly performed a backflip again, as both his eyes suddenly became like that of a panda's. "Did your master not teach you to stay concentrated in any situation? Fourth move! UWAA. I'll kill you." His entire face was impeccably red and swollen. Both of his eye sockets became black and blue. Yu's face that originally brimmed with heroic spirit had now become neither like a human nor a demon. It was miserable to the max. As he stood up, his face that was already terrifying became even more sinister. All of his profound energy frantically flowed out, and it was as if his entire person stood on the brink of insanity. "Purple Sun Thousand Phantom Hands!" Yu hoarsely roared and rushed at Xianxia. Under the purple sun arts, both of his arms had almost become completely purple. "It's one of Profound Heartsek's ultimate moves. Purple Sun Thousand Phantom Hands? Xianxia, beware!" Sikonghan instantly stood up as he yelled in shock. Yu's arms swung out quickly and launched countless purple shades of light that wildly enveloped in Xianxia's direction. Xianxia didn't retreat nor dodge. His eyes narrowed down into a slit as his right hand extended through the lines of purple light and smashed the place above Yu's elbow with just the right amount of force. This Profound Heartsek's purple sun art uses the three veins purple sun, Fu Zhang, and Tian Tan to consolidate energy while using the purple sun vein as core. If the purple sun vein is shaken, the purple sun art would immediately disintegrate, and all the profound energy in the entire body would temporarily be in disorder. At the same time, when the purple sun art is activated, the position 2 inches above his chest that connects to the purple sun vein would flood all the protective profound energy into the purple sun vein. That place then can be considered as completely defenseless. This was what Jasmine had informed him just a moment ago. The place that Xianxia heavily smashed was exactly Yu's purple sun vein. Immediately, Yu's entire arm was paralyzed. All of the purple energy instantaneously vanished as the profound energy in his entire body went into a state of chaos, making Yu's body freeze for a brief period of time. And in this exact brief moment, that Xianxia stepped forward and fiercely smashed his elbow onto the location slightly above the center of his chest. Crack! Yu's sternum was instantly shattered and dislocated. His entire body flew into the air like a dead leaf in the wind. As he flew backwards, he violently vomited a bloody arrow out from his mouth. After that, he fell onto the ground like a sandbag. His entire body convulsed twice and became incapable of getting back up. Fifth move, Tusk. This Profound Heartsek's brother Yu really kept to his words. He previously said that he'd let me win after 5 moves, and it really took 5 moves for me to win, not one more and not one less. Brother Yu's promises are truly admirable. Yu extended his hand and pointed at Xianxia as his entire body trembled. But after just saying the one word, "You," his eyes rolled backwards until only the whites of the eyes could be seen. His head tilted at an angle and he immediately passed out. No one knew whether he had fainted due to the injury or due to anger. Yu! Profound Heartsek disciples were all startled. 2 people hastily stepped up to pick up Yu's body that fell to the ground and consecutively fed him 3 medicinal pellets into his mouth. One of them looked up, glared at Xianxia, and furiously spoke. "During this exchange of pointers amongst those of the same age, you actually acted this viciously. If anything happens to Yu, my Profound Heartsek will definitely not let you off." "Oh, I don't understand what you're saying," Xianxia replied with a sneer. "Yes, we were exchanging pointers, but swords are without eyes, and fists are hard to restrain. While exchanging pointers, there are even occasions where lives are lost because of the difficulty of holding back during spars. It's normal to receive a little bit of injury. How was I supposed to know that your profound heart-sex disciple was this fragile? Bones breaking and coughing up blood just from 5 moves. Why aren't you blaming your useless disciple, instead of trying to criticize me? The arrogant words that Xianxia had originally said, after inflicting wounds upon Li Hao and Xia Yuanba earlier, Xianxia sent them back word by word, and not only was it merely his words that were returned, but it was even more so a resounding slap to the face. Xianxia's words made the hearts of New Moon Profound Palace disciples feel incomparably refreshed. Li Hao's injuries had already stabilized as he straightened his back, clenched his fist tightly, and watched the pitiful scenery of Xianxia that passed out on the floor. Never in his life had he vented so much anger. He felt extremely grateful towards Xianxia because he knew that if it wasn't for Xianxia, he would never, in this lifetime, have the chance to pay back this debt to Xianxia, let alone pay it back in folds. 5 moves to win. The first 2 were 2 slaps on the face, the second 2 was a pair of panda eyes, and the final one was an immediate knockout. How was this an exchange of pointers? This was a humiliation comparable to being skinned alive. When cursing, one shouldn't pinpoint shortcomings, and when striking, one shouldn't strike the face. However, Xianxia took it all out on Xianxia's face. It was not because Xianxia had vicious intentions. It was due to Xianxia's malicious intentions which severely injured Xia Yuanba that stirred his true fury. As disciples of the Profound Heart Sect, how could they still keep a steady face when their hearts overflowed with rage? When they've been ridiculed by a disciple of New Moon Profound Palace, whom they had always looked down upon. One amongst them abruptly stood up and spoke while facing Qin Huaiyu. "Palace Chief Qin, today is your appointment date, and us Profound Heart Sect came here in good faith to sincerely congratulate you." Our disciples exchanging pointers was also just to liven things up. But not only did your disciple act viciously, he even insulted my Profound Heart Sect's disciples. If I may ask, is this how your New Moon Profound Palace shows hospitality? Ha 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 ha. Qin Huaiyu had not even replied, yet Xianxia had actually started to laugh heartily. I really don't know how thick the skin on your face has to be to actually dare say such a thing. Your Profound Heart Sect disciple Xian, you seriously injured 2 of our New Moon Profound Palace disciples in a row. You'd have to be blind to not have seen him maliciously injure them on purpose. Furthermore, he even mocked and ridiculed our New Moon Profound Palace, but no one from your sect stopped him, and instead laughed and jeered on. So is this the sincerity your Profound Heart Sect was talking about? Such a joke is even worse than a load of bull. Qin Huaiyu intended to get up, but after hearing Xianxia's retort, he sat back down with a smile. He sat as motionless as a mountain, but was secretly surprised. This kid. You... The person from Profound Heart Sect never would have thought that a young disciple from New Moon Profound Palace would actually dare to point at his nose and condemn him. In addition, every single sentence hit the vitals and left him with no rebuttal. At the moment, I've only just injured one of your disciples, and you guys started to jump out to question our palace chief Qin. In that case, when Xianxia injured our disciples earlier, where were you guys then? Were your eyes all blind? Or is it that this is your Profound Heart Sect style all along? Xianxia insidiously continued and didn't stop as he was ahead. For a long time now, New Moon Profound Palace disciples had always felt a sense of inferiority when confronted with the 7 sects. Even if the 7 sects openly or covertly suppressed them, they had no choice but to endure, because they were unwilling to spark conflict with any one of the 7 sects. Not mentioning the disciples, even the elders would not dare to berate the 7 sects in this way. But Xianxia had just joined the Profound Palace, and was only a 16-year-old disciple. Nevertheless, in the presence of Profound Heart Sect's head elder, he had pointed at the Profound Heart Sect's disciple and scolded him until his entire body trembled all over. The rest of the people from Profound Heart Sect were livid. Satisfaction? Genuine satisfaction. The people from Profound Heart Sect had unsightly looks as if they had just eaten a pile of dung. Whereas the New Moon Profound Palace disciples' hearts were satisfied to the point that their bodies had almost floated away. New Moon Profound Palace was completely reasonable in this matter. Xianxia maliciously injuring people was plain for all to see. Even though it was so, excluding Xianxia, no one else dared to berate and mock Profound Heart Sect in this way. But Xianxia dared to. He had yelled out what they had not dared to yell out, and he had condemned the people they had not dared to condemn. "Ah, it really is a newborn calf who's not afraid of a tiger," stated a middle-aged man from the Xiao sect's outer sect. "His imposing manner is not bad, and his innate ability is passable. For New Moon Profound Palace to produce a disciple like this is rather rare." Xiao Luocheng held onto a cup of wine as he squinted his eyes to appreciate the small ripples at the center and appeared, as if he wasn't concerned about what had just happened in the main palace. Unfortunately, he is a little insolent and foolish. To dare to offend Profound Heart Sect in this way, does he really believe that New Moon Profound Palace is capable of protecting him? The complexion of New Moon Profound Palace elders fluctuated. Xianxia defeating Xuan Yu allowed New Moon Profound Palace to let out a huge breath of relief. What he had said after that had let them feel even more refreshed at heart, but this had put Profound Heart Sect on the spot. Profound Heart Sect was one of the 7 major sects of New Moon City, and for them, a colossus in this city, to be offended by a mere 16 years old this way. Even New Moon Profound Palace may not be able to guarantee his safety. The gaze of the Profound Heart Sect that looked toward Xianxia became solemn, yet Xianxia appeared as if he was oblivious to this. He slightly turned his body, looked at everyone present, and proudly stated, "Our New Moon Profound Palace is appointed by the imperial family, but naturally cannot compare to the resources and heritage of your long-standing sects. However, our New Moon Profound Palace disciples will never consider themselves inferior to anyone whatsoever, and definitely will not stand being bullied or humiliated. One that humiliates will in turn be humiliated. For Profound Heart Sect's Xuan Yu to maliciously injure my senior and junior in front of my eyes. As a New Moon Profound Palace disciple, there's no reason for me to treat him with courtesy. Otherwise, wouldn't New Moon City ridicule New Moon Profound Palace disciples as cowards who can only submit, even after being bullied and humiliated? If you're discontent and is incapable of accepting this, you can come up and give me some guidance. I've heard that there are quite a number of talents in New Moon City's 7 major sects. Since I am just an ordinary disciple from New Moon Profound Palace, I really want to know. How many people would you need to make me step down from here?" These words violently stirred the expressions of everyone in the main palace. If the preceding parts of this statement was an impassioned speech, then the last sentence was complete arrogance. Complete arrogance to the extreme, because hidden meaning within these words meant that an ordinary disciple of New Moon Profound Palace was unexpectedly challenging the 7 major sects. In contempt. "What a complete fool," Murong Ye snorted from his nose and said while sneering. "Even if junior brother Yun was bathing in the limelight just now, this is too arrogant and reckless." That was what the majority of New Moon Profound Palace disciples thought in their hearts, especially the disciples who have been in New Moon City for a long time. They clearly knew the astonishing strength the 7 major sects possessed. Although Xianxia defeated Xuan Yu, he was still only at the first level of the nascent Profound Realm. Any one talent from the 7 major sects of the same age group could completely oppress him. Not only were his words ridiculing, it also humiliated himself. This. Sikong Han's face was full of anxiety as his body trembled. He could not help himself from wanting to get up to stop Xianxia. But in this kind of situation, it was fundamentally impossible for him to say something to stop him. Apparently, calling him foolish is still thinking too highly of him. He's a total moron. Xiao Luocheng put down the cup of wine as he laughed in disdain. A 16-year-old breaking into the first level of the nascent Profound of Realm was indeed considered a pretty good innate talent. Even in the 7 major sects, he would be classified as top tier. However, to lean on this one fact and dare be this arrogant, it was practically the same as a little clown's animated performance. While also at the age of 16, Xiao Luocheng was already the #1 in this generation of youths in New Moon City. And this was because he was already at the 10th level of the nascent Profound Realm. He nearly surpassed Xianxia by an entire realm. Considering his level, when faced with Xianxia's current attitude and words, it indeed was like a genuinely strong practitioner looking at an arrogant little clown. "Ha ha ha ha, you're killing me." The fact that a loser at the first level of the nascent Profound Realm, who luckily defeated Profound Heart Sect's Xuan Yu with a profound movement skill, would actually dare be this arrogant. He truly can't tell the differences between heaven and earth. "Watch your daddy come teach you a lesson." Following this voice full of ridicule, a lone person leapt high in the air and landed in front of Xianxia. A youngster provocatively stared at him with disdain. Once he appeared, quite a few people from New Moon Profound Palace immediately yelled out his name. It's Cloudy Sun Sect's Yan Ming. It's said that his innate talent is ranked in the top 5 of Cloudy Sun Sect's younger generation. Only 16 years old, and is already a third ranker of the nascent Profound Realm, who has even mastered a bit of the Burning Sun art. Yan Ming raised his palm, and after a poof sounded from the hollow of his palm, a red-colored flame rose to about half a foot high. Yan Ming, Cloudy Sun Sect, 16 years and 7 months old. Remember this uncle's name because this uncle is about to teach you how to behave. Heh, really? Faced with Yan Ming's fire attribute profound art, Xianxia undauntingly sneered. I'm afraid that in the end you're the one who's going to be taught how to behave. He thought to himself, playing with fire in front of me. That's simply dying without even knowing how you died. Seems like you're only full of words. Hey, properly use that profound movement skill from earlier, because that'll only let you hold out for a little while longer. Come, run along in the wake of my flame, and let all these people see your fleeting figure, ha-ha-ha. Cloudy Sun Chain? Amidst his wild laughter, both of Yan Ming's hands suddenly lashed out. Within a split second, 2 waves of scorching energy with the thickness of an arm each shot out from his palms, as 2 flaming chains ferociously crossed a few meters to wrap toward Xianxia's body. Cloudy Sun Chain? He actually used Cloudy Sun Sect's signature skill. Yan Ming is only at the 3rd level of the nascent Profound Realm, yet he's already able to use such a frightening fire attribute profound skill. That's simply unbelievable. New Moon Profound Palace's Class 2 Elder said in alarm. With this level of Cloudy Sun Chain, it would even be hard for those in the 6th level of the nascent Profound Realm to resist. Xianxia this time. I hope his profound movement skill will be able to keep him from getting a severe injury. Sighed another elder. Using Cloudy Sun Chain to deal with an arrogant kid at the 1st level of the nascent Profound Realm. That's as overkill as killing a chicken with a butcher knife meant for bulls. An 18-year-old disciple from Cloudy Sun Sect said as he curled his lips. 2 whips of Cloudy Sun Chains danced about like ferocious flame dragons as they emitted a temperature that could make one suffocate. Xianxia quickly dodged by moving 3 paces to the side, but it was as if the 2 chains had eyes. They suddenly changed directions and coiled towards Xianxia with an even faster speed. It appeared as if Xianxia couldn't dodge it anymore, for he actually reached out with his hands and directly grabbed at the chains. FCK. Does he not want his hands anymore? He must have been scared silly and completely lost his mind. With this, unless Yan Ming lets him go, the meridians in his arms will burn and he could be considered to be crippled for life. Seeing Xianxia's course of action, Yan Ming laughed in his heart. To actually attempt to grab my Cloudy Sun Chains with your right hand. Ha-ha-ha, everyone can clearly see that this was what you've brought upon yourself, and when your hand is crippled, it wouldn't be my fault at all. Many from New Moon Profound Palace's side cried out in shock. But in this brief flash of time, it was simply impossible for anyone to react, as Xianxia's hand had already tightly grabbed onto the 2 Cloudy Sun Chains. Everyone from New Moon Profound Palace collectively held their breaths, and some of the female disciples had already shut their eyes, unable to bear to watch what was about to unfold. However, there was no sound of being burnt, nor did Xianxia's palm emit any smoke, nor did his palm catch on fire. In the instant Xianxia had seized the 2 chains, the Cloudy Sun Chains were like 2 noodles that could snap with just a slight tug and immediately broke apart in Xianxia's hands. What? As they watched the terrifying Cloudy Sun Chains unexpectedly break just like that in Xianxia's hands, everyone's face had an expression of shock. Yan Ming's eyes opened even wider, as he simply didn't dare to believe his own eyes. How is that possible? That was one of Cloudy Sun Sect's ultimate moves. The chain of fire that was consolidated using profound energy has a temperature that even surpasses real flames. And it also possesses a strong, devouring nature. How did it break just from one touch of Xianxia's hands? An elder of the New Moon Profound Palace said in bewilderment. The elders on Cloudy Sun Sect's side were even more so blown away that they turned pale and lost their composure. Head Elder Yan Ziz abruptly stood up and almost believed that something went wrong with his own eyes. The disciple by his side quickly stated, "Elder, there is no need to panic. After all, junior brother Yan Ming is only at the 3rd level of nascent Profound Realm. It's still a little bit far-fetched for him to control the Cloudy Sun Chain. Therefore, the chain may have snapped because of insufficient profound strength." HMPH. purposefully showing off while not even having sufficient profound energy. It's as if he's asking to be scoffed at. Xianxia coldly snorted. The situation before his eyes could only be explained in this way. It was impossible for him to believe that Xianqi, who was only at the first level of nascent profound realm, could sever the cloudy sun chains with his bare hands, and furthermore, have his entire hand remain unscathed. Xianqi clapped his hands and spoke while laughing heartily. Brother Yan Ming is really impressive at circus acts. With your skills from earlier, Tusk, it's really a waste to not go perform on the streets. This is impossible. Yan Ming's heart was filled dismay. Others couldn't tell, but he clearly understood that his cloudy sun chain from before was released and executed with great success. It should have been completely enough to burn Xianqi's palm into a crisp as soon as it got in contact with his hands. There shouldn't be any reason for it to break so abruptly. Xianqi's mockery drove Yan Ming into a fit of rage. He spoke with a menacing expression. Don't get full of yourself. Just now I was simply just casually probing your strength. I'll let you experience the real cloudy sun chain from my cloudy sun sect right this instant. Although firm words came out of his mouth, the previous failure made him lose his confidence. He no longer dared to simultaneously channel two cloudy sun chains in both hands, but rather growled lowly as a thick and strong chain of fire abruptly swung out from his right palm towards Xianqi, like a dancing fire snake. This time Xianqi didn't even move. The cloudy sun chain quickly approached and then wrapped around his body in a flash. Yan Ming immediately felt a wave of joy in his heart. Just as he was about to detonate the fire profound energy, he suddenly saw the wrapped cloudy sun chain break apart into several segments like a rotten hemp rope, under Xianqi's incredibly nonchalant tug. Afterwards, it completely extinguished. Xianqi had already become angry. He patted his clothes that were touched by the cloudy sun chain and furiously spoke. We came here to exchange pointers, but you're actually showing me circus tricks. This is simply a waste of everyone's time. I should just kick you off this stage sooner. With a low shout, Xianqi instantly appeared at Yan Ming's right with a star god's broken shadow, and struck straight for his face with a fist concentrated in profound energy. Yan Ming, whose cloudy sun chain broke once again, was helplessly overwhelmed with shock and dismay. Due to his mind that was in state of panic, his reaction speed slowed down by half a beat. He didn't have enough time to counter or block, and could only hastily retreat backwards. However, he was still struck solidly on the center of his chest by Xianqi's fist. Yan Ming's protective profound energy wavered. Although Xianqi's profound strength was 2 ranks below him, getting hit by a heavy frontal strike all of a sudden was definitely unpleasant. Rage and embarrassment mingled in his heart, and with a shout of "Scorching Fire Fist," both his fists became concentrated in fire as he punched towards Xianqi. Xianqi slightly tilted his body and dodged Yan Ming's fists that burned with fire. He then suddenly raised his right hand and pressed onto Yan Ming's right arm that had swung out. The corner of his mouth drew back and faintly formed a cold smile. Ah! A dying pig's scream of agony resounded through the main palace. The Yan Ming who had just swung out the scorching fire fists kneeled on the ground amidst his blood-curdling screech. As his left and right arms frantically lashed about, the flames on both of his hands had already vanished. However, there were actually wisps of rising black smoke above his 5 fingers, and a pungent burnt smell gradually spread inside the palace. Xianxia was greatly startled. In a flash, he dashed in front of Yan Ming. As if they were lightning, both his hands pinched Yan Ming's pair of hands and quickly guided out the flame energy that permeated inside his hands. Yan Ming's expression of agony had finally somewhat lessened, but both of his hands were already less than half burnt. His 5 fingers exaggeratedly spread out and were twisted to such an extent that it would scare a person. Lines of black smoke still slowly permeated out of the burnt flesh on his hands. To actually let the flame energy rebound back to yourself, did your cultivation during these few years all turn to dog shit? Xianxia looked at Yan Ming and furiously bellowed with a livid face, with not a care for where they were at this current occasion. As a disciple with a talent that ranked in the top 5 of the Cloudy Sun sect's younger generation, not only did his Cloudy Sun chains break twice, he actually exhibited such a low-level and laughable mistake in front of everyone. He had virtually lost all of Cloudy Sun sect's prestige. Fire attribute profound arts could enable profound practitioners to consolidate fire using profound energy, but by no means did it mean that they themselves were invulnerable to fire. For instance, when Yan Ming condensed fire onto his hands earlier, there was also a layer of protective profound energy in between his hand and the flame. The embarrassing state that Yan Ming showed after using the scorching flame fist clearly seemed as if he wasn't able to adequately control the flame energy. The flame energy consolidated by profound energy was not entirely released outside. A part of it formed into the flames on his hands, and another portion directly exploded inside his palms and scorched himself. But this kind of mistake would usually only happen within the first half year of practicing this fire attribute profound art. Also, the power of this fire was weak during this period of time, so even if there was a mistake, it wouldn't do too much harm. After some time, controlling fire using profound energy would become as easy as controlling one's own hands and feet. This kind of joke-like mistake should, fundamentally, not occur. Of course, it was impossible for Yan Zizai to expect that, during the split second Yun Qi touched Yan Ming's arm, he had guided the fire from his hands into the interior of his palm. Even if Yun Qi openly declared the truth right now, Ye Zizai still wouldn't have believed him. Elder I, shut the hell up. Haven't you lost enough face? Why haven't you already gone off for treatment? Yan Zizai said with an angry tone of voice. Yan Ming obediently shut his mouth, drooped both his burnt hands, and walked back with his head down. He glanced at Yun Qi and violently clenched his teeth. He instinctively felt that the shattering of Cloudy Sun Chain and the rebounding of his profound fire had something to do with Yun Qi, since it was impossible for him to make this kind of mistake otherwise. But even if he assumed that it had something to do with Yun Qi, he simply couldn't find any justification for his reasoning. Yun Qi was only at the first level of nascent profound realm. How was it possible for him to have broken his Cloudy Sun Chain with only bare hands? And it was even more impossible for him to cause the rebound of the profound fire. This brat, his luck isn't too bad. He actually met such an idiot. I had thought he'd already be paying the price for his arrogance from before. A middle-aged man in Xiao sect snorted. He wouldn't be able to pass the next person. Xiao Luocheng dispassionately smiled. New Moon Profound Palace's elders and disciples had also let out a long breath of relief. They had thought that Yun Qi would definitely suffer a miserable defeat, and may even be covered in burn injuries. They didn't expect that the opponent would make such a low-level mistake when using his sect's profound art, which instead made it Yun Qi's victory. Like this, Yun Qi, with his profound strength at the first level of the nascent profound realm, had now consecutively defeated one at the second level of the nascent profound realm, and another at the third level of the nascent profound realm. This was definitely an impressive achievement that New Moon Profound Palace could be proud of. Yun Qi crossed his arms in front of his chest. His face, that seeped with a hint of immature aura, currently had pride written all over it. That's already two. Who will be the third? This arrogant tone instigated a wave of sneers from disciples of the 7 sects. This moron who has no idea about the differences between heaven and earth and thinks too highly of his own abilities. Couldn't he see that the previous victory was only due to Yan Ming's low-level mistake that injured himself? Just as Yun Qi's figure landed, directly to his front, the disciple that appeared to be the youngest stood up from the Stormy Profound Palace's seats. Feng Guangyi, from Stormy Profound Palace, 16 years old. This youth's build was not that tall, and his features were nothing special to look at either. He was also only 16, and of course, he also possessed the lofty aura that naturally came from being sought after by countless people while being only 16. He looked at Yun Qi with an extremely disdainful gaze, and said in an indifferent manner, I originally didn't want to bother with you because you're not even worthy to be my opponent. It's just that I simply couldn't stand your arrogance anymore. You only won by luck against a second-rate Xu and Yu, and even more luckily won against a joke of the Cloudy Sun sect. Do you seriously think that you're someone important now? Unfortunately, in my eyes, you're also just a joke. Nicely said. Kick him off. Did he really think that our 7 sects don't have anyone else? Amen. Although this Feng Guangyi had just become 16, he has already reached the 3rd level of nascent profound realm a few months ago. Rumors say that he's about to break through to the 4th level of nascent profound realm. His innate talent definitely surpasses Yan Ming. It has also been said that his sense of perception is extremely high, and he has already cultivated his sect's profound art, storm-piercing arts, to its 3rd stage, which even shocked the grand elders who had underwent closed-door training for many years. I would guess that this arrogant Yun Qi wouldn't even be able to cross 10 moves with him. 10 moves? You're thinking too highly of him. 5 moves maximum and he'll be kicked off. Feng Guangyi's sarcastic speech was very irritating to the ear. Yet Xianxia didn't get angry in the slightest and replied to him with an even more sarcastic gaze and tone. Who will be the real joke in the end, you'll find out very soon. HMPH? Feng Guangyi sneered. If I can't make you roll off the stage in 10 moves, my name wouldn't be Feng Guangyi anymore. As he spoke, Feng Guangyi completely opened his half-narrowed eyes all of a sudden. The clothing on his entire body started to flutter and made sounds as if they were being blown by a fierce wind. And around his body there indeed swirled a powerful whirlwind. Feng Guangyi raised up his gaze and disdainfully spoke. Bratty little Xianxia, remember this well. The profound skill that will make you roll off the stage is my stormy profound sect's storm of 9 forms. As his voice fell, Feng Guangyi's body ferociously charged toward Xianxia like a howling gale. During his extremely fast movements, his body was also continuously shifting directions, sometimes to the left and sometimes to the right. As the speed of his movements further increased, a large mass of an unidentifiable shadow appeared before Xianxia's eyes, along with many circles of terrifying whirlwinds. First form, fierce wind form. With a loud shout, 4 strands of vicious, profound energy simultaneously flew toward Xianxia like were 4 gusts of fierce wind. As Xianxia knitted his brow, his silhouette quickly flashed and dodged 3 of the 4. However, he was unable to avoid the 4th. His profound energy quickly welled up and constructed protective profound energy in front of his body with full force. Bang! As Xianxia took 3 consecutive steps backwards, his blood churned inside the center of his chest. Directly defending against profound energy of the 3rd level of nascent profound realm with the protective profound energy of the 1st level of nascent profound realm was, as expected, a bit too far-fetched. Once was still doable, but if he was struck again, he would definitely be harmed. Second form, wind shadow form. The whirlwind blew even more viciously and fully filled Xianxia's ears with the howling of the wind. Feng Guangyi's speed had also increased to his limit. Xianxia's surroundings were entirely filled with Feng Guangyi's shadows. At this moment, a silhouette rushed toward his back like a violent storm. And as for Xianxia, he also turned around at nearly the same instant. The speed of Xianxia's reaction was completely out of Feng Guangyi's expectations. However, he was only slightly shocked for a little bit, since he believed that even if Xianxia managed to react, it was impossible for him to dodge an attack with his maximum speed. His heavy blow violently smashed toward Xianxia's neck. However, during the instant that Xianxia turned around, his right fist also fiercely exploded out to meet Feng Guangyi's fist in a straight trajectory. What? Has he gone insane? To actually go against Feng Guangyi head-on? If he had tried to protect himself with all of his profound energy, maybe he wouldn't get too severe of an injury. But Feng Guangyi is at the later 3rd level of the nascent profound realm. He's only at the 1st level of nascent profound realm, yet he actually dares to go at him head-on. He truly doesn't know the differences between heaven and earth. As the people from the palace saw this scene, they all knew that Xianxia was finished. If their fists collide, getting his wrist dislocated would be considered as getting off light, for it may even be directly shattered. Not only did Feng Guangyi's fist possess a strength that's 2 ranks above Xianxia's, it also carried the stormy profound palace's powerful profound art. But how could Xianxia possibly be this arrogant in his actions and speech without anything to back it up? In the instant before both Feng Guangyi's fist and his fist collided, a radiance suddenly flashed across his eyes. Inside his profound veins, amongst the Big Dipper-shaped gates that had always been closed, the first one quietly opened. Evil God, 7 realms, 1st realm, evil soul, open. In the instant the first gate opened, Xianxia faintly heard a quiet, muffled sound from his profound veins. Right after, the profound energy inside the profound veins all of a sudden inflated. This inflation was not just a pure expansion. Even the density dramatically surged up to an astonishing degree. Volume and density skyrocketing up at the same time was a state that was completely against common sense. Yet at this moment, the fact that this state was occurring inside Xianxia's profound veins was the impeccable truth. And accompanying it was the complete berserking of Xianxia's profound energy. Jasmine had told Xianxia before the ability of evil god arts was precisely berserk. The profound energy would become crazily berserk. The ballistic profound energy flooded out from all 54 profound veins and instantly instilled into every corner of Xianxia's body. A terrifying feeling that his profound veins and body would possibly explode came to him. However, it was only almost exploding, not anything that his profound veins and body can't completely endure. Jasmine had said that the current him could barely activate the first realm, evil soul, and as expected, it was somewhat strained. Bang, Feng Guangyi and Yun Qi's fists solidly clashed together and gave out a deafening dull sound of impact. This was a direct showdown of pure profound energy without any sort of trickery. Crack. The crisp sound of bones breaking reverberated. Everyone heard it clearly, and none were surprised. Subsequently, an incomparably shrill scream of agony resounded. Yet this scream made everyone become as dumbfounded as wooden chickens, because the one shrieking miserably was actually not Yun Qi, but Feng Guangyi. All four of his fingers except the thumb were shattered at the moment of the collision, and even his wrist was violently crunched backwards. However, Yun Qi's fists did not stop here. After blowing away Feng Guangyi's fists, it continued onwards while carrying the berserking profound energy and harshly pounded onto his chest. Feng Guangyi's protective profound energy was shattered in an instant, as if it were as frail and thin as glass. He felt as if his chest was viciously smashed by an enormous boulder of over 15 tons. His entire body flew backwards like a falling leaf wrapped up in a fierce gale of wind, as his back violently crashed into the supporting pillar in the center of the main palace. After bouncing a few meters off the pillar, he laid on the ground in a twisted posture with eyes that bulged wide open. He was incapable of standing up until quite a while. The main palace instantly became absolutely silent. Everyone present opened their mouths to an enormous length, as they simply could not dare to believe the scene before their eyes. In a head-on match of pure profound power, a first ranker of nascent profound realm had unexpectedly surpassed, had completely won against a third ranker of nascent profound realm. Let alone those young disciples, even the elders that had experienced an innumerable amount of trials and hardships during their long lives, found it hard to believe. Yun Qi slowly lowered his arms. Concentrating his spirit and calming his energy, he shut the gate that was briefly opened. Instantly, the sharp swelling pain that covered his entire body and profound veins vanished along with it, and a faint feeling of exhaustion appeared. He took a few steps forward, as he looking at Feng Guangyi, whose gaze was full of shock, humiliation, and bewilderment, he indifferently spoke. "I'm arrogant because I have enough strength that allows me to be arrogant. However, you acting arrogant in front of me is only asking to be disgraced. A dignified third ranker of nascent profound realm actually lost this miserably in a battle of pure profound strength against a first ranker of nascent profound realm. Heh, do you know who's the real joke now? You!" Feng Guangyi clenched his teeth and struggled to stand up. His right hand trembled under the extreme pain, and his face was ghastly white. He knew clearly that from the exchange just now, he had sustained internal injuries that were not light at all. The main palace was still extremely quiet. The majority of the disciples of the seven sects were already thoroughly flabbergasted. Their sects had exchanged pointers often, so they were aware what kind of strength Feng Guangyi possessed. Especially his storm of 9 forms, which was enough to even force opponents 2 levels above him to become flustered. Yet he had only used his storm of 9 forms to its second form, and had already been utterly smashed into a battered condition by Yun Qi's fist. "Yun Qi, did you think you've really defeated me?" Feng Guangyi became furious from embarrassment as his left hand tightly clenched. "Earlier, I was only careless and held back. Or else, with only your first level of nascent profound realm, how could you possibly be victorious against me?" After finished speaking, he had already lifted his left hand and activated his profound art again, and circles of whirlwinds blew around his body. However, anyone could clearly see that the whirlwinds this time were nearly half as strong as before. It was evident that he had suffered some heavy injuries. "Enough!" The palace chief of Stormy Profound Palace snorted coldly. "Guangyi, you've already lost. Hurry up and step down." Feng Guangyi's left hand tightened even more and said while clenching his teeth, "Palace chief, this disciple didn't lose. I was only careless and underestimated the opponent. My storm of 9 forms had only gotten to the second form, if I had completely casted it." "Shut up!" Stormy Profound Palace's palace chief had already become furious. "That contest of pure profound strength earlier, unless one is blind, it was obvious whether or not you held back. A third ranker of nascent profound realm lost against a first ranker of nascent profound realm. Yet you're still looking for excuses. Do you think you haven't lost enough face for our Stormy Profound Palace?" Feng Guangyi's complexion suddenly darkened. He glared at Xianxia with eyes of hatred and walked back with his head lowered. Xianxia took out a low-level profound recovering pellet, swallowed it, and slowly recovered his profound energy. He then stood in the center of the main palace again. His eyes loftily swept toward the 7 sex seatings as he aloofly said, "That's already 3. The next one, who will it be?" He stood there like an arrogant king as he emitted a king's pride and shouted out a kingly declaration. Who's next? This was not only a prideful challenge, but also a taunt and slap to the face. Because he, a disciple that had just joined the New Moon Profound Palace, actually had already consecutively defeated 3 disciples from their 7 sects. Moreover, these 3 disciples were not just any common disciples. In the youth generation of New Moon City, they were famous and were all publicly recognized as geniuses. However, today they had fallen under this Xianxia's hands. Not only that, their opponent was merely at the first level of the nascent profound realm. Everyone's gazes that looked at Xianxia all changed. His win against Xianxia could be because of him relying on that bizarre profound movement skill and catching the opponent off guard. His win against Yan Ming seemed to be because of the opponent's embarrassing beginner's mistake. However, his win against Feng Guangyi, everyone had witnessed clearly that it was an honest clash of profound strength without any fancy tricks, and it was a complete victory of his without the slightest discount. In order to defeat a 3rd ranker of the nascent profound realm to that degree, it would at least require the profound strength of the 5th level, or even the 6th level of the nascent profound realm. Yet a 1st ranker of nascent profound realm actually released such a terrifying profound strength. What kind of notion was this? The only explanation was that he had always deliberately kept himself from breaking through and kept his rank of profound strength at a very low level, thereby allowing his profound energy to incomparably thicken under cultivation. If it's like this, even if his profound rank was only at the 1st level of nascent profound realm, its power could perhaps even match those of the 5th, or even the 6th level of nascent profound realm. This was the only reasoning that anyone could think of. In other words, this Xianxia, at the age of 16, possessed the true strength of one at the 5th level of the nascent profound realm or higher. As they thought about this, everyone was violently moved. This was a devil's worth of innate talent and potential. This kind of innate talent was the finest even within the 7 major sects. Lan Zuruo's eyes were filled with wonder, as she couldn't help but exclaim, "Junior brother Xia, your brother-in-law was actually this formidable. Is he really the same as you, who came from that floating cloud city in the east?" Although her innate talent was excellent, if she was at the same age as Xianxia, it was absolutely impossible for her to reach that sort of level. MN. Compared to Lan Zuruo, Xia Yuanbo was shocked to the point that he even forgot about the pain from his injuries. He knew Xianxia from the base of his root. As he looked at the current Xianxia show off such power, both of his big eyes had almost bulged out from staring too hard. He didn't know how many times he had already chanted in his heart, "Brother-in-law was actually this amazing. Brother-in-law was actually this amazing. Brother-in-law was actually this amazing." The New Moon Profound Palace elders, who had their heart gripped, who were worried in various ways, now smiled with joy one after another as their eyes glinted with an odd light. To win against Feng Guangyi, what Xianxia displayed was definitely an overwhelming strength, without any kind of opportunistic tricks involved. He consecutively defeated 3 genius disciples that were famous throughout the entire city, deflated the pride of the 7 sects, and made New Moon Profound Palace stand tall with pride. The most crucial point was that this time, such a talented disciple with powerful strength had actually emerged from New Moon Profound Palace. With Xianxia's current strength and potential that he had displayed, he may even reach the Sky Profound realm in the future. If that day really came to existence, then at that time, the entirety of New Moon Profound Palace would bask in glory because of him. "Elder Sikong, is he really our Profound Department's new recruit?" asked 2 elders who sat beside Sikong Han almost at the same time. Although Xianxia had the New Moon Profound Palace's insignia on his person, and even proclaimed himself as a New Moon Profound Palace disciple, even up to this moment, they still could not dare believe that this youth, who possessed such an astonishing innate talent, would actually enter their New Moon Profound Palace. Sikong Han slowly nodded. With a face that couldn't stop the upcoming laughter, he used his fingers to twirl the beard beneath his chin as he proudly spoke. "Right, he is the grandson of my longtime friend. He heard that I was here, so he came here to seek shelter. Herihe. Aya, This time Elder Sikong has recruited a genuine genius, the two elders exclaimed in succession. The insides of the New Moon Profound Palace disciples' hearts were already seething with passion. As they watched Xianxia defeat 3 people consecutively and still continued his haughty taunting. For them, who had always been oppressed, bullied, and mocked by the 7 sects, the excitement and satisfaction they felt in their hearts were indescribable. Xianxia's name and his figure at this time were also deeply engraved inside their hearts. This little junior brother that had just joined the palace allowed them to raise their heads up in front of the 7 sects for the first time. When confronted with Xianxia's challenge this time, no one who belonged in one of the 7 sects jumped out. Amongst the disciples that the 7 sects had brought with them this time, excluding the extremely abnormal Xiao Luocheng, the strongest in the 16-year-old age group would be at the pinnacle of the 3rd level of the nascent profound realm, which was around Feng Guangyi's current level. Yet Feng Guangyi faced a disastrous defeat under Xianxia's hands in not even 3 moves. It would be difficult to expect a different result if someone with a similar strength went up, to be defeated by a New Moon Profound Palace's disciple of the same age. As disciples of the 7 sects, how extreme of a humiliation was this? If word got out, it was not known how many people would mock them for it. No one would want to touch this kind of trouble. As for those who were older, they were even more unwilling to get on stage. Winning would be considered to be taking advantage of the weak. Not only would it not be glorious, they would instead be ridiculed by others. Losing. Now that would just be extremely ugly. As for Xiao Luocheng, although he was also 16, everyone subconsciously didn't take him into consideration. As the young sect master of Xiao sect's branch sect, he had stepped into the 10th level of nascent profound realm at the mere age of 16. Famous for being #1 of the younger generation in this 250 square kilometers of New Moon City, his halo was unrivaled. Although the strength and talent that Xianxia displayed was extremely astonishing, no one would compare him with Xiao Luocheng, for that would simply be an insult to Xiao Luocheng. Xiao Luocheng calmly sat in place as his long, slender fingers lightly traced around the edge of his wine cup. The corner of his mouth had a trace of an indiscernible, indifferent smile, as if he had absolutely no interest in the events that were currently taking place within the palace hall. Over 10 breaths of time had passed since Xianxia issued the challenge, but no one from the 7 sects gave a response. It was incomparably embarrassing. Xianxia's gaze gradually became more mocking. At this moment, a youngster from the Burning Heaven clan's outer sect was unable to hold back and stood up, but was then pulled back by the person next to him, who whispered, "What are you doing? There's not much difference in strength between you and Feng Guangyi. Are you trying to lose face for our heaven-burning clan?" "Damn, that kid is too arrogant." The youngster clenched his teeth. If young clan master Zai Luan was here right now, he'd beat him to the point that even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. The Zai Luan he was talking about was their heaven-burning clan outer sect master's son, a genius of the younger generation. Even though he cannot be compared to Xiao Luocheng, at the age of 16, he was already 7th level of the nascent profound realm, and was a step away from the 8th level of the nascent profound realm. Amongst the younger generation within New Moon City, he was second only to Xiao Luocheng. At this moment, a resolute-looking youngster from the Iron Spear clan slowly walked out. He was about the same age as Xianxia, yet he did not give off a bit of immaturity, and instead possessed a composure that was inconsistent with his age. He stood in front of Xianxia, slightly nodded, and calmly stated, "Iron Spear clan's Tai Hengjian, 17 years old this year. I'm not eligible to challenge you. But watching you defeat one foe after another with such a haughty and regal demeanor, there's admiration in my heart. Therefore, I'd like to exchange pointers with you. It's just because I admire you, there are no other intentions. If you feel I am too old and is not eligible to spar with you, you can refuse and I will definitely not pursue any further." Whoa, that's the Iron Spear clan's young clan master. It's actually him that has stepped up this time. I heard 3 months ago he was already at the 4th rank of nascent profound realm. Also, his ability with the spear had already reached perfection. It wouldn't be difficult at all for him to defeat someone who's 1 or 2 ranks higher. Once Tai Hengjian stepped out, apart from Xianxia, there was not a single disciple or elder present who did not recognize him. As the Iron Spear clan's young clan master, his reputation, influence, or even his position in New Moon City was not inferior to the governor's. And there was no need to doubt his strength either. A 17 years old at the fourth level of the nascent profound realm was considered top tier in the 7 major sects. Although not considered the finest, Iron Spear clan's emphasis was not in profound strength, but in the study of the spear. Their profound strength may be ranked lowest amongst the 7 major sects, but with their combined true strength, they ranked in the middle. For Tai Hengjun to actually come out, it should be a piece of cake for him to defeat Xianxia. But he's already 17 years old, so his victory would be natural and expected. This doesn't vent my anger at all. A disciple of Profound Heart Sect stated. It really is a bit unfair. Although if he ends up cutting off his arms and legs or whatnot, that's not bad either. I really can't stand that Xianxia's arrogant face any longer. Another person said with hatred. People from New Moon Profound Palace also thought that maybe Tai Hengjun was only using this exchange of pointers as an excuse to injure Xianxia, so he would be unable to continue challenging others. After all, with his strength of being the Iron Spear clan's young clan master and a 4th ranker of the nascent Profound Realm, he could certainly accomplish this. At this moment, a few New Moon Profound Palace 17-years-old disciples tensely grasped both hands, eager to use the age range as an excuse to go up and defeat Tai Hengjun. But after remembering who Tai Hengjun was and his strength in the end, none of these 17-years-old disciples dared to step up. From Tai Hengjun's face and eyes, Xianxia could see his eagerness and sincerity and no other ulterior motives. His heart was slightly startled as he realized not all the disciples of the 7 major sects were arrogant trash. This Tai Hengjun was young in years, but was already this steadfast. His entire body had a seldomly seen air of righteousness. He was also proud, but his proudness was an unyielding character a man should have, and was not a wild arrogance. Xianxia's earlier performance made admiration surface in his heart. At the same time, it made his heart itch, and he genuinely wanted to exchange pointers with Xianxia. At once, Xianxia smiled slightly and said, "Brother Tai, what are you saying? You're the young master of Iron Spear clan. For you to challenge this nobody in front of all these people, you're already thinking too highly of me. I would be extremely honored to have a match with Brother Tai. So, let us begin." With that, Xianxia took half a step back and raised his right arm. Tai Hengjun stared blankly. Never would he have expected that Xianxia, who was clearly arrogant without bounds until now, would actually treat him in this way. His heart immediately warmed as he also revealed a slight smile on his face. Since it's like this, younger brother Yun and I shall have a proper exchange of pointers. Younger brother Yun, you've already fought 3 consecutive rounds, so it's inevitable that your profound energy has been spent to an extent. Although winning or losing doesn't matter in an exchange of pointers, if we were to start right away, it wouldn't be fair for you. How about? No need. Xianxia shook his head and smiled. I am grateful for Brother Tai's consideration, but you can be at ease. Even though I fought in 3 consecutive rounds, all 3 were finished in the blink of an eye. I had barely used up any of my profound energy. Therefore, there's no need for me to rest. For my spar with Brother Tai, I will naturally have to give it my best. Tai Hengjun did not persist and nodded as he reached out to touch his spatial ring. A silver spear as long as his height appeared in his hand. He pointed it downward at an angle. This spear is called Piercing Cloud, a true profound tool and an heirloom. I consider this precious spear as a part of my own life, and it has never left my side. I'll be using Piercing Cloud for this exchange with younger brother Yun. Younger brother Yun, show your weapon. Xianxia slightly shook his head. There's no need, I'll be using my hands to spar with Brother Tai. Tai Hengjun was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. As expected, younger brother Yun is haughty. Since it's this way, don't misunderstand Brother Tai. Xianxia immediately said, It's not that I don't think Brother Tai isn't worthy of me using a weapon, but rather that I've never used weapons before. The only weapons I've ever used are my hands. If I were to use one now, it would just bind me and I wouldn't know what to do with it. Xianxia's heart had always believed in this. If someone showed him a bit of respect, he would return the respect tenfold. If someone wronged him by an inch, he would pay it back with a smack of a stick. If someone wrongs him dearly, he will immediately torture them to death. This was Xianxia's nature. Tai Hengjun was genuinely respectful towards him, so it was only natural for him to show Tai Hengjun courtesy and due respect. Tai Hengjun seriously looked at Xianxia, then let out a hearty laugh. Ha 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 ha, great. So younger brother Xianxia isn't one of those arrogant and haughty people after all. Looks like I'll get to enjoy this exchange to my heart's content. Then younger brother Yun should take care. My piercing cloud spear has never lost to one who's younger than me. Brother Tai will also need to take care. Xianxia slowly extended his hand, and evil god art's first realm, evil soul, immediately opened, facing Tai Hengjun, who was far better than Feng Guangyi and Yan Ming. It was necessary for him to sustain this state of evil soul, or he would definitely not have a chance at defeating him. At the same time, this was a kind of respect for Tai Hengjun. In that case, receive this spear. Tai Hengjun roared as his entire body released profound energy. Piercing cloud fiercely shot out towards Xianxia. His movement did not appear to be fast, but the spear point seemed to be like lightning striking out of a cloud. It carried an immense might and appeared in front of Xianxia in an instant. Even the surrounding air was split apart and created a flash of ripples. Xianxia's pupils slightly contracted as he quickly retreated backwards, leaned to one side, and barely dodged the attack. Just as he was about to counterattack, a dangerous gust of wind suddenly came from his left. Generally speaking, the more power a spear strike possessed, the slower the speed of retracting the spear and its openings would become bigger. However, as Tai Hengjun's piercing cloud struck the air, it suddenly swept across in a flash and greatly surprised Xianxia. He withdrew his hands as quick as lightning. He then folded his wrists to support his waist and forcibly blocked it. Bang! As his wrists blocked the body of the spear, a violent shock came from the spear, which caused him to take 3 consecutive steps back and almost ruptured the profound energy protecting his body. Great spear power, great spear technique! Xianxia couldn't help but exclaim. Even though Tai Hengjun's was still young, his ability to handle a spear definitely could already be considered master class. Flood dragon breaking clouds? Tai Hengjun's piercing cloud swept across once again as the afterimages of the spear danced about and forced Xianxia to back off far away. The spear was the most oppressive amongst hundreds of the weapons. Its domineering force and power could not be compared with any other type of weapon. It was the most difficult to master, but once mastered, not to mention an enemy's counterattack, one would not even be able to get close. Flood dragon scouts the abyss. Flaming meteor. Roaring azure sea. Tai Hengjun roared every time he struck out with his spear. In a short time, everyone's eyes were filled with the afterimages of his spear. Its tyrannical strikes forced Xianxia back step by step. Sweeping through 1,000. Tai Hengjun leaped 15 meters as his piercing cloud swept across the air to attack Xianxia. Even from 15 meters away, the dominating force had already almost made Xianxia incapable of opening his eyes. Under Tai Hengjun's dozen or so spear strikes, Xianxia had already been forced to the edge of the hall. Since Xianxia was unable to dodge it this time, he howled as he faced upwards and unyieldingly struck out against Tai Hengjun's piercing cloud with his arm. "Ah!" New Moon Profound Palace disciples cried out in shock. Xianxia's profound strength could thwart an opponent of nascent profound realm of the 3rd rank. However, Tai Hengjun's spear not only contained pure profound strength, but it also had an overbearing might of the spear. How could one forcefully try to block the highest level of a spear's attack with bare arms? However, as Tai Hengjun's spear and Xianxia's arms collided, the sound of collision wasn't very loud. In the split second that they met, Xianxia's arm offsetted diagonally. He borrowed piercing cloud's force to completely change its trajectory, and at the same time, thoroughly negate the spear's force. Then he quickly attacked, to directly strike at Tai Hengjun's chest. Tai Hengjun quickly retracted the spear, but was unable to regain his posture in time and was easily blown away by Xianxia. However, he did not panic in the slightest and roared as piercing cloud's magnificent silver shadow flashed again. It no longer had an overbearing force, but rather, it struck upwards from an unconventional angle towards Xianxia's throat, as if it was an intelligent silver snake. Xianxia's breath paused as he bursted backwards using Star God's broken shadow to dodge, and heavily smashed down onto the spear at the same time, which then forced Tai Hengjun to take several steps back. Separated at a distance, Tai Hengjun and Xianxia did not immediately clash again. The entire palace once again fell into an absolute silence. Even though only a dozen or so moves had been executed in this brief moment, Tai Hengjun's usage of the spear that was at times like a violent storm and at times like an intelligent snake, coupled with his astonishing control of his spear, were all extremely amazing. To think that this kind of skill of the spear was actually accomplished by a mere 17-year-old youngster. The disciples of the same age and rank were all shocked without exception. They had to admit that even though they may be of the same rank as Tai Hengjun, they were by no means his match. Even Tai Hengjun's father, Tai Zhangkeng, continuously nodded in silence with a smile of satisfaction. And most shocking of all, when faced with the power and technique of the spear, in addition to the difference of 3 ranks in profound strength, Xianxia unexpectedly didn't even suffer a single injury even after more than 10 moves. Moreover, he was almost evenly matched with Tai Hengzhen. Everyone was shocked to the point of not being able to move. Some even had their mouth wide open and couldn't close them back for a long time. Looks like exchanging pointers with younger brother Yun was a choice that could not be more right. Tai Hengzhen swung piercing cloud with a look of excitement on his steadfast face. Same here, same here. Xianxia faintly smiled, and then his tone also carried a subtle warning. Then, brother Tai, about what's coming next, you'll need to be careful. Tai Hengzhen's spear technique was practically invulnerable. It was difficult to find an opening in it. Since it was so, the best method to defeat him in the shortest amount of time was to use an overwhelming force to forcibly break through his spear-wielding posture. Xianxia narrowed his eyes slightly. Under the evil soul state, the berserking profound energy from his profound veins entered his arms without reservation. Haha, good. To be honest, I suddenly kind of wish that brother Yun will defeat me. Having said that, I definitely won't hold back. As Tai Hengzhen let out a loud laugh, his gaze had already regained its former chill. He swung his silver spear across and roared. Receive this spear of mine, dragon of the rising sun. An enormous wave of pressure gathered upon the spear. As the piercing cloud spear danced, the people inside the palace actually heard the faint cries of a dragon as astonishment emerged on their faces, one after another. And at this time, the piercing cloud spear had also horizontally swept toward Xianxia. This move could either thrust or sweep. Thrusting would pierce anything, and sweeping could sway thousands. Since Tai Hengzhen chose to sweep, it clearly showed his understanding of this spear's power. If he had chosen to thrust, Xianxia may be gravely injured if he was unable to dodge under the oppression of the spear's imposing aura. But with a sweep, not only would it be easier to hit Xianxia, but it was also unlikely to cause any irreparable damage. As the silver spear fell, it carried an astonishing momentum like that of a seismic tsunami in the turbulent times of a raging storm. This shock caused by this spear definitely surpassed any single one of Tai Hengzhen's earlier moves. However, what shocked Tai Hengzhen as well as everyone else was that when faced with this frightening force, Xianxia didn't choose to dodge using his bizarre movement profound skill at all, but instead stood in place and raised his right arm to welcome the piercing cloud spear that horizontally swept in his direction. FCK, is he crazy? A large number of disciples in the palace straight up exclaimed out loud. Dodge it quickly, roared all 4 of the New Moon Palace's elders. As strong masters that far surpassed these juniors, they could obviously see how alarming of a power was behind this spear of Tai Hengzhen. However, Xianxia didn't listen at all. Instead, his arm sped up and violently collided onto the piercing cloud spear that carried such an immense power. Clang! Inside the main palace, the ear-piercing sound of colliding metal sounded. The moment Xianxia's arm smashed onto the piercing cloud spear, Tai Hengzhen had thought that this one spear would be able to sweep him flying for a few dozen meters. However, in that instant, his pupils suddenly contracted to the size of a needle, because he felt as if his piercing cloud spear had swept into an indestructible and impeccably thick steel plate. As a massive wave of shock traveled back from the spear, Tai Hengzhen suddenly felt nauseous inside his chest. He flew backwards with a single backflip and was only able to barely come to a stop after retreating another 5 or 6 steps back. His arms that held the spear also became slightly numb. If not for his control with the spear that had already been embedded all the way into his bone marrows, the counter shockwave from earlier would have been enough to disarm the silver spear from his hands. Yet Xianxia only took 2 or 3 steps back to then already be firmly standing in place. He shook his arms that were also somewhat numb and faintly smiled. What? Tai Hengzhen's father, Iron Spear Clan's clan master Tai Zhangkang, abruptly stood up. One of the 7 major sects' clan masters that could shake New Moon City was actually shocked enough by this scene to lose his composure. As clan master of the Iron Spear clan, he knew how frighteningly powerful the move, Dragon of the Rising Sun, was better than anyone. Even for opponents 3 ranks above Tai Hengzhen in profound strength, they would not necessarily be able to receive it head-on. Yet Xianxia, a mere first ranker of the nascent profound realm, actually, since Tai Zhangkang was already like this, there was even less of a point to mention anyone else. Iron Spear Clan's disciples' jaws were almost shocked open to the point of touching the floor, and the eyeballs of New Moon Profound Palace's 4 elders were also about to burst out of their sockets. In this short period of time, Xianxia had already given them one shock after another, and this time they were almost shaken up to the point of losing their integrity, just so they could yell out on the spot. After defending against this spear, Xianxia's expression became even more calm, because he knew that this battle would definitely still end in his victory. Although Evil Soul was only the first and the weakest realm of the evil god arts, the extent of its terrifying power still far surpassed his expectations. He looked at the Tai Hengjian, who had a dumbfounded expression, and spoke while smiling. "Brother Tai, it's my turn to attack now." Xianxia took a step forward and closed in on Tai Hengjian's body in a blink of an eye, like a roving dragon. Tai Hengjian's state of mind was as expected. It was incomparable to peers of the same age, for he immediately recovered from his bewilderment. The piercing cloud spear was raised up like lightning and swept toward Xianxia, who was already near. Clang, as the piercing cloud spear slammed into Xianxia's right fist, the noise of metal colliding resounded again. Tai Hengjian's body leaned backwards, his hand numbed and almost dropped his spear. He was even surprised in his heart. His profound strength of the nascent profound realm's 4th level, coupled with the power of the spear, was actually so easily blocked by a single fist. How could this strength possibly belong to a first ranker of the nascent profound realm? Under the astonishment, Tai Hengjian fiercely breathed in and unreservedly released the profound energy inside his entire body. His control over the spear was displayed to his limit. Piercing cloud spear swung out after images that covered the sky and caged Xianxia's entire body within them. Clang, 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 clang. The cloud-piercing spear continued to collide a dozen more times with Xianxia's fists, as it emitted the incredibly intense sounds of vibrating metal. At the final collision, Xianxia's gaze became solemn. Both of his fists simultaneously shot out and directly smashed into the cloud-piercing spear. Clang! Ugh! Tai Hengjian let out a smothered groan and staggeringly retreated as if he was under the assault of an irresistible storm. Only after retreating more than a dozen of steps did he finally come to a standstill. Both his hands, which held onto the cloud-piercing spear, trembled again and again. Xianxia lowered both hands and calmly looked in his direction, but did not continue to further attack. Tai Hengjian let out a long sigh of relief as he withdrew the cloud-piercing spear back into his spatial ring. After straightening his body, he revealed a grateful smile toward Xianxia and spoke. "Brother Yun, I lost, and I am sincerely convinced about my loss." Others wouldn't be able, no, but Tai Hengjian had clearly understood that the last collision was completely over of his tolerance range. It was enough to knock the piercing cloud spear directly out of his hands. However, right before his cloud-piercing spear was about to leave his hands, the overbearing profound energy suddenly withdrew. Since the Iron Spear clan even used spear for its name, one could obviously see how importantly they view the spear. Before the battle, Tai Hengjian had also mentioned to Xianxia that the piercing cloud spear was his partner. It was seen to be as important as his own life, and had never left his side. For these type of people to be disarmed of their weapons was a tremendous humiliation that would be even harder to accept than death. "If it's possible, I truly wish to become friends with Brother Yun," Tai Hengjian said. "With those words of yours, we're already friends," Xianxia said while smiling. Tai Hengjian was stumped for words. Then he cupped a fist at Xianxia as he smiled sincerely and casually walked down. "Father, I lost. Sincerely lost and conceited, yet also lost very happily," Tai Hengjian calmly stated as he arrived next to his father, Tai Xianxiang's side. "What a splendid exchange of pointers," Tai Xianxiang sincerely exclaimed. "Your improvement made me both amazed and gratified. Although you lost, it's definitely not because you are weak. Instead, your progress has already surpassed my expectations. However, this child named Xianxia," he glanced at Xianxia with a profound gaze, "this child will certainly become a true dragon amongst the clouds in the future. But this time, he provoked almost all of the New Moon City's great sects at once. Even knowing what kind of calamity may befall him, are you still willing to become his friend?" Tai Hengjian didn't even think about it and immediately nodded. "Good. Now that's a real man, that's truly the son of Tai Xianxiang." Tai Xianxiang gleefully laughed. Roars of clamor bursted within the main palace. "He actually prevailed over that Tai Hengjian? My heavens, am I actually dreaming about this?" Is he really in the first level of the nascent profound realm? SSS, how could this be possible? Too frightening, too frightening. Tai Hengjun was a genius worthy of his title. But this Xianxia was simply just a monster. For the seven sect masters and elders, it was difficult for their attention to not fall onto Xianxia's body at this time. The new moon profound palace that they had always looked down upon unexpectedly brought out this kind of character, defeating profound heart sects Xuan Yu, cloudy sun sects Yan Ming, stormy profound palaces Feng Guangyi, and even Iron Spear clan's young clan master Tai Hengjun, with only a profound strength of the first-level nascent profound realm. If one didn't see it happen in person, they would never believe it. Their former plan of playing rough with the newly appointed palace chief was thoroughly disrupted by Xianxia, and instead turned into his one-man show. In turn, it also allowed New Moon Profound Palace to completely show off in their presence, and even slapped them a few times in the face. Brother-in-law. Is that really my brother-in-law? Xia Yuanba opened his eyes wide as he watched the awe-inspiring figure that attracted everyone's gaze in the center of the main palace. He was unable to connect that figure with the crippled Xianxia, who had to suffer from all kinds of ridicule and contempt, who also needed his protection together. Every one of the New Moon Profound Palace's male disciples tightly gripped their fists, as their eyes shined with excitement, since they didn't know how to express their current feelings. And the eyes of the female disciples who looked at Xianxia were already filled with stars, especially Yi Hongling, who had spoke with Xianxia before. When thinking about how she actually told Xianxia, "If you have any problems, senior sister will help you," before, she couldn't help it but blush out of embarrassment at just how overreaching those big words were. Of course, among them were also people who were envious with jealous hate, such as Murong Ye. As the surrounding disciples cheered on Xianxia in their hearts, he had continuously snorted and had an extremely unpleasant feeling in his heart. It was because this time, Xianxia had bathed inside the limelight for far too long, and even allowed all disciples of New Moon Profound Palace to boldly stand tall. One could imagine how high of a popularity Xianxia would have in New Moon Profound Palace from now on. It may even far surpass him, who had always been the most popular inside the New Moon Profound Palace. When he looked at Lan Zuruo, he discovered that she was staring unblinkingly at Xianxia with an abnormal luster in her eyes, one that she had never revealed to him. Instantly, the fire of jealousy crazily exploded inside his heart, as his teeth also tightly clenched together. You're just a feral brat at the first level of nascent profound realm who came from a remote little city. You have stolen the show enough. After today, I'll make you understand who's the real boss of New Moon Profound Palace. Counting Brother Tai, that makes 4. Who shall be next? Xianxia stood in the middle of the main palace and faced the 7 sects as he once again issued his challenge. Defeating a Feng Guangyi had already frightened the 16-year-old age group enough that no one would dare to accept the challenge. Now he had also defeated Tai Hengjun. The 16-year-olds, even more so, did not dare to make a sound. Even after almost half a minute, no one from the 7 sects had answered the challenge. And at this time, a voice full of disdain resounded. In the 16-year-old category, neither the number nor quality of the disciples we have brought are good. For the 16-year-old age group, this will count as our loss. He, do you dare to allow your Profound Palace's 17- and 18-year-old disciples to come up and exchange pointers with us? As these words rang out, it immediately received positive responses from the 7 sects. However, Xianxia made a cold laugh. Want to challenge our New Moon Profound Palace disciples who are above 16 years old? That's fine. However, you should at least defeat me, who is only 16, right? How else would you have the qualifications to challenge my senior brothers and sisters? Heh, this brother that spoke up, you seem to be around 18 or 19. How about you challenge me, a 16-year-old New Moon Profound Palace disciple? If you win against me, you can challenge any of my senior brothers and sisters as you wish. However, if you can't even defeat a 16-year-old like me, heh. The crowd looked in the direction of the person who spoke up. As he lifted his head, everyone's gaze suddenly straightened. The disciples who were about to instantly shout all became quiet, and even the elders of New Moon Profound Palace exhibited alarm in their eyes. This person is. This 18 or 19-year-old had a slightly pale face. He glanced apathetically at Xianxia with his indifferent gaze that was like a pool of dead water, and laughed with contempt as if he had heard some vulgar and uninteresting joke. You're saying that you want to challenge me? No, you're the one that's challenging me. This person's expression and eyes all revealed extreme disdain. Confronted with such an expression and attitude, Xianxia's eyebrows slightly raised as his gaze also became dangerous. The fact of who challenged whom were naturally two different concepts. Only the weak was supposed to challenge the strong. If one lost, it was just a defeat, but if one wins, then they would replace the strong. But for the strong against the weak, instead of calling that a challenge, it would just be taking an unfair advantage over another. With just a few words, they were already tit for tat. The atmosphere in the main hall quietly changed. Heh 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 heh. The person laughed indifferently and with a strange movement, while only taking a few steps. He easily moved a distance of a few dozen meters and appeared in front of Xianxia. The space between his narrowed eyes transmitted a cold light of indifference. In that case, I'll do as you've said. I've already thwarted countless geniuses, and it looks like I'll have to add one more today. Lu Xianan. When he appeared in the middle of the main palace, many disciples immediately shouted out his name. That person! Isn't he Seven Deadly Sword Pavilion's cold-blooded Lu? That's right, that's definitely him. Xianxia wants to have a match with him. THTH this. Their strengths aren't even on the same level. Furthermore, that cold-blooded Lu nickname isn't just a sham. To have a match with him. Does Xianxia not care about his life anymore? The palace was immediately filled with chaotic whisperings. Because for the two standing in the center of the palace right now, no one had ever expected them to fight against each other. It was because they were on two completely different planes of existence. Xianxia was 16, but Lu Xianan was already 18. After the age of 30, a few years of difference in age wouldn't be a problem at all. Because at that age, the profound power's accumulation would already become minor, and the key factor was innate talent. If one had enough innate talent, they would be able to break through the true profound realm or spirit profound realm. If one didn't have the talent, they may get stuck at the true profound realm bottleneck for life and never break through. However, the period before 20 years of age was exactly the critical period for the accumulation of profound strength. Not to mention 1 year of difference in age. Even half a year's difference would mean a large disparity in profound strength. For example, although 16-year-olds at the first level of the nascent profound realm were considered fine talents in New Moon City, they were still a dime a dozen. However, for 15-year-olds at the first level of the nascent profound realm, they would be considered a top-notch genius, and less than 5 people could be found in the entire New Moon City. Before 20, it would definitely not be an exaggeration to say that 1 year of age was a difference between heaven and earth. Therefore, the matches between people who had not yet reached the age of 20 were generally held between those of the same age. It would be extremely unfair otherwise. Xianxia and this Lu Xianan had a full 2 years of difference in age. In addition, Lu Xianan's profound strength was also as high as the 7th level of nascent profound realm. No matter the age or profound strength, they were considered to be people from 2 different realms. The fight between these two simply could not be referred to as a match. It could only be considered to be a complete one-sided domination. Because of the age gap, no matter how thick the skin on Lu Xianan's face was, it would be impossible for him to take the initiative and enter the stage. However, in this case, Xianxia was clearly the one actively challenging Lu Xianan, which made it an entirely different notion. If Lu Xianan were to not accept the challenge, wouldn't it mean that he was scared of Xianxia, from everyone's viewpoint? Xianxia's victory against Xuan Yu, Yan Ming, and Feng Guangyi was already very impressive. Winning against Tai Hengjun was not just impressive, but also made him an abnormality. But to challenge the 18-year-old Lu Xianan, who was at the 7th rank of the nascent profound realm, that F-Seeker's completely getting ahead of himself and is just asking to be abused. First ranker of the nascent profound realm versus a 7th ranker of nascent profound realm. That was a difference of more than half a profound realm. This was an enormous disparity that almost couldn't be compensated by any means. How could it be fought? Disciples from the 7 sects side gloated one after another. To actively challenge Lu Xianan, that's simply courting death. Lu Xianan's nickname was Cold-Blooded Lu because his heart was cold and ruthless. Any time he fought, there was bound to be bloodshed. Xianxia losing while fighting him would actually be secondary, and having a mere arm or hand chopped off could even be considered as getting off light. All the elders of New Moon Profound Palace were already shocked to the point of turning pale. They were fully aware of this Lu Xianan's character. If Xianxia fought with him, there's an extremely high chance that he would be crippled by Lu Xianan, and New Moon Profound Palace would inevitably lose and one in a century genius because of this. Si Konghin quickly gave Lan Zuruo a meaningful glance. But before he even spoke up, Lan Zuruo had already stood up in advance, took quick steps to Yun Qi's front to block him, and spoke. "Junior brother Yun, leave this battle to me. He is 2 years older than you. It's simply not suitable for you two to exchange pointers." Yun Qi, however, shook his head and said with a face full of confidence, "There's no need. Against this kind of rubbish, there's no need for senior sister to fight yet. Although I'm 2 years younger than him, that's still completely enough." At first, when Lan Zuruo stepped onto the stage, disciples from the 7 sects were all shouting, "It's too bad," in their minds. If Yun Qi had just left while going with the flow, no one would be able to object. Lan Zuruo was 18, so it was ideal for her to battle against Lu Zhanan. But unexpectedly, this Yun Qi was stubborn and actually persisted to want a fight against Lu Zhanan. This made quite a few of the 7 sects disciples immediately spurt out in laughter. Lan Zuruo froze for a bit and then anxiously said, "Junior brother Yun, don't act on impulse. This person possesses a profound strength at the 7th level of nascent profound realm and has a cruel mind. It's fundamentally not something that you can deal with. You had better leave this to me." However, Yun Qi still shook his head and instead revealed a faint smile on his face. "I thank senior sister for the concern, but senior sister does not need to worry. Since I've already become a disciple of New Moon Profound Palace, I definitely won't lose New Moon Profound Palace's face." Yun Qi's smile carried a kind of inexplicable charisma. Since he was so persistent, Lan Zuruo couldn't voice any more objections either. She could only deeply sigh in her heart and exhorted while looking at Yun Qi with a complicated gaze. "You wouldn't lose face for New Moon Profound Palace even if you lost this match. So no matter what, you have to protect yourself well. This person's nickname is Cold-Blooded. It's possible for him to kill even under the Profound Palace chief's nose, so you must be careful. If it comes down to it, it's not shameful even if you resign." Yun Qi lightly nodded at Lan Zuruo. Lan Zuruo took 2 steps back and reluctantly retreated back into the seatings. However, the entirety of Xia Yuanba's heart hung on a string. Even though only 6 months had passed since he entered New Moon City, he still had heard of the name Cold-Blooded Lu. "I really appreciate your completely undisguised, insolent, and arrogant personality." Lu Zhanan spoke indifferently with a deep and cold voice. "But what a pity, your insolence is too overreaching. These kind of people usually die early. No need for any more nonsense, just state your name." Yun Qi expressionlessly spoke. "Name?" Lu Zhanan slightly raised his head. His long and narrow eyes were filled with ice-cold contempt and ridicule. "You're not even worthy of knowing." "All right, I take that back." Yun Qi curled his lips. "I already don't have the slightest interest in your name anymore because you're only one of the most mundane stepping stones in the road of my life. For a stepping stone, I certainly have no interest in its name. He, this may be the last self-confident words you can say in this lifetime." Lu Zhanan loftily smiled. He felt that this insolent youngster before his eyes was not only arrogant without bounds, but was also conceited and foolish to the extreme. "Looks like this Yun Qi brat can already be considered crippled. I can feel that this Lu Zhanan had already become belligerent." The middle-aged man of the Xiao sect's branch sect spoke while shaking his head. Lu Zhanan was already ruthless in the first place. In addition to being provoked by him in many ways, how could he possibly not be merciless? Xiao Luocheng shook his head with a faint smile and said with a low voice, "After seeing him win against Tai Hengjun, I had originally wanted to go up and squash him down, to make him know what a real genius is. But looking at it now, it seems like I won't be needed anymore." The middle-aged man hastily spoke up. "What kind of strength and status does young sect master have? How could that insolent brat possibly be worthy for young sect master to personally dispose of?" Xiao Luocheng faintly smiled and no longer spoke. "I'll have to say, your insolence has successfully given me a strong desire to destroy you. Properly enjoy the last few seconds of your intact body. Heh." As Lu Zhanan's right hand touched his left, a long sword of almost 4 feet long was already gripped in his hand. The corner of his mouth formed a vicious grin. From a standstill, his body suddenly bursted into a line of black phantoms in the center of the palace. In an instant, he closed the distance to be within 3 steps of Yun Qi under a whistling similar to that of a violent storm. 7 deadly sword pavilions movement profound skill. Tempest-style drifting clouds. Seeing accompanying the storm-like movement of Lu Zhanan, the sword grasped in his right hand suddenly rang out a heart-chilling sound of its vibrating blade tip. In the next moment, Lu Jianen's longsword suddenly thrusted out, as if it was a strike of lightning. That flash of the sword was like the shine of a suddenly raging thunderbolt. It was so quick that one could only catch a glimpse of the glaring cold light that flashed by. It's the flash of lightning. Senior brother Lu actually used this move right away. It seems like he wants to cripple this insolent brat in one move, a young disciple of Seven Deadly Sword Pavilion exclaimed. That's for certain. If senior brother Lu let this brat cross more than 3 moves with him, it wouldn't be senior brother Lu anymore. Another disciple of the Seven Deadly Sword Pavilion said as a matter of fact. This splendid thrust of a sword was at the pinnacle of swiftness, and the slim sword's body was also infused with Lu Jianen's powerful, profound energy. The momentum behind the sword was also strong to an inconceivable degree. This sword move could be said to be impeccably perfect. Seven Deadly Sword Pavilion was famous for thousands of miles as the Swift Sword, and on Lu Jianen's body, the 2 words Swift Sword was exhibited perfectly. Rip. The ear-piercing sound of air being torn apart resounded. The lightning-like sword directly went through Xianxia's silhouette amidst the screams of New Moon Profound Palace's disciples. Together, the man and the sword directly went through his body, but unfortunately it was only an afterimage. He actually dodged it. How can that be possible? Seven Deadly Sword Pavilion's disciples yelled out in shock one after another. That flash of lightning, move from Lu Jianen earlier, could be said to have been executed perfectly. None of the disciples who had came here with him was confident enough to execute the move to his degree. That speed of the sword was almost worthy to shake the heavens and even make the gods cry. Even if one was prepared for it, it would still be extremely difficult to dodge. However, it was clearly Xianxia's first time fighting with a disciple of Seven Deadly Sword Pavilion, so he ought to not be familiar with Seven Deadly Sword Pavilion's sword moves. Under no preparations at all, he had actually managed to dodge it. It was actually dodged. New Moon Profound Palace elders were also surprised as 2 of them excitingly stood up from their seats. Not only was Xianxia's profound strength thick to the point of being impossible to comprehend, he also possessed a bizarre but fantastic profound movement skill, and even his reaction time was actually also this astonishing. So fast? Xianxia's brows slightly sank. If he had not already opened all of his profound veins and utilized the fastest speed of Star God's broken shadow, he might have not been able to avoid this lightning-fast sword. The lightning sword strike that would have determined the victory had actually missed, which also spoiled his plan of killing Xianxia in a single blow. Lu Jianen was quite surprised in his heart. He quickly turned around without pause, and the longsword swept straight toward Xianxia. The spear has a spear's advantage, so naturally, the sword has its own advantages too. A spear's oppression has no equal, yet a sword's swift fierceness was unmatched. Together with the sword's power, Lu Jianen carried the imposing aura of a turbulent storm, and as if it were a stream of light, the sword flew toward Xianxia's chest. Xianxia's had an indifferent expression. His body casually leaned a small diagonal step backwards and easily dodged Lu Jianen's second sword strike. Only a rip sound blared about. Like a silver shark that broke out of thin ice, a deep trench was carved out from the main palace's floor in the direction the sword pointed. The power behind this sword strike made quite a few disciples gasp. Lu Jianen didn't hold back in the slightest. Moreover, both sword strikes were aimed at the vitals. He's obviously going in for the kill. To kill people inside the New Moon Profound Palace, the only one who would dare to do so is probably this Lu Jianen. However, if this happens, this Xianxia might really be finished here. Qin Huayu sat on the main seat of the main palace as he watched the battle between Xianxia and Lu Jianen with a calm gaze. Although Siconghan continued to shoot him meaningful glances in hope that he would use the palace chief's status to stop this unfair battle between 2 who were at completely different levels. It was as if Qin Huayu had not noticed Siconghan's intentions at all. He also did not have any intentions of stopping the battle, which left Siconghan with no choice but to only helplessly worry. As Qin Huayu watched Xianxia, his heart was swayed for a long time. This youngster, he indeed only had the profound strength of the first level of nascent profound realm. However, during the moment he struck, the huge surge of his profound power was extraordinary. What exactly is going on here? Is he hiding his true strength? Impossible if I can't even see through the strength of a junior generation correctly. Wouldn't the dozen of years I lived through have been for naught? His strength was already enough to stir up an uproar in New Moon City when he had defeated Tai Hengjun with his age and condition. If he were to also win against this Lu Jianan, then this battle that I'm witnessing before my eyes may be the sudden rise of a future throne. TL. Someone at the Emperor Profound Realm in Blue Wind Empire. He appeared to be extremely arrogant right from the start, and was even a bit overly presumptuous and supercilious. But was that really his true nature? When he was facing against Tai Hengjun, he had a completely different attitude. Wildly arrogant people are usually impatient and restless, but both his aura and gaze had always been too tranquil. It was so calm that ought not to emerge from a 16-year-old youngster's body. As one who possessed this kind of gaze and aura, how could he possibly be a wildly arrogant person? Then the only explanation would be that the various arrogant stances and attitude from the start were all deliberately done. Even including the angering and provoking of the 7 great sects, they were all intentional. Since he decided to enter this New Moon Profound Palace while also deliberately provoking the 7 great sects, just what exactly was his goal? Qing Huayu's thoughts continuously rotated, yet his vision was firmly locked on Yuan-Chi the whole time, as he projected an admiration that was impossible to hide. The Yuan-Chi at this time had already been drawn into the shadows of Lu Jianan's sword. Lu Jianan's sword became faster and faster. There was clearly only one sword in his hand, but it swung out as many as a few dozen of shadowy swords that covered the sky. One simply could not differentiate which sword shadow was real, and which sword shadows were illusory. However, inside the terrifyingly dense sword shadows, Yuan-Chi's body kept on swaying and shifting continuously. The sword was like a tempest, but it didn't leave the slightest trace of wound on Yuan-Chi's body. This undoubtedly implied that Yuan-Chi's speed of body movements were even faster than Lu Jianan's sword. All the disciples in the palace became stupefied from watching this. When Lu Jianan entered the stage, they had all thought that Yuan-Chi was completely done for. Under hands of Lu Jianan, Yuan-Chi's most likely outcome would be a 1-second defeat. Lu Jianan didn't let anyone down either. Every sword strike that left his hand could all be considered as marvelous. Yet, up until now, he had almost consecutively struck out his sword for nearly 100 times, but still was incapable of even touching a corner of Yuan-Chi's clothes. Every moment Lu Jianan swung out his sword, Yuan-Chi's body would immediately shift in the next. And every single time, Lu Jianan's sword could only stab into his afterimage. What Yuan-Chi exhibited was the star god's broken shadows in a very tiny margin. With all 54 profound veins opened, it could be freely released instantaneously while keeping the consumption of profound energy very low. However, there was a prerequisite that's absolutely necessary. That was that Yuan-Chi must have a sharp enough perceptive ability. He would need to be able to judge the sword's trajectory the instant Lu Jianan released his sword. The disciples in the palace were silent for a long time. What they had received after waiting was not Yuan-Chi's miserable defeat, but rather another shock. After staring for a long time while dumbstruck, Sikong absent-mindedly muttered to himself, "No wonder, he's actually using the air currents to perceive." However, in early periods of profound cultivation, the eyes should be the main method of perceiving. To be able to analyze and perceive using the profound energies aura and air current, one would need to at least accumulate a dozen years of battle experience. One would at least need to be 25 or older to be able to accomplish this. Absolutely none of the young disciples that were present would be able to do this. Yuan-Chi was clearly only 16 years old, but he could already accomplish it to such a degree. Furthermore, he had done so effortlessly. Even amidst the cage of sword shadows, he was still unruffled and dodged without the slightest margin of error. Zio Lai. Exactly what method did he use to bring up such an anomalous grandchild? Line after line of sword flashes sliced toward his body. In the midst of Yuan-Chi's swift dodges, he felt the faint pain of the sharp sword aura scrape his face and arms. At this time, Jasmine's warning tone of voice suddenly came from his mind. "You should end the battle quickly. It's your first time using Evil Soul, and you actually fought consecutively. It's much too straining. You should also be feeling the burden on your body and profound veins. With your current condition, Evil Soul can at most be maintained for another 30 seconds. Any longer than that, your profound veins would have the possibility of being severely damaged." The inside of Yuan-Chi's heart all of a sudden faintly trembled. "You piece of trash, do you only know how to dodge?" Since more than 100 of his sword strikes didn't even injure a single strand Yuan-Chi's hair, flustered and exasperated, Lu Jianan increasingly became nervous as he lowly roared. Under his irritation, Lu Jianan's profound strength crazily swelled from his entire body as the power behind his sword became increasingly violent. Under the sweeping sword shadows, it was as if an extremely sharp gust of violent wind blew inside the main palace. The marble floor was continuously cut and shattered by the sword's aura and was sent scattering by the sword's wind. It was as if Lu Jianan's words were effective. His next sword strike thrusted down at an angle, but Xianxia didn't choose to dodge using his impeccably bizarre movement skill again. Instead, he suddenly closed in to face the blade of his sword and forcibly attacked toward his body. Xianxia's actions made Lu Jianan pleased beyond his belief as he lowly roared in his heart, "Fool, you have a death wish." Rip. Lu Jianan's longsword viciously sliced at Xianxia's left arm, and the strike unquestionably splattered blood. However, when he saw the bloody laceration he had cut on Xianxia's arm, Lu Jianan wasn't overjoyed but was instead shocked. Because the sword strike filled with his profound energy of the sevens level of the nascent profound realm actually only cut a wound onto his body. Let alone chopping his entire arm off, even the bones had not been touched. The profound power in Xianxia's body was undoubtedly only at the first level of the nascent profound realm. As Xianxia took his sword head-on, his right fist that was filled with all his power also ferociously crashed onto Lu Jianan's chest. Bang! Was it possible for a profound strength at the first level of the nascent profound realm to break through the protective profound energy of an opponent at the seventh level of the nascent profound realm? Lu Jianan was originally about to simply dismiss Xianxia's strike, but then his complexion abruptly changed greatly. His chest's protective profound energy didn't even last half a breath and was immediately shattered. Lu Jianan felt as if his chest had been directly smashed by a heavy hammer that weighed 500 kilograms. His innards violently tumbled as he consecutively retreated 7 or 8 steps and almost plunged onto the ground. Impossible. He clearly had the mere profound strength of a first ranker at the nascent profound realm. Even if his profound strength was much thicker than one's of the same level, it would at most be able to match the third or fourth level. However, I, myself, am over half a realm stronger. How was it possible for me to be embarrassed into such a state after one of his strikes, when I couldn't even cut through his protective profound energy? His mind was in chaos as his intention to kill rose even higher. Just as he was about to use 7 deadly sword pavilion's strongest ultimate skill, he suddenly saw Xianxia extend his right hand in his direction, while revealing a bizarre smile on his face. Burst! Xianxia's 5 open fingers that faced Lu Jianan suddenly grasped tightly, as a muffled word leaked out from his mouth. Just as everyone was bewildered by his actions and the word he spoke, they suddenly heard a F-whoosh sound come from Lu Jianan's body. Right after, Lu Jianan's blood-curdling scream of agony resounded through the entire main palace. UWA! A ball of flame suddenly soared out from Lu Jianan's chest, which also happened to be the spot where Xianxia had struck him. Flesh, bones, and even the nearby organs were all enveloped into the scorching flame. Lu Jianan painfully tumbled on the ground as both of his hands desperately patted and slapped in an attempt to extinguish the demonic fire that came from who knows where. However, these flames were ignited from the profound energy that Xianxia had poured into the inside of his chest. Unless he tore open his own chest, there was simply no chance of it being extinguished. To even make someone with the nickname cold-blooded scream like this, one could imagine the pain he was bearing at this moment. Not to mention a fire ignited inside one's body. Being burned by fire was already difficult to endure for an ordinary person. The complexions of everyone within the main palace all changed. Some became ashen, some became ghastly, and some had even started to shiver from head to toe. It's fire attribute profound arts. He can actually also use profound arts of the fire attribute. My heavens! Isn't this the remote ignition of the profound that can only be achieved within the higher realms of fire attribute profound arts? Not only does this Xianxia possess fire attribute profound arts, he unexpectedly had already reached this state. He's obviously only 16, how can this be possible? So that's why. No wonder Yan Ming was so battered before, that wasn't some low-level mistake at all. It was because Xianxia also had fire attribute profound arts, and he was clearly much better at it than Yan Ming. For Yan Ming to play with fire against him, he was completely digging his own grave. As they watched the flame that exploded from Lu Jianan's chest, many had come back to their senses from the shock. And Yan Ming, who had been defeated by Xianxia earlier, became as dazed as a wooden chicken. The remote ignition of profound energy was an ability that could be achieved with his sect's profound art only when one had cultivated it to the sixth realm. He didn't even dare to think about achieving it before the age of 30. However, Xianxia had done it, and indisputably displayed it right before everyone's eyes. At this time, he thoroughly understood that his loss did not carry the slightest bit of injustice. To play with fire against an anomaly who could remotely ignite profound energy. It was virtually showing off one's skills of the axe in front of a master carpenter and asking to be humiliated. After being struck, if only Lu Jianan hadn't immediately gnashed his teeth and reaccumulated his strength in order to regain his momentum, but instead immediately forced out Xianxia's profound energy that had been smashed into his body, the outcome would have been undeniably different. However, even though Lu Jianan was blown back with just a single hit from Xianxia's fist, he was still unwilling to recognize Xianxia's power. He even more so had not expected that Xianxia actually possessed such a powerful ability to control fire. Xianxia walked beside his feet, looked at him with a gaze of pity and spoke with an indifferent tone. Like I've said before, I don't have the slightest interest in your name anymore. Someone with the strength at the 7th level of the nascent profound realm couldn't even defeat a first ranker of the nascent profound realm. This kind of trash is not necessary for me to know at all. After he finished speaking, he lightly flicked his finger as he smiling disdainfully. The nightmarish fire on Lu Jianan's chest was then finally extinguished. Against people he hated, Xianxia didn't mind adding insult to their injury at all. Moreover, this Lu Jianan also had the intention of killing him. If it wasn't under the watchful eyes of everyone inside this New Moon Profound Palace's main palace, he never would have been kind enough to extinguish the fire on Lu Jianan's body. Lu Jianan got up from the floor battered and exhausted. His complexion was ghastly white, and a hole had already burned through the clothing on his chest, revealing his skin that was almost seared black. Under the protection of his profound energy, Xianxia's flame did not actually severely injure him. However, the pain that was brought by the fire that ignited inside his body was enough to make him remember it for a lifetime, and also imprinted a very deep scar in the depths of his heart. At this moment, his gaze towards Xianxia was filled with horror. He lowered his head, dragged his sword, and walked back towards 7 Deadly Sword Pavilion without another word. He knew that today he had completely become the stepping stone Xianxia had spoke of. Thinking back now, the various ridicule and disdain he had toward Xianxia earlier were just like a pile of jokes that he slapped on his own face. Lu Jianan actually lost. How terrifying! What kind of strength does Lu Jianan have? Even he was defeated by Xianxia. 16 years old, a first ranker of nascent profound realm. Yet his profound strength was so alarmingly deep and thick. His movement skills were even more strange and unmeasurable. In addition, he still knew such a high-grade fire attribute profound art. The fire attribute profound art that he had displayed just now seems to be different from Cloudy Sun Sect and Burning Heaven Clan. Yet its level is so high that it's terrifying. He's clearly only 16 years old. This kind of talent, even though it can't be matched with Xiao Liu Cheng, the difference isn't too far away either. Perhaps it's enough to be on par with Fen Ziluan of Burning Heaven Clan. Amongst the younger generation inside New Moon City, his talent is enough to enter the top 5. No, top 3. From the disciples to the elders, every one of the 7 Deadly Sword Pavilion all lost their spirit, because they were the ones who understood Lu Jianan's abilities the best. But with a strength like his, he actually was defeated by a 16-year-old disciple of New Moon Profound Palace. This kind of spiritual impact was far too great, so large that they couldn't believe the reality of what they saw. Xuan Yu, Yan Ming, and Feng Guangyi, who were previously defeated by Xianxia, stared for an even longer time as their throats became dry. When they were defeated by Xianxia, every single one of them refused to accept it in their hearts. But now, they clearly understood that their loss was far from unjustified. When Xianxia had fought them, he clearly did not unleash all his strength. Perhaps he did not even use half of his actual strength. Otherwise, their loss would have been even quicker and more tragic. Thinking back now, their arrogance in front of Xianxia earlier was simply like an ignorant puppy barking furiously at a lion cub. This kind of talent is extremely rare even in the 7 sects with their strong and solid heritage, and such a disciple unexpectedly appeared in our New Moon Profound Palace. Perhaps this New Moon Profound Palace, which had been silent for all these years, may rise because of him. Sikonghan spoke as he emotionally sighed. The two elders beside him also slowly nodded their heads, and deeply agreed with him. By no means were talents needed in excess, and they would never appear in surplus either. Being able to have one was enough to bring prestige to one's family. And with New Moon Profound Palace being the one and only profound palace that was set up in the New Moon City by the imperial family, heaven knows how many years it had been since a top-notch genius who could be comparable to the seven sects' talents had appeared. This was also the main reason why New Moon Profound Palace were always been unable to raise their head in front of the seven sects. And this curse perhaps would be broken starting with the emergence of Xianxia. No, it has already been broken. This time solely because of Xianxia. New Moon Profound Palace had finally stood up with pride and blew off their steam at the seven sects who came to show off their strength. This also made the seven sects' disciples' gazes no longer contain the proudness and contempt they had when they first entered the main palace. Meanwhile, the disciples of New Moon Profound Palace were still all in shock. Facing the powerful Lu Zhanan, Xianxia, who was only 16 years old, had won once again, the shock they received that was brought by this outcome was indescribable in words. A first ranker at the nascent Profound Realm defeating a seventh ranker at the nascent Profound Realm. What kind of horrifying talent must one possess to accomplish this? This was also the first time they knew that a first ranker at the nascent Profound Realm could actually reach such a terrifying power. Round after round, almost every match was a victory that had far exceeded their predictions. It was as if they were inside a dream. I always thought my talent was already considered as a genius level, but compared to junior brother Yun, it isn't even worth looking at. Within the seats, quite a few New Moon Profound Palace's disciples sighed to themselves. To be able to attend this banquet today, no doubt were they the most elite disciples of New Moon Profound Palace, and naturally would have self-pride inside their heart. However, after witnessing Xianxia's 5 battles in a row, the proudness inside their hearts had vanished without a trace. Their hearts were filled with respect and admiration towards this junior brother that had just joined the Profound Palace. Is this really my brother-in-law? It was not known how many hundred times had Xia Yuanba murmured this, his eyes staring wide open from the start to the end. He and junior brother Yun similarly came from the same little floating cloud city located in the east. In that place, surely there wouldn't be any high-grade resources, and under such conditions, junior brother Yun could actually reach such a realm. If he had been born in a major sect, his accomplishment now would certainly be even more universally shocking, Lan Zuruo silently thought in her heart. Wasn't he the person I was looking for all along? TL, hook, line, and sinker. As she thought about this, Lan Zuruo's charming eyes were in violent turmoil and released an incomparably touching radiance. Her gaze towards Xianxia also subtly changed all of a sudden. Xianxia clearly had consumed a great amount of energy after fighting 5 consecutive battles, even though he seemed to be undisturbed on the outside. His forehead was already been covered in beads of sweat, and his breathing had also obviously become hurried. On his left arm, the bloody gash was a ghastly sight to see, and the blood that flowed out had already dyed half of his sleeve a scarlet-red. Lan Zuruo immediately stood up. She took out all of the various kinds of ointments she carried, walked quickly towards the Xianxia's side, and asked with concern, "Junior brother Yun, your arm is injured. How severe is the wound?" Xianxia smiled and replied, "It's fine, it's just a scratch that didn't reach the bone. Furthermore, it had already stopped bleeding. I thank senior sister for the concern. Stop acting tough, come. Let senior sister take a look." Lan Zuruo stretched out her jade hands and lifted Xianxia's arm carefully as she checked his wounds. Following that, her face revealed an expression of astonishment. Even though the wound on Xianxia's arm was very deep, but like he had said, it had indeed not reached his bones. That was undeniably a slash from Lu Zhanan, yet it only caused this kind of injury that could only be considered a minor wound. Not to mention the first level of nascent Profound Realm. Even if a similar person at the 7th level of the nascent Profound Realm received a strike from Lu Zhanan, they definitely wouldn't have only received such a light injury. As a first ranker of the nascent Profound Realm, how was it possible for him to possess such a strong protective profound energy? As he saw the astonishment on Lan Zuruo's face, a proud look slowly appeared on Xianxia's face. "Do you believe me now? Senior sister, my body is made of iron. You know, how could I possibly be seriously wounded that easily?" Lan Zuruo laughed gently. "How is your body made of iron when you look so white and tender? You look more like a standard boy toy." "Eh, boy toy?" Xianxia raised his eyebrows for a moment. Then he looked at Lan Zuruo's snow-white face and happily laughed. Only men that are being kept and provided for by a beauty can be called a boy toy, and I don't even have a beauty to provide for me. How about? Senior sister keep me? PFF, your mouth sure is naughty. A laugh escaped from Lan Zuruo as she rolled her eyes at him. I'm still your senior sister, okay, if you dare to tease me any further. Be careful of senior sister spreading the word about your marriage out. You wouldn't even be able to deceive a single girl after that. Xianxia's expression immediately became sullen. TL, author said his face looked like Chinese letter, seeing Lan Zuruo take the initiative to approach Xianxia to show her concern. And furthermore, while chatting and laughing together, both of them appeared to even show a hint of flirtation. Murong Ye's face turned green in an instant, his teeth nearly shattering in pieces from the grinding. He and Lan Zuruo were publicly known as the golden couple of New Moon Profound Palace. Just one more step was needed before they would become a couple recognized by the masses. However, he clearly knew how difficult this one step was. At the very least, Lan Zuruo had never treated him the way she's currently treating Xianxia. That damn brat! Murong Ye's gaze suddenly became more and more sinister, as if he had felt the gaze that was filled with jealousy and hatred. Xianxia's head slightly turned in Murong Ye's direction, the corner of his lips curled up into an unnoticeable curve. Clap, 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 clap. At this moment, a sharp and clear clapping sound rang out in the main palace and caused everyone to look towards the origin of the sound. The person who was clapping had already slowly stood up from their seat. Wonderful, truly brilliant beyond comparison. I had originally come in my father's stead to congratulate Palace Chief Qin, but unexpectedly, I was able to enjoy one brilliant battle after another between tigers and dragons. I'm even more so in luck to see another brilliant star rise in our New Moon City. While the young man started to speak, he also walked towards Xianxia as he cheerfully grinned from ear to ear. He looked quite young and had the appearance of a 16 or 17-year-old. However, there weren't any signs of immaturity his face. Instead, he carried an intangible noble and proud aura. His voice was clear and gentle, yet it carried a pressure that made one suffocate. As they saw the young man who had slowly walked out, the palace immediately became completely silent. Xiao Luocheng, the undeniable number one of the younger generation in New Moon City. When Xiao Luocheng walked into the main palace, all the gazes were focused on him. However, after that, not many people kept their attention on him. Even when Xianxia had declared war at all the 16-year-olds of the Seven Sects, and no one from the Seven Sects responded. Nobody had thought of him at all. This was because the level Xiao Luocheng was at had already far surpassed this little New Moon City. His terrifying talent was not something that the disciples of New Moon City or the Seven Sects could compare to. Tai Hengjun entered 4th level of the nascent Profound Realm at age 17. Lu Zhanan entered 7th level of nascent Profound Realm at age 18. They were all famous and top-notch genius in New Moon City. Yet Xiao Luocheng, at the age of 16, was at the 10th level of the nascent Profound Realm. Xiao Luocheng had never participated in the battles between the younger disciples of the New Moon City sects, because within the New Moon City's younger generation, no one was qualified to be his opponent, and none were worthy for him to show his power either. Even though he was the young sect master of Xiao sect's branch sect that was located in New Moon City, everyone knew that once he reached the age of 20, it would be unthinkable for him to remain in New Moon City. Instead, he would return to the main headquarters of Xiao sect. With his terrifying talent, he would be in a decently high position even inside main sect. Xiao sect's main sect, that was a colossus that New Moon City didn't even have the right to look up at. It was a major sect that even Blue Wind's imperial family had to curry favor with. That was where Xiao Luocheng should belong, for New Moon City was simply incapable of containing this exceptional genius known as Xiao Luocheng. However now, not only did Xiao Luocheng personally step up, he even walked towards Xianxia. Everyone's heart started to frantically beat. Is it possible that he's going to? Xiao Luocheng suddenly walking out was undoubtedly against everyone's expectations. Although Xianxia had stolen the show by continuously defeating 5 people and shocked the entire audience, his glory still was incomparable to that of Xiao Luocheng. Everything that Xianxia had exhibited was enough for him to step into the finest class of talents within New Moon City's young generation. However, Xiao Luocheng was a level of super genius that was enough to enter one of the 4 major sects. If Xianxia were to suddenly challenge Xiao Luocheng, then it still wouldn't be that shocking, and at most, he would be thought of as overestimating himself. But if Xiao Luocheng took the initiative to step up on his own, it would be too thought-provoking. Could it be that he wanted to spar with Xianxia? No way. Absolutely impossible. Considering Xiao Luocheng's status, pride, and strength, why would he intentionally lower himself to fight with a newly admitted disciple of New Moon Profound Palace? But if it wasn't to do this, then what exactly did he want to do? Not only did Xia Luocheng walk out of his own accord, his gaze had also remained on him the entire time, which also caused some suspicion to rise in Xianxia's heart. He immediately put on a smile and said, "Young sect Master Xiao must be joking. I am but an ordinary disciple of New Moon Profound Palace, so I am definitely unworthy of bearing the title of New Star. In New Moon City, the one with the qualifications to be called a star is you. Only you, young sect Master Xiao, is worthy of that title." Ha 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 ha! Xiao Luocheng started to laugh. The laughter carried an air of royalty that simply didn't seem like it came from a 16-year-old's mouth. Brother Yun is too modest. I believe that after today's sparring session, Brother Yun's name would undoubtedly reverberate throughout the entire New Moon City. As for your future accomplishments, they will definitely be immeasurable. The fact that I, Xiao Luocheng, could come in person today can also be counted as a stroke of great fortune. Xianxia's face suddenly revealed an expression of being overwhelmed by flattery. He hurriedly said, "Young Master Xiao's words are really too flattering. My ability in front of young Master Xiao is akin to a small luminescence in front of the bright moon, and is not worthy to even be mentioned. I don't know if young sect Master Xiao has any advice. This Xianxia will definitely listen carefully." He, Brother Yun doesn't need to be so modest. Whether you are a small luminescence or the bright moon, anyone present would naturally know in their heart. The reason why I presumptuously came forward was to ask Brother Yun for a favor. Just a moment ago, Brother Yun had admirably shown off strength and consecutively defeated 5 top disciples of the 7 major sects. Aside from my amazement and admiration, my hands have also become itchy, so I wanted to consult with Brother Yun a bit. I don't know if Brother Yun is willing, Xiao Luocheng courteously asked while watching Xianxia with a smiling face. As soon as the words left Xiao Luocheng's mouth, the main hall erupted in whispers, and even Xianxia was in a daze. Xiao Luocheng is actively challenging Xianxia? Ah, no, he's actively proposing to exchange pointers with Xianxia. This is irrational. Even if Xianxia is extremely amazing, and even if one called him New Moon Profound Palace's finest disciple of the century, I can still believe that. But Xiao Luocheng and Xianxia aren't even people of the same level. How could Xiao Luocheng propose to spar with him? No matter how you think about it, this doesn't make sense. Could it be that the 7 sects' defeat was so unsightly to behold that young sect Master Xiao wanted to regain face for the 7 sects, and at the same time, let Xianxia know what a true genius is like? Xianxia didn't immediately respond and stood there in a daze, as if he was stupefied by Xiao Luocheng's words. However, during this time, his vision had never left Xiao Luocheng's eyes from beginning to end. At this moment, Xiao Luocheng was within 5 steps of his position. His calm, imposing manner carried an unconcealed aloofness. But Xianxia could sense that under his harmless exterior appearance, there existed a thick, profound energy and an intangible strength. His entire body was like a ferocious beast hidden in a deep abyss who remained motionless. If he moved, who knows how terrifying that would be. But these weren't important. What was important was that deep within his eyes, Xianxia could see an ice-cold, sinister aura. He was all too familiar with this type of aura. This Xiao Luocheng wants to destroy me. This was the answer Xianxia immediately arrived at as his mind also instantly cooled down. But why? He and I have never crossed paths before, and furthermore, we don't have any conflicting interests. Today was also the first time we've ever met. He clearly had no reason to act this way. Is it merely to strangle an emerging talent, a new star who may become his future enemy? Which means my performance today made him more or less a little afraid. If that's really true, then this harmless-looking young sect master could be said to have the shrewdness and heart of a demon. As he thought to hear, Xianxia suddenly spoke in a somewhat terrified voice. "Young sect master Xiao wants to exchange pointers with me. This is not me, Xianxia, being modest. But even though I had only recently entered New Moon City, I've still heard that young sect master Xiao had already stepped half a foot in the true profound realm at such a young age. Compared to my minuscule amount of profound energy, young Sect Master Zio's real strength is too far apart. To be able to exchange pointers with young Sect Master Zio, I honestly cannot overcome that fear. But immediately, his tone changed and straightforwardly said, "However, since young Sect Master Zio sees so much in me, I, of course, cannot refuse. To be able to spar with young Sect Master Zio, whose name can even be heard 500 kilometers away. This would be my, Yun Chi's, greatest honor." "Great!" Zio Luocheng nodded in satisfaction and said with a smile, "Since we are sparring, then we'll obviously have the fairest of conditions as the basic premise. Brother Yun has already fought 5 consecutive matches, so I presume that the exhaustion must be overwhelming. Moreover, you are wounded on the left arm. Before we spar, Brother Yun should rest a while. When Brother Yun's profound energy recovers, we will then have a fair sparring session." "No, that's not necessary." Completely out of everyone's expectation, and in the face of Zio Luocheng's reasonable suggestion, which was also beneficial for him, Yun Chi actually refused without the slightest bit of hesitation. "Although I exhausted quite a lot of energy, I more or less still held on to some spare energy, which should be enough to spar with young Master Zio for a bit. As for the wound on my arm, it is but a light injury which shouldn't be too serious. Furthermore, we are just sparring. It isn't a battle to the death. Since it doesn't matter whether it's fair or not, why should we waste everyone's time because I, Yun Chi, exhausted a bit of energy and have a minor injury?" The words that came from Yun Chi completely stunned everyone within the hall. Because unless they were deaf from Yun Chi's words, anyone could hear a kind of extreme self-confidence and arrogance. "FCK, this Yun Chi, what is he trying to do? What's this more or less have some energy left, which should be enough to spar with young Master Zio for a bit? Who does he think he is? Who does he think Zio Luocheng is?" Yun Chi is indeed a top genius. One have no choice but to acknowledge this. But to be so arrogant in front of Zio Luocheng, he virtually doesn't know the limits of his own abilities. He simply asked to be humiliated. If he does battle against Zio Luocheng, a mere foot may be enough to flatten him within minutes. Sai, forget it. He said so himself that he has just arrived in New Moon City. I estimate that he had only heard a little of Zio Luocheng's fame and just does not understand how terrifying he is. I would bet that if he stayed at New Moon City for a month, even if given 10 times the amount of courage, he still would not dare to say such things. This will be interesting. I imagine after hearing these words, Zio Luocheng would also become angry. Perhaps he will be defeated in the most miserable of fashion. This will be a good show. "Junior brother Yun," Lan Zuruo knitted her fine eyebrows and immediately reminded in a low voice. "Even though this Zio Luocheng is the same age as you, his strength is completely different compared to the people you fought earlier. You can say that he's simply on another level, you mustn't." "Rest assured, senior sister." Yun Chi had actually interrupted her and spoke without a care. "My current state isn't as bad as you think. Furthermore, all I am doing is exchanging pointers with young Sect Master Zio. No matter the result, it wouldn't be that big of a deal." "But..." Lan Zuruo still had more to say, but Yun Chi gave her a very gentle and comforting look. After which he turned to Zio Luocheng and said, "Young Sect Master Zio, let's begin right now. What do you say?" In fact, after the words Yun Chi had said earlier, he was already unable to back down. Lan Zuruo could only sigh in her heart and silently sit down with a heart full of worry. Zio Luocheng smiled, but anyone could see that his smile was a bit forced. This was perhaps the first time in Zio Luocheng's entire life that he had met someone who dared to be so arrogant in his presence. He narrowed his eyes and slowly said, "If this is what Brother Yun insists, then I will naturally respect Brother Yun's decision. Only, Brother Yun's current state is worrisome. When continuously fighting 5 matches and exhausting so much profound energy, the bodily protective energy would definitely be much weaker than before. So much so that it may collapse at any moment. If you were to suffer my strike at that time, there is the possibility of suffering severe injuries. If that happened, young Master Zio thinks too much." Yun Chi unknowingly smiled. "When sparring, a situation where one cannot hold back is inevitable. It would be normal for light injuries or even heavy injuries to appear. Moreover, it was I who insisted on sparring with young Sect Master Zio in my current condition. Even if I were to actually suffer serious injuries, young Sect Master Zio would definitely not be blamed. Regarding this point, everyone present can act as a witness. Therefore, young Master Zio has no need to worry about holding back at all. Please let this person, new to New Moon City, open his eyes and experience the strength of the strongest within the young generation." As these words came out from Xianxia, the elders of New Moon Profound Palace were so startled that they almost fell off their seats. As for those on the seven sects side, especially those in Xiao sect's outer sect, there were many who couldn't help but immediately laugh out loud. This mother-seeker is practically digging his own grave. Xiao Luocheng looked deeply at Xianxia. That expression was as if he was looking at a retard. But since we are speaking about this, if I, Xianxia, were to get lucky and accidentally injure young Master Xiao, then... As soon as the words left Xianxia's mouth, the seven sects side instantly fell into laughter again. In spite of the current situation, a few people started to laugh wildly without the slightest restraint. Some even laughed so hard that they started to roll about on the ground while holding their stomach. It was as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. But no one from New Moon Profound Palace's side could laugh, and anxiety was written on every one of their faces. If it was possible, they had an incomparable desire to make Xianxia take back those words he had just said to Xiao Luocheng. Of course, with the exception of Murong Ye. He tightly clenched his teeth as his both cheeks quivered, and was almost unable to control his laughter several times already. This retard actually dug himself a hole and intends to jump in it. There was actually someone this stupid. Xiao Luocheng, you must beat him until he's crippled, beat him half to death. Ha 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 ha! Xiao Luocheng laughed loudly and said, "If I am injured by Xianxia, then consider it my lack of skill, and of course blame would not fall upon Brother Yun's head in the slightest. Everyone here can also be a witness." Right after Xiao Luocheng's voice faded, Cloudy Sun sect's head elder, Yan Zizai, had already loudly shouted, "Both of you can rest assured, with so many people here today, and this many eyes watching, we will naturally be your most solid witnesses. If either of you is unfortunate enough to receive severe injuries while sparring, the opponent shall not be blamed. Otherwise, one would be a despicable person who can't keep to his word." After these words from Yan Zizai, every sect immediately agreed one after another. These words were obviously directed toward New Moon Profound Palace, because there was simply no one who believed that Xianxia could even harm Xiao Luocheng. When speaking about Xianxia, who had largely exhausted his profound energy and was even slightly injured, there wasn't even a chance that he could possibly be victorious. Sikong Hands revealed a bitter face as his pleading eyes looked towards Qin Huayu. But under the gaze of the seven sects, Qin Huayu slowly nodded his head. "Good," Xiao Luocheng calmly said. "Since this is the case, I hope to receive Brother Yun's guidance. I also request Brother Yun to be lenient on me." "Be lenient on me?" These four words that Xiao Luocheng had said were extremely irritating to the ear. Xianxia faintly smiled and did not reply. His breathing became tranquil, and he concentrated his gaze. The first gate of the profound veins opened again. According to Jasmine's warning with his body's current condition, the first gate could only be opened one last time for a dozen or so seconds. Otherwise, his body and profound vein would inevitably be overburdened and suffer unforeseeable damage. But these dozen or so seconds are more than enough. From the depth of Xianxia's eyes, an extremely dangerous light flashed from within. "I didn't bother you, didn't provoke you. Yet you wish to destroy me. Since it's like this, I'll destroy you first."